Day one of the CE Cup 2024 saw the hosts in a bit of bother, losing to both Gibraltar and Croatia. Those two teams will meet this morning in a huge match. We'll also get to see how Czechia come back later this afternoon. Sun's out, ready to have some fun. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN CE Cup T20IW, and it starts right now. Dobro rano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day of European cricket. It's day two of the CE Cup T20IW, and we have the two teams actually won their matches yesterday doing battle here in match number 3. Beautiful day here in Prague as well. So it's going to be Gibraltar versus Croatia. We've got the two captains here. Amy, you're the home side, so you will toss the coin. Erin, you will call it in the air.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is heads. What would you like to do, Erin?
Maybe bat first.
Okay, no worries. Have a great game. So really looking forward to this one. These two teams, obviously they were the two successful teams yesterday. So you just feel the way things are going at the moment, the kind of results between these two teams could determine who wins. Don't count out the Czechs though. They've played two, weren't able to get the win. They've got the chance to make up for it. But I've got to say that Amy Valverde, don't think she'll mind the chance to bowl first. At least she'll know in the second innings exactly how aggressive they have to be with the bat. But how about Erin Vukovitch? She was absolutely incredible yesterday with the bat, putting an 80 not out plus on the board and then bowling with some real fire. So interesting that she wanted to bat first. I've got to say that Lydia batted very well as well. Her first ever T20 international half century. And look, I just think that that will be the key. They're leading with, I suppose, what they felt was their strength yesterday, which was, getting their top three clicking, putting big runs on the board. Gibraltar, though, and they've got some pretty good bowling options of their own. I've got to say that Ina Blag bowled really, really well yesterday. I think that Lizzie Ferrari also bowled well. Amy Valverde herself, I'm sure she's keen for some runs as well in the second half of this game. Let's talk conditions today. Well, sun's out today, so it's going to be fun. I can tell you that currently it's around about 18 degrees, but we're expecting 22, and I think it's just a magnificent ground here at Vukovitch. It's always like coming home when we come back here, because it takes us all the way back to 2020, of course, one of the first venues that we shot cricket on after the pandemic on ECN. No Danny Hudacek, he loves this ground as well, and he's loving the prospect of getting going here on day number 2. I can tell you, in the first game, Gibraltar taking on Croatia. Croatia winning the toss and having a bat. Over to you, Danny Hudacek. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to this beautiful ground in Vukovitch in Prague for this European Cricket Network Central Europe Cup. It's T20 International Women's Games, and a fantastic first up match between Gibraltar and Croatia, who both had wins yesterday. As we see the first game, Nicole Caruana just missing out on a 50, batting very, very well throughout the innings, 141 for 4, beating Czechia 87. So they look very good in the field, and very solid bowling lineup for Gibraltar. In the second game, we saw Czechia again. They played against Croatia, dominated by one person in particular, fantastic, 85 off 69 from Erin Vukovitch. Also Lydia Vukovitch with a lovely 57. But the bowling, Vukovitch went wicketless but bowled very quickly. Senjuk with 2 wickets, Kvarik with 1, Leko with 1. 34, the highest score ever for a Czech female by Zuzka Franova. As we see the table at the moment, 1 win each for Croatia and Gibraltar. Czechia, we'll see them later on in the day. I think they'll be competitive in the game this afternoon against Croatia. But this will be a cracker with, again, a very balanced bowling attack for Gibraltar, and the star power of Erin Vukovitch. As you can see, Gibraltar here, 66%. Remember, Croatia, they played their first ever women's international game, 20 over game yesterday, and they had a a fantastic first up score of 191. We've got a new wicketkeeper also for Gibraltar, Prabha Raghunath. And again, they Valverde, Caruana batted very well yesterday. You'll see Lizzie Ferrari as well. Lauren Pias with the bat. Helen Munford also, we saw with the ball yesterday. Very, very good. Sally Barton is not keeping. So we see the first ball of today's play. And tucked around the corner, nice shot. Chase is on. It's pretty quick on that part of the ground. Don't think it'll make the boundary though. And they'll come back for 2. There's Sally Barton doing the chasing. So beautiful day today again. A bit of cloud cover, but expecting about 25 degrees. Vukovitch batted beautifully yesterday. They want to get her early, Gibraltar. They've got some good bowling. Ah, lovely shot through the covers. Lent on that, and that's going towards the boundary. That'll be the first boundary. Good chase, but can't reach it. It was Amy Valverde who tried to catch up to it, but this ground's playing really nicely. It's benefited from some rain a few days ago, a few weeks ago as well. Lovely shot through the covers. Vukovitch looks on song again. Very, very good player. Plays in England for a team there, and you can see her experience. Still only 18 though. The captain of the side. Tucked around the corner again. Lovely shot. This should be 4 again, I think. And it will be. Well, great start from Vukovitch. As I said, they really need this wicket. This one just straying down leg side. Difficult to bowl to in this form is Vukovitch. She's really not trying to hit the ball too hard, just playing very good cricket shots. Have a look at this. Just straight down legs. The legs just flicked it around the corner. That's the fastest pad of the ground. Just going downhill slightly. I'd like to say hi to people on the chat in just a moment. This Ferrari comes in again. And another 4 runs. Wow. Fantastic start for Croatia. It's 14 off the first 4 balls. And it's just been proper good cricket shots. Nothing risky. Just excellent cricket from Vukovitch. Not too much wrong with the bowling. Maybe straight a bit down leg side with a couple. But the one outside off, just outside off, was hammered through the covers. Where do you bowl to her? So hi to Rob Thompson in the chat. Wayne as well. Good to see you there. I'm sure we'll get a chance to chat a little bit later. Ferrari comes in again. This one's hammered through again, 4 runs. Lovely shot. Well, again, this one was probably a little bit short, and she pulled it through the square leg area. Moves on to 18 off 5. Fantastic batting here from Vukovitch. And, wow, looks a class player. Ferrari comes in again. This one's tucked around the corner, gone through the fielder, another 4. That could be a no ball as well. Let's have a look. And not called no ball. Just 4 runs. Easy 4 runs, tucked around the corner. At the end of the first, Croatia are 22 for no loss. Disastrous start for Gibraltar and Lizzie Ferrari. Wow. Vinny, what do you make of this first over?
Well, that is a magical start, if ever I saw one. What a display of stroke play from Vukovitch to get day 2 underway. Everyone's just getting kind of settled in their seat, and she just reeled off a bunch of boundaries. To be honest, I think that last one should have been called a no ball as well, and this over should still be going, just the way she hit it. I think it was above the waist. No, it's this slightly, slightly more lenient on those in T20 cricket, but still, it wasn't a particularly bad over from Lizzie Ferrari either. She tried a few different things. I think she probably just strayed a bit onto the pads, and then when she was even a fraction short, pulled away. But anyway, it's going to be the same opening combination for yesterday for both sides. Bowlers and batters here. Helen Leko is going to face up for the first time. But yeah, Vukovitch has come out firing, won the toss, almost couldn't wait to spit out that she wanted to bat. And she's out there, and yeah, our first magical over of this CE Cup. Haven't really had time to say good morning to everyone yet. But anyway, here's Valverde, the Gibraltarian skipper. First one just misses the mark. But yeah, good morning to everyone. I see Rob's in there, Wayne's in there as well. You know, I've got to admit, I'm double screening a bit. Cyprus with a really good recovery after a couple of early wickets against Estonia in the T10 internationals. First time we've seen that Happy Valley ground as well. Anyway, Valverde, again, natural outswing bowler. It's funny, both Ferrari and Valverde, they are swinging the ball away. There's not really a lot of wind or anything, so that's their natural movement. Echo pushes into the leg side and get off the mark. I think that's her primary job, isn't it, batting with Erin. She's got pretty good technique, Helen, and I think her main job is to just essentially play a bit of a support role here, see off the shine of the new ball and these opening bowlers.
Yeah, I agree with you. And, well, Vukovitch, I want to see the back of her. Gibraltar, as I said, I think Gibraltar's got probably the most well-rounded bowling attack in the competition. But in this form, it's going to be difficult to stop Erin Vukovitch. She hit a big 50 yesterday against the Czechs, and she's almost halfway there already after the first over.
Sweeper goes out in the offside, so they've got two outfielders square of the wicket, kind of forward square leg and a forward point. And just putting another fielder over there. Sally Barton, who I think might win the sprint in her age group, judging by how quickly she moved across there. Sally doesn't have the gloves today, playing in the outfield. Valverde loses it down the leg side. This will be called a wide. So Prabha Raghunath is keeping for Gibraltar in this game. What a start, though.
What a start, indeed. By the way, Dave's in the chat. Hi, Dave. How you doing? Good to see you.
Good to see you as always, Dave. And I know there's plenty going on across the network today, but hopefully you can get a taste of both the venues and plenty of great international cricket. Back and punches towards that outfielder. And this is where I think, if you're Gibraltar here, okay, you want to get Erin out, but you want to build pressure on her. And one way to do that is to not give her too much of the strike, so she's under more pressure when she is on strike. So I think I'd bring the field a bit tighter to Leko. She was able to just push and get a fairly easy single the first ball she faced. I think that's exactly what they're doing now, just to try and build that pressure. Remember, you've got Lydia Vukovitch to come in at number 3 as well, who made a half century of her own.
Yeah, she batted very well yesterday.
Gunty ball down the leg side. Prabha can't quite get there. Chase is on, but I think this is going to be the dreaded minimo, as Valverde just loses her movement there, and so that's going to be 5 free runs. Gibraltar off to a bit of a shocker here. That one was self-inflicted.
Yeah, I was impressed with Valverde yesterday, and it was the discipline with the bowling from Gibraltar. It was the highlight for me, for them, even though they did score a pretty good total against the Czechs. It was the bowling that I thought was very impressive, and just a little scrappy here from Valverde.
Better ball. This one might be legal, and it's kind of towards where the original position was of Leko. That's one thing yesterday. Maybe we did see a bit of inconsistency creeping in with the wide calls towards the end of the day, but that was probably on the limit of what you can get away with down the leg side. But Valverde just not really getting that movement. Looks like she's going cross seam here now, concentrating on just trying to get it online. This one doesn't, and it's going to be another slightly awkward take. It was well done by Raghunath to at least get a glove on that. Deflected away to Ying King To. You can hear that Gibraltar still, trying to G each other up here, so they should at this stage. And they're only 1 or 2 or 3 good deliveries away from being well ahead in this game. If you can nab this Croatian top 3.
Oh, we said that with the Czechs yesterday. If you get Vukovitch out, then
they're still waiting.
Yeah, still waiting.
So it's going to be another one down the leg side. They've put another fielder back behind the wicket now, So I think they're happy just with the one extra, so it's going to be 2 wides. Yeah, so Dave's saying he's split screening, and Wayne's saying there's a few more emojis on the YouTube chat. I'll find a creative way to use those. Valverde just kind of lost the plot a little bit with her stock ball here.
Mm-hmm.
Now she has to face Aaron Vukovitch at the other end. Fraction short pulled away, and pretty good contact that as well. Rolling towards the boundary, and another 4 runs to Croatia. Vukovitch has been piling on the runs on the second morning.
Yeah, just a fraction short there, and Vukovitch was right onto it. She's got a full range of shots, hasn't she? So she's so far she's hit boundaries, square on the leg side, through covers, and then now to that cow corner area. Very difficult to bowl to in this type of form is Aaron Vukovitch.
She's just timed the ball so well so far. I mean, 5 4s in a row. And we know the boundaries typically, they've been hard to come by for most players over the first day or so. The 5 boundaries in a row, Ferrari, who we know is a good bowler, but just any even slight misdirection was being pounced on by the Croatian skipper. Now Leko has 1 ball to deal with in the second from Valverde, who's in danger as well of going magical.
Yeah, it's been a long one as well. I don't know who Gibraltar should turn to. Yanira Blag bowled very well yesterday. Maybe
that's probably who I'd go to a bit earlier. I think Valverde, to be honest, hasn't worked for her from this end. I'd put it in the rack, and I'd still persist with Ferrari. I know that she went for a lot, but I also think she's a genuine wicket taker. And if that doesn't work, they can bring Valverde down from this bottom end.
Yeah.
That's probably what I'd do. Having said that, Yanira Blag bowled really well from this bottom end yesterday as well. So, yeah, it is tough, but that shows you the state of play here. Both these 2 teams with the 2 points for the win.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, we don't have the bonus point or anything in play here. It's just primarily 2 points for a win, 1 for a no result, 0 for a loss. And their net run rate will split the teams if they're equal at the end of the tournament.
What we saw yesterday was with the Czechs, is in the first game against Gibraltar, they kept the field in even after the power play was over.
Yeah.
But with Vukovitch hitting the ball so well and through the gaps, they spread the field. So this is down leg side, turned around the corner again, and the player
batting
back there.
They might want 2 here. Think of it. I think it's not worth it at this stage. Good arm back in. Yeah, look, that's the kind of ball, though, that Vukovitch misses at once. That's going to be LBW. That's why I think Ferrari's still probably the best option to try and get her out. But this is where I think you need to have 2 different fields. You know what Leko's trying to do. Leko isn't going to really look to smash boundaries. She's looking to get off strike.
That's exactly what they're doing as well. They've got the field up. Short cover, short mid-wicket, turns it around the corner.
Leko's been brilliant at just playing her role so far. And that's why I think they've gone for it at the top. And we might say, hey, why don't you just open with Lydia Kovacic, because she batted so well yesterday. But I just think that Leko can absorb some of that early pressure and take the pressure off. Batters like Lydia that are still to come. I'm loving this contest, though, between Ferrari and Vukovitch. Fraction short again. This is pulled well. Almost a bit of trouble here. We've got 2 at one end. And, well, can the throw beat the field? Oh, I still think that might be gone.
Could be, And
it's been given, so it's Leko that's going to have to go. It was hit so hard, and to be honest, I think it's Vukovitch. She goes with the hit because she hits it so well. But I don't think there was a run there. We'll check it out in the replay.
I don't.
You can see here, keeper fumbles Raghunath initially, but it was like a race between ball and human being. There's the fumble, and she kind of was already going back to the stumps, but I still think this is out. Yeah, it's a very good call. Very good call from the umpire.
I tell you what, though, a highlight yesterday for me for Gibraltar was their running between the wickets. And that one, I think it was hit hard enough that if Leko had gone straight away, I think there wouldn't have been any problem at all. But
yeah, it's interesting. You're probably right. And I suppose it is Erin's call when it comes down to it. So if Leko was to run straight away there, then she's not getting run out. It's the confusion that leads to it. I mean, first it was pretty well done. That's Mumford that knocks it down, throws it to the bowler, and then Lizzie, who was flat out, had to get the throw in.
Did throw to the wrong end, though.
Yeah, she did, but I suppose she wasn't really to note.
But it was a really good a piece of feeling from Mumford.
Yeah.
It created that run out.
Well, it brings these two together a bit earlier than I think they planned, and Gibraltar needed something. So let's have a look here. You see that Helen, she's not watching Erin at all. She's watching the ball. And then I think the right thing to do, I think obviously you don't want to lose Vukovitch. Vukovitch is just watching, praying that it's not going to be a run out the other end. But hey, that's well done by Gibraltar at least. They do get their first wicket by way of the run out. And Lydia Kovacic comes in to face Ferrari. So maybe a turning point in this game, even though it wasn't the batter doing most of the damage at this particular moment. It's a good start from Ferrari to Kovacic, I should say.
It was a huge partnership yesterday between these two, and that got them up to a score of 191 against the Czechs. That was, it was quite devastating, really. The Czechs got up to about 120, which is a good score as well. But these two both hit big 50s.
That's a good ball as well from Ferrari.
It was a good call leaving her on, actually. You mentioned.
Yeah, I still think. Actually, okay, she got hurt in that first over on the scoreboard. But yeah, look, she's getting movement. She's, for the most part, if she gets the line right, she's going to be dangerous.
Yeah.
And even though, Lizzie's an athlete. Even the way she was able to improvise that throw, even though she was lying down on the ground, it was pretty skillful.
Oh, that's out. That's got to be out.
Yeah, there we go. Kovacic yesterday with a half century. Today, she's going to have to go for a duck again. It's that outswing straight down the line. Was hoping it was going to go down the leg side. And Lizzie fights back and flies the flag for the Gibraltar side, who have 2 wickets now, 2 in the over. It's 41 for 2.
That's a big one too, and it's a duck for Vukovitch. It's well, she gets pat and back from her captain. So that partnership that we saw yesterday, we're not going to see today, with Vukovitch out, and 2 for 42 now.
Yeah, I mean, this is brilliant. Well, not the first time we've seen this either, but have a look at how much this swings.
Oh.
And that one is hitting the middle of middle stump. And some decisions are difficult for umpires. That is not one of them. Chris Tabb, good to see him out there today.
He's a very good umpire, as Chris Tabb. It is probably the easiest LBW decision you'll ever get to see. Not playing a shot as well, pitching on the stumps, hitting halfway up middle.
And you reviewed that one. I think you might be looking for a new team. But anyway, you got to give credit to the bowl there. I know it looks a bit almost comical when you see the result, but Lydia makes her judgment based on the initial trajectory of the ball, which looks like it's heading down the leg side. She hadn't been there too long. Brilliant piece of outswing bowling by Ferrari.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Interesting that they're going to go back to Valverde, maybe just feeling with the 2 wickets that we can pretend that first over didn't really happen. Sure. I suppose it's the manner of how the runs were scored off Valverde versus how they were scored off Ferrari. Valverde gave a lot away, just with loose deliveries. See if she can get it right here. It's a pretty good start, but also pretty good shot, punched off the back foot. So this means we'll get to see Pavla Senjuk for the first time.
Oh, we get to see another batter.
That's right.
We've only saw 3 yesterday.
Gibraltar, really. We needed a turning point. They got one. Maybe a bit fortunate. Yes, you make your own luck, as they say in the classics.
So let's see what Senjuk has. Valverde coming in. Oh, good ball. Very good ball, that. So
that wicket of Lydia is huge. It's huge when you consider that partnership that they were able to put together yesterday. They put on 131 for that second wicket, and Czechia just couldn't find a way to break it.
Yeah. It was difficult to watch in some ways, but beautiful to watch in others.
That one I think is going to be an O ball. So Amy's just been a little bit inconsistent. I know Gibraltar, they got in really late or early, depending on how you think about it, early in the morning, late at night, before yesterday. So they've had a bit more rest now. You'd imagine they had the afternoon off yesterday. They should be pretty well prepared for today.
It's not a long flight, but when you get in at 4 in the morning and have to play a game at 11, be down at the ground, it's a difficult one. But they did have, you're right, had the afternoon off. They only had 1 game yesterday. The Czechs only with 1 game today, so they should be refreshed as well.
It's well bowled by Valverde. been a bit all over the shop, but when she's been on target, of course, she always looks like taking a wicket. He asked a few of the players, what did you get up to first day in Prague, first afternoon? They had a pretty consistent answer, the Gibraltarians. They said, we slept.
Yeah.
I think it might have been only Sally that was keen to go out. Whether she did or not, I'm not sure.
That was your evening last night, Benny.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's come to that. I had a great evening, actually. This one just misses the mark, and Raghunath can't make the stop. Running away, and
I think that's 4.
Yeah, I think it is going to be 4 in the end. I think they're still running, but yeah, I think this is going to be 4 buys. Because I think as she pushes it back, that, I mean, it might have, to be honest, probably looked like a wide to me, but I think if you kind of freeze it, it's a good effort though. That's Rosie that tries to make the stop.
Yeah, she had a foot over the line.
And yeah, hand over the line, I think, as well, as she touched the ball. Anyway, some good outswing there from Valverde. Maybe a bit harsh on the keeper, those 4 buys, but that's just me speaking as a wicket keeper. Well bowled, but well kept down as well by Pavla. Yeah, I had a great night last night. I went and saw Postmodern Jukebox, which you can look them up. They're kind of like a jazz band that do covers of quite like popular music.
They use just oldie style instruments, like not talking about guitars and things, but just washboards and
and like that was part of it, but it was just very big band. You know, they had big band. They had trombone, saxophone. They played multiple instruments. Very talented musicians. So that's what I did in the open air venue here in Prague. That was a nice way to spend a Friday night. 47 for 2 after 4, and I didn't have too many beers, obviously, with work the next day. But you know, that's kind of the culture here.
It is.
The beer cost 75 crowns.
That's gone up a lot.
But for like a concert venue, that's pretty good, I think.
But the thing is that
75 crowns, by the way, is €3 or about $5 for people like Wayne and Rob who are listening. And Danny's telling me that I'm paying too much.
Put it this way: like normally at a concert venue, it was a lot cheaper. Now the prices have gone up a lot. So as we come
Ferrari.
back to the cricket,
the contest. Assuming it's off the pad.
What
should I be paying then?
No. I think it depends on the beer for a start.
You know the beer it was.
So Pilsner is more expensive, and 75 is probably reasonable now.
So Pilsner more expensive? I thought Pilsner was kind of the...
No, that's the one. If you ask any Czech, they'll say Pilsner's the best beer in the world.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So most Czechs.
But it's also the most widely served.
Sure.
In the country.
Yeah.
Famous.
Yeah, very famous. It's what... Oh, it's gone through.
Shouldn't have. That could even potentially run away. Stopped just inside Riley. She's certainly getting her steps in so far. It'll be 2. I think that's a classic case. Valverde's probably got a lot in her mind, such as, is she going to bowl again or not? Where does she want to put the fielders? And then she kind of forgets her other job, which is to make the stop there at mid-off. Went straight through her.
Ferrari to bowl again. To Senjuk. Nice shot.
She's played really well off her pad so far. I mean, it looks like a risky shot, but she's just her eye is so good. And she hasn't looked like missing one so far. 50's up for Croatia in pretty quick time. Run rate at the moment, over 11 and over.
So go back to the Pilsner. So basically, if you have a lager anywhere in the world, it's based on Pilsner Urquell. So it's the first ever lager Pilsner type style. I'll come back to it.
See how Senjuk handles Ferrari. Well, if that is straightened, that might have been curtains.
And it's a very good beer. It's very different. It has a kind of a funky taste to it compared to other lagers, but it's a distinctive Pilsner Urquell. But it was probably, when I first came here, it was probably 30 crowns, probably. And then...
So 30 crowns being about like a €20, it's about $2 Australian dollars.
Yeah, but it's changed a lot. It's gone up a lot in the last few years.
Well played by Senjuk, keeping it out, but she's finding it hard to score off the bat.
So I guess 75 crowns is not bad, because everything has gone up all over Europe, all over the world, I guess. But in Prague, things have gone up a lot. So it's still a cheap night out, though, as we see upcoming events.
Yeah, upcoming events, of course. Cyprus, still got T20 cricket happening there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, while we start our European Cricket Series on Monday. But right now, there's ECI and ECIW cricket. And yeah, Cyprus, a commanding position there against Estonia in match 1 of the women's. It'll be entertaining women's and men's over there. Yeah, excited to spend the rest of June here in Prague, the Vinoř Cricket Ground, before we head to Romania and Hungary in July. And plenty more cricket, including Croatia, on that list. Senjuk is going to play out the last ball of the 5th. And the score is 50 for 2 after 5. Ferrari, 1 for 27. I wonder if maybe now is the time that you just keep an over in the bank for her. Maybe go to Yanira Blag at that end, who bowled really well.
Yep.
I know you'd be tempted to bowl her again, thinking, is she the most likely to get Vukovitch out? But I think you got to back your other bowlers as well.
Absolutely.
Not back yourself into a corner as a captain.
Look, Ferrari went for 22 off the first over, and she's gone for 5 off the next 2. As we see here, upcoming events again.
Yeah, so then after Romania, we've got Romania and Hungary, we've got Bulgaria. But you see Croatia there, we've got something a little bit different there. It's got like a bonus weekend of cricket. There'll be some T20 cricket and ECI cricket between the Spain and Croatia men's teams, and also some ECSW cricket. So more of an exhibition series than anything else. Hoping to get a couple of club sides in Croatia to provide some additional matches there. So yeah, still not quite sure of the exact format, but it's going to be 3 days of cricket from Croatia. I'm trying to work out a way to get on it right now, but might be tough to pull me away from the main tour at that time of year.
Phil G's in the chat. When we first got to Prague in 2004, it was 23 crowns.
Wow. Okay, at today's exchange rate, so it's about €1 or about $1.60.
Yeah. So it was cheap. It's still cheap now. It's great beer. There's no bad beer made in the Czech Republic. So it's Mumford bowling. There's no bad beer in the Czech Republic, but just some of the beer is so good that there's some of the...
It's all relative.
It's all relative, yeah.
Mumford, I felt, was a bit lucky to get away with that down the leg side, by the way, to Vukovitch.
As long as it's consistent, that's fine.
Mumford, different kind of bowler. That's one that Vukovitch can work away. She hasn't been dismissed yet in the series. Vukovitch was going to come back for a slightly dodgy 2. This is why Erin's so clever as well, because she'll be trying to spot little things like who has a strong throwing arm, who doesn't, where she might be able to pinch the strike back. It's very different here if she can pinch the strike back or not, because, yeah, who knows? Pavla's obviously found it difficult to score off her own bat, so if she can get back for 2, then she's kind of in control of the over rather than just sitting at the non-strikers end.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a wide pitch, is just on. And this surface here, we talked about a little bit yesterday, but if you're not familiar with the pitch here, Scott Page Field in Vinoř, just north of Prague, it's a kind of natural base. Is that how you put it? It's not a cement, completely consistent base, so there's a little bit of variation in it.
Actually, it was quite a few years ago, we went to Bologna for an ICC conference with Hugo Banks, who owns this, whose family owns this property, and who the Banks Field is named after, and we got speaking to the Romanians, and they were talking about their turf wicket, and we were quite envious of their turf wicket. But they also said that they had that they've got an AstroTurf wicket, like a synthetic wicket, and then we asked them what the base was. So I'll come back to that in a minute.
Here's Ellen Mumford. Baldesenjo gets score 9 balls, but she will get off the mark here. Feel a little bit better after the first one. Looking for 2 here. There's some miscommunication, but what was good there is they looked at each other, and that's how they both decided there wasn't a second run there.
So, and they talked about layering. So there's gravel, there's sand, there's all sorts of different layers to it. And so what it does is it plays more like a natural turf pitch. You find a lot of concrete bases bounce a lot, and it's consistent. But I mean, I grew up on concrete pitches.
Might get 2 here actually. Vukovitch probably didn't realise. It's a really good example.
I grew up on concrete pitches, and the bounce you can get in Australia, you just on those pitches, you just don't learn to play cover drive. It's all pull shots and cut shots.
Just quickly here, Erin, she makes a mistake here not watching the ball, and she only realises here actually got through. So she costs herself a run. Just a little error, but it might work out because she retains the strike, and at the end of 6 overs, it's 56 for 2. It is true, you do kind of, your game is based a lot on kind of what you grow up playing.
Absolutely.
If you're not, you don't really normally get a big degree of surfaces when you're younger because you're not normally playing in different countries and different kind of conditions.
We had an English guy who grew up on turf pitches, who lived in Spain, who came and played for our club in Sydney, and looked a fantastic batsman, but kept on trying to play cover drives and was getting caught in slips.
Yeah.
Because the ball was just getting, it was getting up on him too much. So it's very different. And you can see also, I mean, I guess it's changed a little bit with the subcontinent, but it was always, you had to bring 2 spinners to play in India, for instance.
Yeah,
and I think
course.
that's changed a lot because India never really had many great fast bowlers. I think Kapil Dev was the first, right? And they'd been playing quite a bit of cricket before then, but they just relied on their spin.
It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, India seemed to produce a lot of spinners. Pakistan actually had that era where they produced a lot of good fast bowlers as well. So,
yep.
Yeah, some people maybe around the ground a little bit concerned. Might get a bit of rain here. Wasn't really in the forecast. Hopefully it stays away, but the clouds have kind of rolled in as this game's been underway. Hello to Helix, good to see you. And of course, Phil G, providing a few extra Prague insights. Down the leg side, this one will be called a wide. Unira Blag does get this over as we thought she might, so they leave one over for Ferrari in the bank.
Talking about beer, we'll come back to beer talk a bit later with the craft beer scene here, because I like craft beer. I'm a little bit involved in it, so we'll talk about that a bit later.
A bit short, and Vukovitch pulls it away. Awkward kind of stop down there, but well done by Ferrari. Still going with the sunglasses despite the clouds being overhead.
Yeah.
There's always a danger of us here in Prague with the matches that it just does become about 8 hours of beer chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it is a little bit of it's iconic here, isn't it?
It is. Well, that's what the Czech Republic's famous for.
Surprised it's not on the flag, actually. Anyway, this is going to be hit down the ground and a confident single taken by Vukovitch. She moves to 40.
She's batting well, slowed down a little bit, but I think Senjuk, she's only got the one. Looking pretty tidy though as a batter, is Senjuk. They really have tightened the field, and it's staffed. The runs a little bit. Good tactics by Gibraltar.
Spots of rain here as well. At the moment, only tiny. This one goes wrong. Blag. It's going to obviously concede the one for the wide.
I think it's my fault, Vinny, because I brought my raincoat today, even though it was supposed to be 25 degrees and sunny. Yesterday, I asked Joe Foster for a jacket because it was getting chilly, and I thought I'll bring a jacket, and the only thing I really grabbed was just this rain jacket. So I think it's my fault.
Well,
sorry.
We'll be using it to cover the equipment in a minute. Equipment first. You know the rules here in the cube. Better ball that one. Huge inside edge on it, but Blag. Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, probably one of, if not the most improved player in this Gibraltar setup. And Caruani probably put her in there as well with her performance yesterday. But yeah, she'll be hoping that she can get this wicket of Vukovitch. And if you do that, I think suddenly you're realistically thinking you might be able to rip the heart out of the order. But just has kind of lost a few down the leg side. Yesterday she was pretty one side of the wicket. I always remember though, sometimes second days of tournaments, I know we made the argument that they might be well rested and all that, but there's a certain kind of natural adrenaline that'll get you through the first game, and then second day suddenly kind of reality hits you. You wake up probably a little bit sore. This one slides into the pad, but heading down the leg side.
Both these teams only played one game yesterday, so I don't think they would have exerted too much energy. We saw how flat the Czechs were in the second game yesterday.
Yeah.
Croatia will be going through the same thing this afternoon. They've been playing the Czechs. Vukovitch, I think, won't have any issues with that, but will the rest of the team be able to meet that standard?
It's always tough when things aren't going your way as well. This is Outside off, a fraction short, punched away by Vukovitch, who will retain the strike, moves to 41, and after 7 overs, it's 64 for 2. Like, not the worst over really, but probably a couple she would have liked back.
And, I've been impressed with the bowling, Blag. I think she's, we were speaking to the management of, or the coaching staff of Gibraltar, saying that she really didn't. She's only started bowling well and consistently in the last year. Same as Caruana who hit a 49 yesterday. Couldn't hit the ball a year ago. So you can see the improvement of the Gibraltarians.
That's what I say. I mean, the first women's series we did on ECN, in the T10 format, at least we had shown some T20Is before, was last year in Gibraltar. As we start new over, it's going to start with Mumford coming back on. Yeah, so obviously this doesn't happen by itself. It requires, obviously the coaches deserve a lot of plaudits for it, but also just the individual motivation of the players to get better and use the facilities they got there, which are pretty good facilities by European standards here in Gibraltar. And I was there for the night series start of the year, and I've got to admit, night series, it was pretty cool. We had the access to the nets during the day. Sometimes we'd go there, then have a shower and do the 2 matches at night. It's right on target from Mumford. Yeah, all kept out by Sandjug.
She's been good and very good here, Mumford. It's right on line, most of it.
Yeah,
good couple of overs.
Simple approach. This one's going to be a bit wide.
As your bigger player up. Oh, chance for a run out. Oh, got her. No, hasn't got her.
Well,
she's in. Oh,
easy.
Direct hit by
lucky you don't have to
Rosie
go past
Riley.
the stumps, although I think she might have almost as well. It was a good bit of fielding by Rosie. Knows she has to hit direct, but I think Erin was...
Yeah, she was in.
Was pretty confident she could make it, and she does. She steals the strike back.
Sorry, got excited there. The direct hit. Really good piece of fielding there by Rosie Riley.
Vukovitch 44. Don't forget yesterday, she reeled off that 85 not out. So she's 129 not out in the series.
It's not a bad international average. In fact, she hasn't got an average yet.
It's infinite. Oh. But this is going to be a little bit of an easy one to cash in. I might have hit Avi in the shins. I'm not sure.
I thought it hit him in the chest.
Gibraltar coach. But it's going to be a no ball as well, and it's going to take Vukovitch to 48.
Oh, free hit here as well. Just lost it a bit there, did Helen Mumford. See it again.
Yeah, just off a couple of steps, but just that one got away from her a little bit. Maybe a bit of an overcorrection. Oh, yeah, Avi. I suppose he gets his body behind the ball. It's not too much of it. Anyway, free hit coming up. A golden opportunity for Vukovitch to bring up her 50. Oh, just kind of checks the shot. That's probably one thing. There's a couple of times on free hits, she's so programmed to play the correct shot. That, I mean, that's one that she might as well. She could run at it. She could try and hit it in the air.
It's a pretty good ball, though, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair, it is. But the approach wasn't a kind of free hit approach. A free hit approach would be, look, if I hit it straight up in the air, who cares?
It's a really good contest, this, though.
Away, yeah, I'm enjoying it. Like I say, Vukovitch was to make one mistake here. This innings will take on a different feel. I'm sure about it. She seems to suck up that pressure so well for such a young player. Even that one on the stumps, but she's able to manoeuvre it away and move to 49.
Yeah, nicely played. Brings Sandjug back on strike, who's, well, she needs to get her in the strike. She's only got 1 off 11. It was a nice looking shot through the covers to get her off the mark, but Sandjug finding it a little bit difficult.
At least she's providing some stability at the other end. It's not like the scoring rate as a team is really a problem at the moment. It might be just okay as she steps across. So that'll be the end of the 8th over. The score is 76 for 2. Yeah, I mean, we do tend to look at individual batter statistics and make judgments based on it. But, I mean, this is a good example of, Sandjug there, she's keeping the good ball out. What Vukovitch doesn't want is to be losing partner after partner after partner, and then still heaps of times left in this innings. So as long as that actual team run rate is still stable, and you're looking at that kind of 9 and over, I think is a very good run rate. At the moment, they're going 9.5. Then I don't think you worry if your partner has a personal scoring rate of a lot less.
Well, in saying that, it is frustrating if the batsman is really scoring the runs if you can't get the strike. And I think that's the tactic now of Gibraltar. They're either trying to get Erin out, or they'll give her the single.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I think they probably could make a few adjustments to try and make it a bit tougher for Senjul to get off strike. But a lot of it has been, like wides +1 and things like that. That one's down leg side will be called. Vukovitch on 49 here. So I think that partly it's on the bowlers. They've allowed, made life difficult for the keeper, and they're able to sneak an extra run. Yanira coming back for over number 2 for her, which is over number 9 of the innings. And she get the golden wicket here. Vukovitch not in this one, down leg side. Will be called a wide. Probably fair enough call. But Yanira mentioned she's got a bit of a following already in the Gibraltarian cricket circles. I'm a blagger-bragger.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I was a blagger-bragger from way back, even before.
Before it was cool.
She got this good. I saw the potential. Having said that, she lost a couple down the leg side, and so probably another one. If you call one, you've probably got to call the next one. And the bold decision to come back for 2. Wait for the signal. It's been called by. So, yeah, Chris maybe feeling a little bit. That was on the border. They were 50-50, so he decides calls one, doesn't call the second one. Vukovitch still searching for that opportunity to bring up the 50.
Yeah, 80 for 2. They'll be happy. Going about 10 and over. Croatia. It's about the same as what they went with against the Czechs yesterday. And if Vukovitch stays in, they might end up on a similar total. So it's called a wire down the offside.
Yeah, Yanira should be the first to admit she probably hasn't bowled quite as well today than she did yesterday. So they used 4 bowlers so far. I'll have to use at least one more. We know that. Pius is the obvious one.
But she was the expensive bowler against the Czechs as well.
Yeah, she probably didn't quite get yesterday, but the mechanics are there. You can tell she's a good bowler.
Yeah,
probably wasn't her best performance. That's well bowled. That's the kind of ball shows you. Vukovitch, she's a human being. I know she's batted like an absolute machine so far in this series, but it's a numbers game, isn't it? If you can bowl more balls in that region, then you at least give yourself a chance. That was well bowled by Yanira. Probably best ball she's bowled so far.
That's what she did consistently yesterday against the Czechs, though. And again, another good ball. So it's a bit straighter. It'll be a 50 for Vukovitch. It's gone through the fielder as well. Rosie Riley picks it up. And that's a 50 for Erin Vukovitch, second one of the tournament. And still got plenty of time to make a bigger score.
Sensational innings. Brings up of 34 balls. I mean, she reeled off 5 fours in the first over and basically just owned this contest. She has ever since. It's all been about, with her at the crease, Croatia, we're in charge of this game, heading down the leg side. I think one thing I've noticed just in European women's cricket in general, though, over the last couple of years that we've been able to show more and more of it, is the running between the wickets has improved. I know there's still moments, but the fact that more runs are being attempted, the fundamentals are a lot better.
Yep.
Backing up and kind of looking to score rather than just to survive. So I think when you're new to the game, often you tend to concentrate on survival. But I mean, it really is important you can make that difference on the scoreboard.
I think with the availability of video and watching yourself play, I mean, of course, Croatia is their first tournament, but Gibraltar would have been able to see how they've played, see when the mistakes are. The coaches could actually display, look, have a look at what's going on here, instead of just relying on theory.
Yeah.
Part of it's gameplay, but also you can watch the video back.
A couple of times that Vukovitch gets beaten outside the off stump in that over, but she does survive. Blag does get it right towards the end of that 9th, but Croatia still flying away in this first innings of the day. They're 83 for 2.
So let's have a look here. Erin Vukovitch at the top, 50 again. And not much contribution from others, 29 extras. Probably too many wides at this stage for Gibraltar. They were much tighter with the bowling yesterday. I think they bowled about the same in 20 overs. They've done the same in 9. So I think the coaches will have a bit of a chat to them.
It's early days, but I will say she was kind of on for 100 yesterday as well, wasn't she? She was 50 about halfway. She didn't have a lot of the strike, as Lydia kind of started to dominate in her own right in that second innings. That's pretty well bowled by Helen Mumford first up, who's getting her third over here. But yeah, really important few overs. Still think, with so much time to go, that Vukovitch can just continue. She's kind of in cruise control at the moment, isn't she? She's locked in. She's taking care of the bad ball. Other balls, most of them, she's able to get a single. The odd time she's been beaten of late. Just like that. It was a pretty well located ball by Mumford, but her footwork's so good. It's very hard to teach, and it takes a long time. But you can just see her technique is very natural to her. Even there, makes a definite back movement. So rather than just get caught on the crease, that was kind of middle length ball. She's able to get back, give her more time to knock it down for a single. It's excellent batting.
You can tell she's got a real passion for the sport as well.
Angel tries to take this on. Wasn't really definite about whether she wanted to run or not there, I think, Pavla. So in the end, they decide not to. Mumford's been pretty on the money this over. I think the coaches and the players, for that matter, they would love to just have 6 balls executed where they want them. I think at this level, you might get 3, you might get 4.
Of course, that'll improve over the years of playing together as a team and playing as a cricketer.
Pavla's now decided to be a little bit more aggressive, and this is a nice-looking straight drive, and that's going to be 4. Best shot she's played so far. Yeah, probably feels that she's been here long enough, and she can play a bit more than a support role. That's a really nice shot down the ground for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot, and I guess in a way it takes the pressure off Erin a little bit, because she's been she's the one who's scoring all the runs. A little bit like yesterday with the partnership with Lydia Vukovitch, where she took over a little bit with the run getting. So Sanjog moving on to 7.
Light rain falling at the moment as well. It's only very light. I think it'll pass. That's a good comeback from Mumford. A little bit of outswing there.
It's been a pretty tidy spell from Mumford. 1 ball left of her third. 89 for 2 now. Last ball of the before drinks. It's just a quick little drink for these players. Conditions quite nice. It's going to be about 25 degrees apparently today, but at this stage.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's 89 for 2 then after 10 overs. Hey, welcome. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hudacek. The weekend is here, and well, sun was out when we arrived. At the moment, a little bit of rain, but what a start from the Croatians, in particular, Erin Vukovitch. I've got to say, we have that Meltle Shield coming up in a couple of months, and honestly, she's a player I'd love to see get an opportunity. I know she's young, she's still pretty raw, but she's such a talent. I love the way she runs in and bowls, gives it 100%. She's a natural athlete.
Absolutely.
And she certainly has dominated so far. But Gibraltar, credit to them as well. When it looked like the game was really getting away from them, they were able to kind of conjure a run out, and then a really good outswinger from Ferrari to get Kovacic before she could score. So I suppose that has neutralised a couple of the threats there, 2 of the top 3 back in the shed. But as long as Vukovitch is there, you feel that Croatians are in charge of this cricket match.
Well, they got up to 191 against the Czechs yesterday, and Erin's batting probably better than yesterday in some ways. So, it could be a reasonable, a target about the same for the Croatians. But get Vukovitch, and then it could be anything.
Definitely, you really could then, I suppose, capitalise on that, potentially find a way through the middle order. Don't forget, we have 2 venues today. Our first ever cricket at Happy Valley in Cyprus. So staying in Cyprus, but a different venue there. And yeah, grass on the field.
Grass on the field.
Yeah, there's grass on the field.
Looks pretty, actually. Very nice little ground.
Cyprus and Estonia in both women's and men's T10 internationals this weekend as well. And then we're actually going to switch. So when we switch to T10, Cyprus will switch to T20 on Monday. And every day in Cyprus on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, in addition to watching the cricket from here, you can watch 2 men's T20 internationals and 1 women's T20 international there from Happy Valley. So it's great to have a new venue on the network as well, and it's great to have you with us no matter where you're watching from around the world. Get interactive with us as well. Otherwise, we'll just keep talking about beer in Prague all day.
Yeah.
Probably that's more interesting to us than most of the viewers. Although some probably enjoy it. But yeah, it was my night. What was your night like? What did you do?
Oh,
last
look,
night?
I had to take the dogs to my friends, so they just to take care of them for a couple of weeks, because it's a bit unfair. I'm here most of the day and then come home, and they've been inside all day, so they're out having fun with Jirka and Lenka.
Oh, beautiful. I heard they love it there.
They love it.
So you told me.
Absolutely love it. Talia, who's from Dubai originally, as soon as she gets in, she just does laps of their garden. They've got a beautiful garden, nice house as well.
So back in 2020, if you weren't with us then, first time that Danny was commentating here in Vukovitch, we had Oki, the commentary dog.
Mm-hmm.
And Oki would just sit under the table, right?
Yeah.
All day.
All day.
Then Talia, then you got Talia as well, another dog. But Talia was the security dog. Was a little bit louder, let's say.
Yeah.
During her
that and
near the commentary box.
There was one bit where I think it was Saba, who was fielding here at probably at mid-on, who turned and chased for a ball, and Talia ran at him and broke my broke the grip I had on the lead, and just ran straight at Saba. So yeah, she took her job very, very seriously, did Talia, and she's now retired from her security job here at Vukovitch. I'd love to bring Oki back one day. She's she loves it here. Runs around, chases voles, and then during breaks, she loves the frisbee, and she knows that the frisbee's on during breaks. So Blag to continue. Good ball, first up. Push back for a single. Nicely run as well. Good communication between these two. Wasn't too far away from the bowler and the fielder. And it'll bring Senju back on strike. Is playing her part now. Nice boundary in the last over. Maybe taking a little time to get confidence. But, looks good both with the bat and the ball. Senjuk, very useful cricketer. As Blag comes in again. And good bowling from Blag. Right on line, just defended. Definitely it's Vukovitch who's the star of this team, but she's had good support. Yesterday from Kvaric, today from Senjuk. Blag comes in again. That's a nice shot through the covers. They'll get a single. Bring Vukovitch back on strike. Good throw. It's Valverde there. Very quick pick up and throw. Valverde's a very good cricketer as well. I saw her with the ball early. The first over was a little bit scrappy. Brought it back though. But been very impressed with the Inera Blag. Yesterday was bowling a fantastic line of length against the Czechs, who couldn't really locate the ball outside off stump. Bowling now to Vukovitch. This one's called a wide. Interesting contest between these two. You've got to say that Gibraltar probably with the run rate a little bit ahead. Almost reaching the 100 mark. That run rate's dropped a little bit.
Certainly picked it back, haven't they?
Mm.
As Blag has decided to stick on for a third over. It's the odd one where she's kind of fallen away a little bit in her action, and that's something we didn't see too much from her yesterday. But, she also did get a couple past there, and no one's really been able to do so far. So they probably feel that she's the best chance to probably bowl out here. Probably not worth saving her one for later, I don't think, if she's getting it right.
I think it's good captaincy from Valverde to keep her on. You're right. Oh, this one's tucked around the corner. Nice shot. Should run all the way, I think.
Down the hill. That's going to be 4. That's, again, just where Blag's let herself down a little bit today, and we know it's actually been the strength of Vukovitch off the pad. She's timed the ball really well. And that takes it to 56. It's her 8th boundary. 8 of the 9 fours this morning have been off the bat of Aaron Vukovitch.
Yeah, it just moved a little bit in the air and just on the pads of Vukovitch.
Christopher Ward, hello to you. Popping into the chat saying, hey, did you know that we are up to 405,000 subscribers now? Next stop, 500. So we did the ice bucket for 300,000. That was in Rome a couple of years ago, which was actually amazing because it was 42 degrees. It's a full toss, steps across, punches it through the fielder. And they may look at 2 here. It's a bit of a dodgy one. Going to take it on. It's good throw, might have had her. Took a while to get back. But in the end, it will be 2 runs.
I think people were congratulating me in Romania for some reason. I didn't quite know why, and I think that was
might
the 400.
have been. That's the. Yeah, we did get to 400. So we did have a funny. A funny situation. You notice that Barton's actually taken over behind the stumps now at the drinks break. So Raghunath, for one reason or another, I think has decided to give up the gloves. You will see that from time to time as well, you know, with the workload. Not something you see, I suppose, at high levels of cricket, but Sally obviously pretty comfortable in that position. It's a regular position. That's an edge. It's going to fly away. It should just be a single. Vukovitch looking for a second, decides against it. Yeah, so we were in Wimbledon, and Rico actually, as the hundreds come up as well during that over. 101 for 2 after 11. We had Pims and strawberries and cream. Strawberries and cream and Pims when we were in Wimbledon. The only problem, why you might not remember it, it was in the middle of a huge storm. So we basically grabbed a couple of strawberries and then, I would say ran for our lives, but tried our best to keep everything dry. We did have a couple of crazy storms there in Wimbledon, but I mean, we actually got on the field at least in 22 of the 24 matches. But yeah, 500,000 when we get there. I feel like it is wet. Tend to keep growing organically. But we'll have to think of something else. But I think actually we had a bit of an acceleration because we did that Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland series, which I think put in front of a lot more eyeballs, a lot of people that it may not have a full idea of what we're doing here on ECN. They were pretty impressed with the coverage.
Well, I know that I've seen quite a few ECN clips on Australian TV. It's a nice shot around the corner. That should go all the way as well. 4 runs. Just a bit too leg side there from Mumford.
Yeah, it's been brutal, hasn't she? Anything outside the leg stump. Vukovitch, don't forget, I mean, she's got that kind of, the look of it, such an experienced player, but she's only 18 years old. And don't forget that this weekend Croatia are playing their first ever T20 international women's matches. So she's only in her second match of her international career, but she's owning the space right now, up to 63.
Well, they've got a very good player to base their team around to Croatia. And that's it's so important to have a quality player in your lineup like Vukovitch. And others will all perform out. Well, that's a huge wicket. Got a half volley, hit it straight to the covers, and that's gone. Vukovitch finally out. 63, big wicket for Gibraltar, 105 for 3, sorry. And Vukovitch is a bit disappointed, but good bowling from Mumford, very persistent, and finally gets the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, create a chance and take a chance. You can see just driving on the up there. It's just a little bit loose and only a little bit. I mean, she hits it okay as well, but yeah, fielder didn't really have to move there. Nikki Caruana holds on to the chance, and you never know when or if you're going to get another one. I should be disappointed because she looked on maybe for the 3 figures, but still, she's put Croatia in a brilliant position, given them a great platform. And she departs. It's 105 for 3, but a huge, huge moment in this game.
Absolutely. She's finally got an average now, Vinny. It's about 150.
I can tell you. Well, she got 85 yesterday. Yeah, and 63 today, so 148.
Not bad. Not bad. I'd take that.
Retire?
Yeah.
No, she's not going anywhere. Great catch, though, by Caruana. Like, I know it's a regulation catch. It's what you practice a lot, but you definitely also know how big a moment that is. Yeah. And so it's very easy to kind of, I'm going to use the word panic. It's definitely easy to I suppose, let the moment get the better of you. But hey, credit to Mumford. She creates that chance. And now we're going to get Ivana Zigante coming out. So 105 on the board. And I just think with Erin gone, it's a different ball game you're looking at now.
Well, look at the field. Everyone's up.
Trying to put some pressure on Ivana, batting for the first time in a T20 international. And well pushed, bit of indecision. In the end, she decides to scramble back. It was probably the right call. But Gibraltar, they feel just completely energised right now that they sense an opportunity. They might be able to crack through this middle order.
It's such a huge wicket. And, well, Sunjug's looking pretty good from the other end, but she has to get on strike now. She's got to be the dominant partner, I think. Good bowling.
Now, it's a confidence game, isn't it? And she hasn't looked like bowling a bad ball. She tries to break her ankle for some reason. But yeah, this is where also, okay, they haven't used a fifth bowler yet, which I think they will go to Pius at some stage. But you've still got 2 overs from Valverde available. You've still got an over from Lizzie Ferrari available. You've still got an over from Yanira Blag available. So, they're all wicket-taking bowlers.
Good bowling again.
Well, maybe 2 broken ankles. That'll be the end of the 12th over, and Croatia lose their skipper during it. It's 105 for 3.
Yeah, it's a big over for, I think, in the context of this game. Let's see. Well, lost the wicket 105. Let's see how many they get from here, Croatia. Still a pretty good score on the board, whatever they end up with. But have a look at this. Vukovitch on 63, but Senjuk on 8. Leko with 2, and the other 2 batters haven't scored yet. Of course, Zagante's just faced the 4 deliveries. We'll see how it goes. And of course, Gibraltar would have liked to have removed Vukovitch earlier, but that is the big wicket. So Blag will continue to bowling to Senjuk.
Yeah, Senjuk now becomes the senior partner, doesn't she? Blag, just 1 over left in her allotment. That's a good ball first up. She comes in a bit. She's been getting a bit more of this kind of in-swing today, a little bit of in-curve, and that's why sometimes she's lost the ball down the leg side. But yeah, very different seeming game now with Erin out of the picture. And like I say, Gibraltar still got, I think, fairly accurate bowling. This is where the extras, I think, come into it. You don't want to be giving runs for free now that you've kind of finally cracked that top 3. It took about 11 or 12 overs to do it.
Whoa.
That's a thick edge, and so Senjuk will get 1 run there. Zagante will face up to Blag for the first time. Nice bit of fielding there by Ying down at that deep third.
Good field positioning by Valverde as well. You can tell that Yanira Blag wants to bowl outside off stump, and you might get that odd edge. There's only a couple of 3 players. No, there are 4 players outside the circle, but everyone else is really tight in. There's a short cover and a short mid-wicket, good positions.
To give you an idea, and there's obviously just under 8 overs to go, when Erin got out, the expected score, I think, was something like 171, 172. And now it's come down to something in the low 150s. So essentially, you talk about like hitting a 6. It's almost like Caruana's caught at 20. That's what the computer's saying. And at 152 at the moment looks quite a long way off as well.
Remember the score 105 was the score that they where Vukovitch is out. There's still another 7 overs after this, 7 overs and a couple of balls.
So I want to say congratulations to the Cyprus women's team who have won their first ever international match.
Fantastic.
Having a fairly sizable win over Estonia on home soil. Over to the men now. I think that's just getting started. Zagante will get her first run. Nice little tuck around the corner. In the end, they're only able to manage a single. Blag probably hasn't bowled quite as well yesterday, but still not a bad job from her, considering who she had to bowl at for most of her spell, and she did get a couple past Vukovitch. Right now, she'd love to finish with a wicket, and the wicket of Senjuk, who's been there for quite a while. Yeah, there's that swing. She just hasn't quite been able to control it. Just have a look at how this one really curves in the air left to right, but halfway through it really starts to go. So I mean, obviously that's quite a weapon if you can start the ball in the right line.
I don't think she's being aided by the wind either. Maybe she's bowling into the wind slightly, which will affect the swing. This one's down leg again.
I think Chris goes for the old once bitten twice shy policy with those wides. The second time we've seen him maybe let one go. Maybe Yanira would like another chance to take a wicket, but she's going to have to finish none for 28, and it's 108 for 3 after 13. So yeah, that over in the end
just going for 3 runs.
It's a good contest, this. And yesterday, as we saw, Gibraltar, I thought were very consistent. The highlights were the bowling. There was only one slightly more expensive bowler. Well, I think we'll have to see a new bowler soon.
Well, it looks like they're going back to Valverde, but I've got to say this is interesting because this means they're going to have to use at least 6 bowlers. Because if you were to bowl Pius and want to give her 4, then she can bowl over 14, 16, 18 and 20. And this is over number 14. So, in fact, they're going to Nikki Caruana here. So, yeah, it's not a bad start for her. And, yeah, no, just curious how they manage their bowling here. That's what I'm saying. And yeah, Caruana is certainly one of the most improved players, something we mentioned yesterday as well. We didn't see her bowling yesterday. Ivana goes with her hit, hustles through. That's good running, you know. I think that Sendjuk was a bit slow to go, but you got to trust your partner. It was in front of Zigante, and Ivana said, yeah, come on, let's go for a run. Right now, Croatia, they are ahead in the game, but only just 51%. We've got a good contest here in match 3. Hit up in the air, catching opportunity, and taken. Despite the interference, Valverde takes the catch, and Caruana has her first wicket in the series. Sendjuk's innings comes to an end on 9, and Croatia now 109 for 4.
Yeah, really good bowling there, and a neat catch. You're right, there was a bit of interference. Let's have another look at this. So it's hit in the air. It's good bowling.
I think probably was reachable for Kova coming around. And then in the end, Pius kind of reads the room and just tries to shimmy out the way. Valverde does the rest. It was well bowled in the first place by Caruana, I thought, to be able to kind of get it in that position. Again, that's the kind of length where the drive has to be on the up, not quite getting to the pitch. So
well, she's only bowled 3 balls, Caruana, but everything's been online, and everything's been it's pretty much exactly where you want to put it for as we see there. That's nice to see.
Certainly having a good time over there.
She's been online. It's been a good start for a deserved wicket as well. Just if you put it in those areas, you're likely to get something out of it. So a good start from Caruana. Again, we saw her with a 50 yesterday, or almost a 50 yesterday. She had 49 after a slow start, and she's good in the field, and well, bowling's impressing already with that wicket.
Yeah, Caruana, it's been impressive so far. Kuchuksuku comes in at number 6. Chance for Seema to bat for the first time in an international.
Again, it's right on that in that good area. Good bowling from Caruana. Been a very, very tight over. 109 for 4.
Yeah, just what you need from your 5th bowler here. You mentioned yesterday Pius was given that role and maybe didn't quite get it right. Nikki does have 4 international wickets going into this game in 4 matches.
Surprised not to see a bowl yesterday, though. Again,
does her own fielding.
Very good. Right on line. Difficult for the Croatians to get it away.
She's pretty unlucky yesterday not to make a 50. Just kind of ran out of time. Was stuck on 49 on out in the end, but still set up a winning score for Gibraltar.
Gibraltar with the noses in front according to the supercomputer. Still think it's pretty 50-50.
The nose is getting bigger as well, ball by ball at the moment. This is kind of what we said earlier. As we get to the end of the 14th over, it's 109 for 4. That's why you don't want to kind of make too much of one player, but she is kind of so far ahead of where the rest of the unit is at the moment that if you always feel as a fielding team, if you can just kind of get that wicket, obviously they would have liked it a bit earlier, but you feel you can really then kind of assert your dominance throughout the rest of the innings.
Well, she had a really good backup from Lydia Karic yesterday, and well, she went for a duck, and Sendjuk looked good in parts. She had a nice boundary, but she's no longer there. So let's see what the rest of this batting lineup comes up with. But Vukovitch, we'll see her opening the bowling as well. She's the quickest bowler in this tournament by a long way. As we see the skipper bringing herself on, Amy Valverde. But good start from Caruana. Valverde, still a couple of overs left.
Yeah, so now we see Valverde bring herself back from this bottom end. It's Caruana having a really good series.
They just need to keep it tight. They don't really need wickets here to Gibraltar. They just need to bowl in the right areas and to stop the runs from Croatia. And they're finding it hard. 2 off 10 at the moment for Gigante.
Well, that's in the air. Barton can't quite get there in time, and almost a chance for a run out because Gigante took off. Unbeknownst that the ball was still in the immediate vicinity. I like the instinct was to actually take off, but it probably wasn't wise. But not quite able to get there in time.
Well, another dot ball, and it's pressure's mounting on these two Croatian batters. They need a boundary just to relieve things a little bit.
Nice looking pull shot. Riley eventually does the fielding, but they get a comfortable single.
Yeah, nice shot. And it'll bring the Kukuts. How did we... Kukusuku?
I'm going for Kuchuksuku.
Kuchuksuku. We'll have to check with her.
We'll try our best.
Yeah, we'll have to check with her.
Let's see if she can get a run, though. Come on. It's a bit like yesterday. There's a couple of times where you never like to see anyone on the 0 for too long.
No, absolutely not.
I know the feeling. You're on 0 a long time if you're out.
Only faced 3 deliveries. And that was going down leg, I think. Maybe a bit high too.
Yeah, I think just sliding for me. But Valverde. It's a bit of a mixed bag from her earlier. She's kind of a natural outswing bowler. Might have just got above the pads. Looks like she's gone for the keeping pads. It don't offer as much protection. But maybe size-wise, they're a bit of a better match.
Well, sometimes it's just to do with comfort until you get hit.
True.
Talking about Nikki Caruana, I remember she got hit yesterday by one of the Czech bowlers in the leg.
Yeah.
And she sort of got right on the thigh.
Yeah.
She walked past before wearing shorts, and there's a beautiful little round bruise right on her thigh.
But
so
I remember about that as well, that she just was like, all right, get on with it.
Yep.
That's what I like.
Yeah.
That's proper opening batters mentality. This one does actually move. I think it probably catches everyone by surprise, including Valverde, who, it's kind of had inconsistency with the movement she's been getting. But again, they all count. How many can Croatia sneak up to here? 137 predicted at the moment. They'd probably take that.
Oh, yeah, I would. It's a good score, to be honest, and especially, well,
Croatia. 32 balls left in the innings. It's predicting they'll get 35 more runs. It's good areas from Amy.
I mean, any run they can get at the moment, Croatia, with you can see, or Vukovitch, when she was out, it was 105. They scored 7 runs since, and I've got to say it's been pretty good bowling. They've avoided most of the wides have Gibraltar, which sort of plagued them at the start of the innings.
7 runs in 21 balls since that dismissal.
Oh, that's got to be gone, hasn't it?
It is. It's very similar to what we saw earlier. It's a ball which looks like it's angling down the leg, but it certainly straightens. The only question here was it maybe doing too much, but I don't think so. I think so. That's a fairly good decision by Chris Tabb. And once again, the fingers raised from this end.
It didn't pitch. It was hit on the full. That was hitting middle and off, I'd say.
Again, it's just kind of having the strategy here to at least offer the bat at it. You know you're not going to get a wide, so at least you give yourself a chance then. As Derek has had a slightly busier morning than yesterday. And unfortunately for Seema, she'll go. And it's 112 for 5. This will bring Morana Modric to the crease.
It was a good piece of bowling.
This one does swing, you see. And just look at it.
I don't think there's any doubt. Easy decision for Teb again.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not giving that out, then What are you giving out, I suppose, is the question. It's one of those ones as well, when the batter doesn't offer a shot, it's probably one of the few times that the umpire will actually probably give the benefit of the doubt to the bowler.
Yeah.
That was kind of the direction some time ago. It's kind of informally said, but anyway, it's the end of the 15th over. Valverde is the successful bowler there. We have ECS cricket coming on Monday. We'll come back to that in a second. As we'll have a wide start the over. Carolina coming back. But yeah, we have the Dominators. And you just mentioned we've done a bit of research on them. They've come out of the Prague Tigers, who we've seen a couple of times in the ECS recently. Bohemians on the park as well. Don't forget Brno as well, travelling for day one. Vinarati in their Prague CC. They'll be hoping to get their 20th win in ECS cricket in a row, which would equal the record of Alvizami of Sweden. Zigante with a nice pull shot here. And she's going to be able to come back for a pretty comfortable 2. Nice shot.
Very nice shot. She moves on to 5. Modric hasn't faced one yet. But it was a good over from Nikki Caruana. Yeah, the first one very tight. Picked up a wicket as well.
Wayne was hoping that Corey was here today to try and pronounce Kuchuk-Suku. I think my favourite Corey pronunciation is Hudinge from Sweden, who were the ECL team. And he just called them Hudding. Not quite the subtleties of the Swedish vowels. Not that I would say I'm an expert by any means.
I normally have trouble with Sri Lankan names.
Yeah.
Rico, I know, mispronounces certain players. It has over years with
certain players found it easier
Sabah.
just to change the pronunciation of their name
Well,
fit what Rico says.
Well, it's Sabawan Davatsi.
Hey,
for him,
Davatsi, yeah.
even though he's probably commentated about 50 games of well, I don't know about 50, but he's
When Rico's got a sense of when he does it, it becomes kind of iconic in its own way. I like it. But yeah.
Do I correct him if he's? I mean, I have to correct him because it's Davisi. It's Davisi. It's not that hard.
We're probably all pronouncing it wrong.
Probably.
Not saying Rico's right.
I'll ask Saba later.
Because most of those names end in Z-A-I. And
Yeah.
his ends in Z-I. It's the only one. So I wait to say Davizzi, which sounds a bit like quite Italian.
Yeah.
Like a double Z-I.
Yeah.
I'd wonder if it was just misspelt on his initial documents.
I'll ask him. I know Saba pretty well. I'll ask him, how do you pronounce your last name? He's going to say Davizzi. Or Davisi.
He might say it exactly like Rico's been saying.
That'd be funny.
Right. It's certainly a challenge when you've got 7,000 or 8,000 cricketers I think we've had now on ECN.
I don't know how you remember so many cricketers. I'm looking down at the sheet all the time trying to remember Aaron Vukovitch. Oh, good bowling.
Yeah, Caruana got hit earlier in the over, but she's been pretty good since. That'll be the end of the 16th now. 1 for 5 off 2 overs for her. It's 116 for 5. She's really settled into that fifth bowler role really quite well this morning, hasn't she?
Absolutely. Right on line. Really good bowling. Exactly what you need at this stage. So look at the, Lizzie Ferrari went for 22 off her first over and then only 5 off her next 2. So she brought that back really well. Mumford with a wicket, Valverde with a wicket. Mumford with a huge wicket, actually. It was a good spell, but it's pretty tidy at the moment. Still 36 extras. I think the coach will have a bit of a chat to them about that early on in the innings. It's tightened up a little bit.
Yeah, well, now's the time where you don't want to take the pressure off by bowling wides, especially now. Earlier, obviously, a few more runs off the bat. And Zigante keeps this one out. Valverde bowling out, over number 17. Dave is going with, and I agree with this is probably the correct pronunciation, is Kuchuk-Suchu.
Okay, cool. I'll make a note.
We could just call it Seema.
Yeah, Seema's fine. Or is it Sema?
Let's not go there. And well bowled. Outswing it from Valverde. Whistles past the bat of Zigante. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, even if you pulled up stumps now and said, all right, 116, still a pretty healthy score.
It is.
People ask me what I think's a par score in this, and I tended to... It's funny, I actually kind of ended up around 90, but it really depends if you can get that one or two big individual contributions. Short and beautifully pulled away by Zigante, and that'll run down the hill for 4. Nice shot by Ivana. Her first boundary
Yeah, it's a very nice shot, and he's playing a good role now, Zigante. 10 off 18.
Just a rare loose delivery, isn't it, from Valverde? Drag the length down there. Nice bit of timing. With those, you don't have to hit them too hard. You can use the pace of the bowler. Gets a good ovation from her teammates, rightly so.
120 now for 5. It's a
120
good
barrier.
total. Very good total.
Now knocked away and gets away from the infield. It'll just be a single. Black does the fielding. And Modric, let's see if she can get off the mark. I've got to mention as well, the vast level of different levels of experience. A lot of the Croatian team had only been playing cricket weeks or even months. I remember when I first saw them last year. Modric, well, gets a bit of a surprise when she gets called through for the run, but she will get off the mark there. It's funny because the less you score, the less you expect to score sometimes in these situations. And so I think that was a good call by Zigante to just say, come on, let's go. We still got 5 wickets in hand, just over 3 overs to go. So they can take a few more risks with the running between the wickets here, try and scramble every possible run, squeeze every possible run.
I think that's what she's done well. She's called early and run hard from the start of her innings as Zigante when there's been something on.
Yeah.
So she's a good Rajava. Good Rajavajan.
Rajavajan. Couldn't have said it better myself. It's the end of 17 overs. It's 122 for 5. It's actually something Gibraltar did very well in their innings yesterday. The urgency with the running, the ability to kind of eliminate that hesitation. And I suppose the difference between Gibraltar and Croatia batting-wise, Gibraltar have probably a number of players. Maybe no one quite of the quality of Vukovitch, but they have a number of players who can, I suppose, carry that burden of responsibility.
Well, that's what's going to change when you get a new team. Like, for instance, Ostrava's coming in, right? Or Croatia is just playing their first game, or first games. Is the depth. That's what's going to change, because the better players are going to stay in, and then there are new players that will come into that lineup due to age or eligibility. I know that the Czechs have a couple of young players who can't play this weekend because they're too young to play, but they've played for the Czech team in the 10 over games. So all those players will come in eventually, and the depth of the squads will increase. So Croatia, this is the first tournament, remember. They've got a gun in Vukovitch that you can build a team around, but that's it. You can build a team around a very, very good 18-year-old player.
Certainly, it's a blessing for them. Now, again, they make a late decision to go. Chance for a run out, would have been gone by some distance had it hit. Even if Carolina could have made her way back to the stumps, just slow to realise that there was a run on there, Croatia, if it got past the bowler. Yeah, no, it's a good point you make. I suppose when you are relying less on one person, it reduces the sense of pressure on that person. Or if you're relying on people, the more people you have, it reduces that, or shares the burden, if you like. So that's why I think, for example, the running between the wickets for Gibraltar, they can afford to be quite aggressive, because let's say they lose one in their top 4 to run out, they can kind of shrug it off. But if Vukovitch was to get lost to a run out, that's huge. So it gives Gibraltar, I think, a little bit of an advantage in being able to take the game on.
Agreed. And that was the highlight yesterday, was the running between the wickets, I think, with Gibraltar. But we'll be facing Aaron Vukovitch for a couple. Dropped it. Unlucky. Good effort. Almost had it. And just not be able to hold on. Let's have a look at this. It was hit pretty firmly back to the bowler. She was looking for it. Got into a lap, and then just popped out. Good bowling though, another dot ball. Should be called a wide. Well, she chased it. No wide called by the umpire. And that's the end of another very good over from Caruana. 123 for 5. Good score from Croatia. Couple of overs left. Expected score 135. Probably about right, maybe 130. But either way, it's a good target to bowl to.
Yeah, so remember, it was up in the 170s, so we kind of, that catch of Caruana, in my view, it saved 40 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they've hit 18.
It's a huge moment in
There's
the game.
been 18 runs scored since Vukovitch was dismissed. And that was in, I think, the 11th or 12th? 11th over. I know that you'll come up with the figures because you've got...
yeah, it was the 12th over.
12th over.
Where she was dismissed. When she was caught by Caruana bowling Helen Mumford.
Mm-hmm. So it'll be Ferrari to come back for her final over. Bowling to Modric.
Yeah, pretty handy to be able to bring her back as well. She's going to start with a wicket. Once again, Caruana in that short cover position. Modric able to score 2, but she'll have to go in the 19th. Ferrari break through with a second wicket now, and Croatia 123 for 6.
Yeah, nicely bowled and got a good piece of it. The batter. Let's have a look. And just straight at Caruana, who makes no mistake. She's a good cricketer, Caruana. Hit that 49 yesterday and anchored the innings for Gibraltar against the Czechs, and has looked very tidy with the ball and has taken a couple of nice catches. So again, a really good cricketer. Here's Nicole Caruana. So new batter comes out. It's Romani. It's well, we've seen what Croatia have got. Zigante's still there. She's batting pretty well. 11 off 23. And Valentina Romani will be facing her first ball of international cricket. She'll be facing Lizzie Ferrari, who's now got 2 for 27. Remember, she had 22 hit off her first over, 5 off the next 2 and a bit, and a wicket. 2 wickets, I should say.
Yeah, Romani gets an opportunity. Yeah, this is where, you know, it's tough because, you know, everyone wants to bat a bit longer, especially if you've been waiting so long. But I think this is the kind of time where you got 4 wickets in hand. You know, if you're hitting the ball, most of the time you should be running. Maybe unless it's straight to a fielder.
Difficult though, because the field's really in, especially if you look at there's a short cover and a short mid-wicket.
Make the play, but it's also on Zigante as well to be getting a little bit of a lead there. And see, for example, that's one that, okay, it doesn't beat the field, but it would be pretty tough to create a run out for there if you run straight away. But it's just kind of that understanding of what's...
Well, it's to do with experience as well. I mean, Zigante is a good judge of a run. Romani, though, has just gone back to a batting stance ever since. Like she hits the ball and it doesn't really look for that run. That's another good ball. Good over this.
The reason is because if you... I'd be trying to run when he hit the balls. There's probably going to be a couple of balls you're not going to hit. It's going to be tough to score then.
I think, again, it's got to do with experience. Remember, it is only their second ever international game. These goals from Croatia. And there's a big difference in the experience in a lot of these players. It's a bit short.
Dragged out. She got away with it, though. I mean, Ferrari's been incredible. Don't forget, her first over went for 22.
Yep.
And since then, she's taken 2 for 5 off essentially her next 3 overs.
Yeah, it's been really good. And they've brought it back very well, have Gibraltar. They're very competitive in this game. I think they're probably all round the most solid side in this tournament. Still a long way to go, though. Oh, they're taking a run. I think it's going to be out.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, no.
This is what I just said. You never know your luck in the big city. I mean, you don't know if you don't try. Romani gets off the mark. Well, let's try and estimate the distance that Lizzie Ferrari's misses. Well, she's certainly seeing the lighter side of it. Didn't even need to throw it. Just got stuck in the hand.
Oh.
Lizzie's had the classic good, the bad, and the ugly, hasn't she, over the course of this first?
Well, that single was the last ball of the over, so it's brought Romani back on strike. I think Zigante would like the strike, so they'll probably look for a similar run next delivery. If Romani can get a piece of it, it'll be Nikki Caruana to continue. 1 for 6 off her 3. So it's been difficult to score off her.
All right.
Just down leg side. Actually, there's no one, anything too straight. Might come off the pad, get a bit of bat on it, and down leg side might be a chance for a leg by or a run. That one, again, outside off stump though. She's been so consistent with that line, has Caruana. Good length too. Very impressed with her as a cricketer.
Yeah, interesting. They didn't go to Pius at all today. So yeah, even that 130 is looking a long way off now.
That's
Nice.
nice.
I like that though. I mean, yeah, you're not going to get bowled out now. Well, you're not going to get bowled out before the 20 overs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just to have that kind of team approach. I mean, you never know. This looks like it could be a close game, and so even be able to scramble 2 or 3 more runs could make all the difference.
That was a good run, that one. A nice shot by Gigante on the leg side.
Ferrari's got a good arm. She's probably one I wouldn't take on. Well, now, I mean, maybe I would. She overshot the mark there, almost maybe overcompensating for missing from like 3 centimetres.
So, Gigante was a good 2 runs. And this one's slightly down leg. Just hit back to the bowler, no run. Again, good bowling by Caruana. Gigante, she's batted well, 12 of 24. Romani is facing though. Only a couple of balls left. They should probably run for anything. And this is back to the bowler. Wouldn't run on that though.
The one place you can't get a run.
Yeah.
Hitting it straight back to the bowler.
So Romani.
All right, 126. So yeah. So now I'm putting down that catch is worth about 45 runs. I think it was 171. Went back and checked. So it's nice to kind of quantify a moment like that,
sure.
Which you don't normally get the opportunity to do that. But now we've got the supercomputer grinding its gears.
This wind's picked up, didn't he?
It has. And here's the last ball. And well, you might as well run to the last ball. Can they get the run out? They won't.
No.
Will they go again? Well, not even looking for it. Probably wouldn't have got it anyway. So scrambling through. The final score is going to be 1-2-7 for Croatia. Batting out the 20 overs. But it's a case of 2 eras, wasn't it? We had the first kind of phase of the game. Vukovitch came out. We'll see that in a moment. But the first 11.2 overs, 105 for 3. But then off the last 8.4 overs, so 52 balls, they were only able to score another 22 runs. So it just shows you how different it was, how important it was. But let's go back. And all time to break out the popcorn, because these 5 boundaries in the first over were pure from Vukovitch against Ferrari, who's a very good opening bowler.
Yeah, look, excellent from Vukovitch. And we thought, well, we saw her yesterday and she was fantastic. But this first over, just very, very good cricket shots. All parts of the ground, 5 boundaries, as you mentioned, Vinny, and that was just great batting, I should say. And that was the pull shot up to the cow corner. And Vukovitch, well, difficult to stop. That one was a chance for a run out. But, in fact, that was the run out at the other end. That was Lecco that had to go. They almost failed to run her out. There was the keeper here, the little fumble.
Race. But you know, we talked a lot about the Vukovitch factor, but also how important were those 2 wickets, because then to kind of get Lydia freezing up there, that neutralised another threat.
Absolutely.
And essentially that did put even more on the price of Vukovitch. But Erin, she played some really nice shots. I think Gibraltar, for the most part, they were decent in the field. I suppose they took a couple of catches when it mattered. We leaked a few around as well. Same with the bowling, kind of consistently inconsistent, really. As a couple got away blag, I think occasionally just straying onto leg a little bit too much. But Vukovitch, 63 off 44 balls, including 9 boundaries. Just was very good off balls that were going to hit the stumps. It'd be a huge moment in the 12th over. The chance was offered, and Nikki Caruana was able to hold on to it. Mumford with the big wicket, and from there, really Gibraltar owned the rest of that innings. Croatia did what they could to scramble another 20 or so runs. It's a real kind of middle of the road target. That was another good catch, wasn't it, by the captain? And then we had the second kind of outswinger, deer in the headlights kind of moment. That time's Valverde breaking through. It's Gibraltar. They've got a chase on their hands. I know I say 66%, but I'm just thinking again the Vukovitch factor with the ball.
Yep.
Having a crack at the openers. I think the running's going to be really important. I just have a feeling this will be the closest game that we've seen so far in the series.
Yeah, absolutely right, Vinny. Look, it was a great batting from Vukovitch, and then the other thing of note is that really there were very few wides bowled after Vukovitch was dismissed. I think the pressure was more on the batters of Croatia than the bowling, as we see that miss, which I don't think she'll forget that one for a while.
Lizzie, I love the way she approaches the game as well. I mean, she can see the funny side of that straight away, and like, it's not going to cost them a lot. But in the end, the Croatia side managed to score 127 for 6 off the 20 overs. And pretty much half those runs off the bat of Vukovitch with 63 off 44, including 9 boundaries, including 5 in the very first over of the day. Zagante ends up as the second top scorer at 12 off 24 for her, 9 for Pavla, who was involved in a pretty long-term partnership with Vukovitch through the middle of the innings, as they end up managing to drag themselves over a runner ball in the end. 2 for 28 Ferrari. Now, for me, she's the best of the bowlers, maybe except for Caruana when you look at those numbers, 1 for 9. But I also think that you've got to understand that Caruana had a different kind of batters to bowl at. But I think, team effort in the end for the Gibraltar bowlers. But now it's up to their batting to see if they can pick up their second win of the series.
Yeah, well, they'll have to contend with Aaron Vukovitch at the start of the innings, who's bowls pretty quick. And we'll see if the Gibraltarians can get the 128 they need to win this game.
Yeah, it should be a really good second half. We'll take a break back in about 10 minutes with the chase. Can Gibraltar get that second win of the series? Or will it be the Croatians to go 2 for 2 in their entry to international women's cricket? It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a quick break. Back soon with more CE Cup T20IW. Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company here on a Saturday morning in the beautiful city of Prague. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you as we get ready for the second half of this match between Croatia and Gibraltar in the CE Cup. The first half saw Croatia score 127 in their batting innings, so that means Gibraltar need 128 to win. I've got to say that the captain was super important for Croatia as expected. Aaron Vukovitch scored 63 of the 127 runs, and she scored 9 boundaries in there, and I expect her to open the bowling here. For Gibraltar, well, they played pretty well yesterday, and I think they probably have a bit more of an even split of quality in their top 4. So it will be very interesting to see how this pans out. Danny Hudacek joins me once again as we get ready for the start of the second innings. Valverde, the captain, out there with Nikki Caruana, who scored 49 not out for Gibraltar yesterday. This is shaping up to be a really good game.
Yeah, it is a good game already. And it'll be Aaron Vukovitch, who will be bowling from this bottom end. She saw him bowling from the Zamek end yesterday. Probably helped with the breeze slightly that's turned around. And it'll be a good contest between her and Caruana. Vukovitch, the fastest bowler in this tournament, was wicketless yesterday against the Czechs, who kept her out pretty well. But Caruana yesterday also hit a 49. Has had a good day so far with the ball and also taken a couple of very important catches. Here comes Vukovitch with the first ball. And down leg side, it's got past the keeper. Should just be a bye, I think. It was pretty close to the pads, and in fact, it's a leg bye. So Gibraltar get their innings underway. The leg bye just slightly down leg side from Vukovitch, but she's got a fabulous bowling action. Charges to the crease. And she's only 18 years old. It'll be great to see how she improves over the next few years. Quality cricketer at the moment, though. And this one's outside off. Called it wide. So it's just feeling away into this bowling from this end, I think, Vukovitch. So she went wicketless yesterday, but she bowled very, very well. With none for 16. Comes in again. This one's right on line. Well kept out. Actually, they'll get a run. Squeezed out to point. That's a highlight, I think, of the this Gibraltar team, is the running between the wicket. Valverde was there, the captain with Caruana. Valverde now facing up again. Comes Vukovitch again, just left outside off stump. They know that Vukovitch will only have 4 overs. If there's a loose ball, I think they'll have a go at it, but otherwise they'll try to see her these 4 overs off. Yesterday she bowled 3 overs straight, did Vukovitch. Kept one up her sleeve as the captain. It's a nice shot into the gully, and again, very well run from the Gibraltarians. Good communication, and it's a highlight of their game. I reckon I'd estimate they'd score at least another 30 or 35 runs just from their running between the wickets. These quick singles, running on the arm, there's a certain risk about it, but the fact that they go straight away is, makes it difficult for a fielding team. It's a 6 over power play in these 20 over games. There's 2 players out, one at deep square leg and another pretty fine on the offside behind the keeper, and again that one evades the keeper, and they'll scamper through for another single. In fact, I think it's called a bye. It is called a bye. Chris Tebb here at the standing umpire at this end. So Vukovitch, again, I said, very quick bowler. Been kept out well by these two, though. Comes in. And a big swing and a miss there. Probably not the right shot to play. Saw something about that. And launch it towards the boundary. 6 so far off this over. It's been a good start for Gibraltar. 1 ball left of the first. Again, good pace by Vukovitch as he charges in again. And, oh, gone. Played on. There's a breakthrough. Just poked the bat out. It got an inside edge, and that's the end of Valverde. So the skipper gets the skipper. And a good start for Croatia now. And let's have another look at this. So she dangled the bat out. It was outside off stump and tried to cut it away and dragged it back onto the stumps. So breakthrough early for Croatia. Bring a new batter in. Be Chrissy McNally. And good start from Vukovitch. Her first wicket of the tournament. It was a little unlucky probably yesterday, but bowls with very good pace, good rhythm as well. So the new bowler come from the Zamek end. Call it the Zamek end because in the background you may be able to see in the distance there's a well, sort of a castle, mansion house. There's a complex there. And it'll be Helen Lecco to open the bowling from that end. And she'll be bowling to Nikki Caruana. And up on 49 yesterday. A bit slow early in her innings, but batted beautifully. As this hit to cover again, straight to the fielder, but good communication between these two.
Yeah, Lecco gets the opening bowling spot again. So it's quite funny. They've got the same opening batters and opening bowlers in both games so far, Croatia. I think you mentioned in the chat there was had a special guest.
Yeah.
During the halftime break. It was actually the Croatian ambassador to Czechia, Liliana Pancharov, that came in, and I think the girls really enjoyed the opportunity to kind of mix with her, try and teach her a little bit about cricket. And yeah, she was just saying to me as well in the halftime break how thrilled she was to see the Croatian squares, the checkerboard design out here in Prague, where she's serving as the ambassador. McNally hits this one pretty well, gets through for a single.
I heard a bit of cheering from the girls before, so I'm sure that she said something inspiring to them, and it'll definitely...
Never heard so much cheering at half-time. Obviously, they're only halfway through this game, which I think is a pretty even game. Obviously, especially with that wicket with Valverde going. Mako kind of loses the arm slot here and drags outside the off stump.
I think the great evener, I mean, Vukovitch is by far, well, she's a very good cricketer all up. But I think there's more bowling depth in the with the Gibraltarians, and that's the thing with the Croatians. They'll catch up eventually as they come back for a second. Well run.
It's a good run. If you just watch the running here, there's a fumble, and Caruana has the philosophy of, okay, let's run the first one hard, and if there's a fumble, I'm coming for the second. McNally probably spent a bit too much time ball watching here, and then took a bit of convincing. But, I mean, it's still a long throw from out there. Okay, if it was online, maybe it was a chance. That's good proactive running from Caruana. It was a feature of her innings yesterday as well, because it means she can get back on strike, and she's going to test the outfielder here as well. Very good piece of fielding out there. That's Lydia Kvaric. Once again, very quick to make up her mind she wants to. So, despite the loss of the captain, Gibraltar, I think they've got the right approach early on here.
Absolutely. Look, I've been very impressed with Nikki Caruana. Well, she took those 2 good catches, including the one of Vukovitch. But her batting yesterday took a bit of time to get into it. Now she's really looking for runs. And her bowling was right on line as well. So very good cricketer is Nikki Caruana. This one's down leg, tucked around the corner. They'll, a bit of a mix-up. Should be safe, though.
This is an example probably where Caruana, I think she realises now it's not her call. It's behind the wicket. So you see she's doing the right things here, McNally at the non-strikers. She's backing up, and really, Nikki could have had a run there if she'd taken off.
Absolutely.
Just the principles, ball behind the striker. You let the non-striker make the call because they're going to the danger end and they have a better idea of where the ball is normally. But anyway, no harm done. Yeah, rate required about 6.5 and over. We'll keep an eye on that throughout this initial phase.
I think it's just a bit more depth all around for Gibraltar, but, you know...
The X factor of Vukovitch and her 4 overs is huge.
Exactly right.
She could rip the heart out of the order.
Exactly right. It's a pretty 50-50 contest for me. But the longer Caruana can stay there, but they do have good batting. Rosie Riley is a good bat. Lizzie Ferrari as well.
Sure. So end of the second over. It's 17 for 1. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. I saw that Mahmood White's in there from Bangladesh. And how do you think Bangladesh going in the World Cup? Mahmood, good to see you. I know they had a good win over the Netherlands. Of course, I was covering the Netherlands just a couple of weeks ago. 2-2. So whoever's winning this game will go to the top of the ladder. This afternoon we'll get to see Croatia, Czechia, lock horns again after they played in match 2 yesterday. Hello to Noel Legea as well, who's cheering on the Gibraltar girls.
Yeah, look, it's been a good tournament so far. This is probably going to be the closest match of this tournament. This afternoon's game is going to be interesting as well. We're going to see Croatia back up. I saw the Czechs yesterday playing those 2 games. They looked a little bit stiff going into that game. Croatia will be in much the same situation, I think, with spending a lot of time on the ground playing a 3-hour game before.
Day. Speaking of the Czechs, they felt they made a tactical error lunching instead of or maybe bowling first after that lunch break.
Oh,
sensational delivery as Caruana is going to have to go. And it's a little bit of, this time it's personal from Vukovitch, who was caught by Caruana in the first innings. But this is a rip snorter. I think it angles in, hits the seam, nips away and takes the off bail. Gibraltar lose the second, 17 for 2. Watch this delivery.
Yeah, what a player she is. Oh, that's a fantastic ball.
Actually nips in. I thought initially it might have nipped away, but it kind of nips in between bat and pad. Maybe do a little bit of pad on the way through, but yeah, Vukovitch, such a key. Nikki did all she could to keep it out, but I don't think there's too many players this weekend that would be keeping that one out. She'll have to go for 7, and it's 17 for 2.
We saw yesterday that Vukovitch went wicketless, and the Czechs got up to about 120. Now, she's taken 2 wickets already, and well, she's only part way through her second over. Vukovitch on song with the ball, and let's see how much more damage she can do to this Gibraltarian batting lineup. Such a good player. You're right. What's the women's internationals? The coming up later that.
Are they Melton Shield?
Yeah. I think she's a good shot for that. I'd love to see her in that. 2 for 4 at the moment.
Very rhythmic approach. Yes, Ferrari, the new batter, just not able to get a bat on this one. But that's the thing, she only can get 4 overs. That's it. So, I mean, she's definitely one bowler. When you look at the makeup of this team, that you're happy to take what you get off her. You're chasing 120 here, not like a 170, 180. So you can afford to essentially play a bowler out, I think. 50-50 game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
Nice shot, though, from Ferrari, who gets off the mark with a bit of a square drive.
Yeah, as I said, they really need to keep her out. She's bowling beautifully. 2 for 5 at the moment is Vukovitch. They need to keep her out. The Czechs did that well yesterday, but well, she picked up those 2 wickets. That last one was an absolute beauty of Caruana, who's been in good form. So McNally, Ferrari, both just 1 each. 18 for 2 the score. Another good ball, dabbed away through the gully region. That's going towards the boundary. Good chase, but won't be able to catch it.
Great shot by McNally. Just kind of let it come onto the bat. Used the pace of Vukovitch. I think you got to look at where the boundary riders are. They've got deep square leg. I've got to say, she hasn't bowled too many down the leg side. This is probably a better location. They've probably got a backstop at the moment as well, but they take nothing away from the batter there, McNally. Bonus runs if you can get him off Vukovitch, he's got 2 for 9 now. It's 22 for 2 in the third.
Well, it's one thing that we saw yesterday with Vranova, that there were a couple that went through that that area of just using the pace of the ball. One an edge, but one glided like that, and that's too easy. And they've got to plug that gap, because with the pace of the ball, it's got to say it's great batting from McNally. Just using the pace of the ball, just guiding it down into that area, and they've have to plug that gap.
It's also the difference between having a bit of width to work with and not. If you think about the one that got Caruana, that came through and took the stumps, but yeah, just knowing that she doesn't have to hit the ball too hard just kind of knocks it on the head.
And they've moved that player around now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they haven't. She's going.
Yes, she's basically a very, very fine third. So they've put another infielder in there. Anyway, last ball of the over coming up.
Oh, good ball.
Yeah, much better one, but also well negotiated by McNally, who strikes back a couple of times in that third over. Gibraltar 26 for 2 in this topsy-turvy contest in match 3.
Yeah, that was pretty even over there. A couple of fours, but another wicket. One of Caruana. That was a beautiful delivery from first up from Vukovitch. As we see the scorecard here, a couple of wickets down already, but McNally with those 2 fours off the over. 26 for 2 off 3. Yeah, as I said, Vinny, very even contest between 2 good sides. And it'll be Lecco to continue from the Zamek end. 128 the target.
Yes, at the moment, going at almost 9 and over. So yeah, at this stage, about 20 would be kind of on the required rate. There are a few ahead of that. I think next to McNally in that last over. Lecco runs a little bit short, and quick no call that time. Ferrari, again, pretty impressive all round, as captain of the side before as well. Mentioned she's played a lot of men's cricket in Gibraltar in the system. It kind of affords a few opportunities for the female players that are, I suppose, up to that level. Bangs this, but straight to the fielder, and it's well handled by Zigante. Yeah, Lecco is kind of, she's slow but reliable, isn't she, with the ball? And she's not trying to bowl fast, she's just trying to put it in challenging areas. Oh, that was an incredible piece of fielding. Was that on the full? I think it might have been.
No, I think it was a catch.
Yeah, it would have been a sensational classic catch if this had been held. It was absolutely belted. Vukovitch, well, she saves 3 runs, I'll tell you that much. Can't quite hold on to it. That one won't be a wide, even though it just misses leg, but it was certainly close enough to be legal.
It's a good contest here. Helen
And
Lecco,
if Vukovitch had held that,
oh,
just give her the player of the series. Tell her to get on the plane. Anyway, that's going to be through the leg side. Probably chance for 2 here. They'll get it fairly comfortably. Nice shot by McNally, who's been quite constructive in this power play.
Vukovitch is averaging 148 in her international career in this tournament.
Yeah.
So, player of the series possibly in the bag already. She's just taken 2 wickets.
Never know.
Never know.
Cricket's funny that way. Who's to say, we're not even halfway through yet. Still 3 matches after this, so you might have another player step up and
yeah, for sure,
and do something similar. We haven't had 100 so far. I mean, time will tell. But I would say she's got a huge lead at the moment. It's the end of the 4th over. Lecco has gone for 15 in her 2 so far, and it's 30 for 2 after 4. Now, I wonder here, I think Vukovitch is tossing up whether to have a 3rd over or not. I think it's a pretty interesting decision. I feel the threat of her being able to come back plays into the batter's minds a little bit.
She is changing it. That's a good move, I think.
Yeah, I don't think it's essential, especially because McNally kind of had her measure last over. That I think, imagine if you could kind of be able to bring Vukovitch back to the kind of middle to lower order, where she's going to be pretty much unhittable.
Well, the problem is they've got to get to that middle order,
true.
And then so they need to get wickets, because I don't think if they don't get wickets, I think Gibraltar are going to be they'll get this target, I think, with the batting they have and the depth they have. So they do need wickets.
Vukovitch just gets the ball to angle in slightly.
Good
And
start.
She's a fun bowler to watch as well. She's worked really hard on accuracy, and I think it shows.
Yeah, and often usually it's when you put it in the right areas like that, and you get the results. Good fielding.
Yeah, it was good fielding. I mean, if it stuck to Priyanka Reddy, maybe it was a chance for a run out. But yeah, good confident call there, I think, from Ferrari. Knew she hit it well. Gibraltar have run well for the most part in this series so far.
Yeah, as I said, it's been a bit of a highlight for Gibraltar. They're running between the wickets. Good early calls. As Courage continues. This one's down leg side, tucked away. It gets past the fielder. It's going to be difficult to stop, but really good effort there in the outfield. They ended up just with a single. Great effort. If it went past her, that would have been 4. The fastest part of the ground. Just a little bit downhill. So the Czech girls have arrived for their match this afternoon. They'll be playing Croatia. That should be a good contest as well. There's Vukovitch halfway through their innings. Sorry, through her over. And it's got through the fielder. It's going to go towards the boundary. Should be cut off. They'll come back for 2. Could have been a 3rd on, but good arm there. They realised it was Vukovitch who did the fielding. She's fielding outside the circle. Only 2 allowed. One is deep backward square leg, and Vukovitch out at cow corner. If anything, to just drop slightly short and is pulled away. Good bowling. Really good bowling by Vukovitch. So 33 for 2. 1 ball left in the 5th. Still 1 ball left of the power play. And gets through the keeper. I'll take a nicely run by. As Chris Tabb, the umpire, puts his arm up. End of the over. Good one from Vukovitch. Just 3 off the over plus the bye. As we see here, we'll see Czechia in the Challenger division of the European Cricket Championship for women. 2 divisions. It's going to be tough though. Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia. And in the Premier Division, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Italy. Going to be a fantastic tournament coming up. It's probably the last tournament of the year, going up to almost Christmas. That should be fantastic at the Cut 'em Over in Malaga in Spain. First ever ECC for women.
Yeah, the last ECCW we had was amazing as well, which was the first one. As well, this is in the air. It's catching opportunity. It's held. So McNally's going to go, and Leko, well, she's consistent. She's a bit like a Swiss watch, Croatian style. And that's a nice catch behind the stumps. That's silly Sebastian. That will hold on to it. And so, yeah, I mean, this looks like a pull shot. It's gone slightly wrong, maybe a bit of extra bounce she wasn't expecting. I mean, if she didn't catch her, she's probably going to be run out because she'd taken off on the hit. And well done to Leko. Well done to silly Sebastian behind the stumps as well. And that will be the 3rd wicket down. The score now is 32 for 3. Well, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And Danny's stepping out for a second because I've just spotted someone I thought it might be nice to have a chat with. And it's none other than the Czech skipper. Today's a Koltunova. Well, Terka, how are you today?
I'm very tired after yesterday's match, but yeah, I'm very glad that we can play and we would like to enjoy the game and hopefully we won today.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised you're tired because you had a lot to do yesterday. Obviously, you've got a bigger responsibility now. Now, you're about to have a birthday, right? You're about to have your 17th birthday.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you're the youngest captain in international cricket and
Yes.
potentially any sport, I think, in the world.
Yeah.
How does that feel at such a young age?
Well, I'm really glad to be the youngest captain, and I hope I do good. And yeah, I hope I'm good.
I'm
Captain.
obviously been following you for a little while. You and of course the team since we first had you on the network. This one is kept out by Ferrari. Letco bowling pretty tightly at the moment. I've got to say that your team has improved a lot in the last couple of years. I know there's probably a few people in the team that because of the age aren't able to kind of get on the park yet.
Yeah.
The minimum of 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I've got a question. Firstly, because I see so many native Czech girls in the team. How did you get into cricket in the first place? Because it's not a usual thing here.
Yeah, my neighbor, Michael Landesborough, he showed me cricket when I was like 8 or 9, and then I really liked it. So he made a team, like Rostocky Lions, and then he introduced me to Chris Pierce, and yeah, we played a lot, and it was very nice, and yeah, and now I'm playing in national team.
Yeah, and not just playing, you're captaining the national team, 35 for 3 after 6 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Terka Koltsinema, and yeah, not just you, but your sister plays as well, Shaka.
Yeah, she plays.
I've got to ask you, what's it like being in the same team as your little sister?
Well, it's very nice. I think like I can see her improve, and it's just very nice to see her play also, and yeah.
Yeah, well, obviously it's great to see kind of the development in the team. But you mentioned Chris Pierce and the work that he's doing with the academy. So tell us a little bit about what's happening with the academy.
Well, we play some T20s with the Prague teams, and we won some of the games, and yeah, I think we did very good, and boys are also very improving, and yeah, I think we do.
Yeah, and there was a few comments yesterday, and just making the comments that you're kind of the trailblazers, and what I mean is you're the ones having to take that leap of faith, but you are going to be the role models to the players that are coming through over the next couple of years. But it must also be, is it a little bit scary, I suppose?
It is, yeah.
I can't imagine too many other sports where, you're still a young player, you're still learning, and that's obviously you've learned very fast. But I've got a question about obviously when we're here with the cameras and the TV. How do you feel about that whole experience?
Yeah, well, I was kind of nervous for the first time playing in front of cameras and stuff, but I think I'm kind of getting used to it, and yeah, I think it's getting better and better, and I get a lot of new experience from this, so
yeah,
I'm learning.
That's one thing. The first time, or maybe the first couple of times, it can play with your head a little bit. But then once you get out there, it's just another game, isn't it? Doesn't matter whether the cameras are on or not. You kind of, you're a real, you're a real gamer. You get out there and you're quite competitive, and obviously you've got your thinking cap on. So being selected as captain, how are you enjoying that? Do you find the strategy of who to bowl when, where to put the fielders, is that quite challenging as well?
It's kind of hard to put everyone on their place because, I'm really trying to be a good captain and think of every other things that I have to. But I think, being a captain is kind of hard. You have to know the game and have in the head the strategy, and
Well, I've just got a couple more questions. I've also asked some of our viewers if they'd like to ask you any questions while you're here. This is nicely punched away off the back foot by Pius, and a bit of foot fielding there. I've got to admit, Chris just given me instructions to get you fielding with your hands today, by the way. He's been messaging me. I get on really well with Chris. He's a very good coach. I've been around Europe. There's not too many better than him. Because he's not just, just play for fun. Obviously, you want to play to have fun. But the technical stuff he's doing is very, very, very good. As Vukovitch gets kept out here. But I've got a question because we just showed you the ECCW which is the Euros of women's cricket. Czechia will be playing for the first time to come to Spain. I don't know if you've seen any of the cricket from Spain, but that's going to be a really great experience for you at the end of the year. Something to look forward to.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this. I hope we'll get a lot of experience and we'll learn a lot of things. So, yeah, I hope we win.
And, well, this has been given out. Well, it wasn't a huge appeal. This will be an interesting replay. Pius not thrilled with the call. Let's have a look at it. Thanks to Spring Media. As Vukovitch will get the wicket. And it did come in. Is there any bat in this? Well, no, that's out. There was just a little bit of an appeal. And, yeah, you can see Pius thinking, what are you talking about? But if there's no bat in that, which I don't think there is any bat in it, then it looks pretty good. And so Vukovitch chips in with a wicket. But you have a look at this. I don't see what's missing. I think it's going to hit the stumps. She's playing across the straight ball. The keeper didn't have a huge appeal. But that'll be the end of the over. 7 overs down. It's 39 for 4. All right, Turka, I know you've got to get back and you've got to get involved in your warm-up. And good luck today, by the way. You've got another chance against Croatia. And I think that if you can bring that energy that you brought in the first game tomorrow, you've got a very good chance. But I know, obviously, you're Czech and you can speak Czech, something that I can't do. Something even Danny can't do too much of, even though he's been here for a while. I'd love you to say something in Czech about cricket to maybe some of our Czech viewers about cricket and why you enjoy it.
OK, tak já kriket si užívám hlavně proto, že poznávám nový lidi a učím se nové věci a já celkově jako mě baví sport, takže jsem ráda, že jsem dostala tu pozici být kriketová kapitánka a jo, fakt jsem ráda, že můžu hrát takhle vůbec v národním týmu a jo.
Well, I can't understand a lot of what you said, but I got to say that I really love watching you play. I love the enthusiasm that you bring and the kind of energy you bring to the team. And I think there's a reason that you've been made captain of the side, because I think you're a great example of what the players, both in the team now and the players to come, will aspire to. So I want to say best of luck. I want to say Dziękuję. Even though I'm very bad at saying that. I'm always trying to get that right. But yeah, I want to wish you all the best for not only the rest of this tournament and the match today, but also for the rest of the season. And I look forward to seeing you right at the end of the season as well in Spain. Before that, I'll see you in 2 weeks because you're playing Greece in the T10s as well. So yeah, looking forward to seeing your team continuing to do great things.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Turka. And yeah, it was great to have Turka come in. I know she's very busy as the captain of the Czech side. But Danny Hucek comes back and joins me. And what a story. Just from, I mean, only a few years ago, just a neighbour, Michael Lonsborough, who... Oh, this is in the air. That's gone. Well, Senjuk's going to get a wicket as Vukovitch prowling around that short cover position. Ferrari didn't quite get it in the middle, skewed off a thick outside edge. And Gibraltar falling away in this chase now, 40 for 5. And again, we talked about a lot about the Vukovitch factor, but it's the other bowlers stepping up and finding a way to get these breakthroughs that has Croatia in charge of this contest.
Absolutely. And look, Senjuk, I think, is a very important part of this team as well. It's not just a one-woman show. It's Croatia and Senjuk. I saw her with the bat looking pretty promising, but been very consistent with the ball as well. 40 for 5. Not in the script for Gibraltar and Croatia. Remember, this is only their second ever T20 international. And they're looking pretty good at this stage, Vinny.
They're looking really good at this stage, because now you've got 2 new batters at the crease, and it's not just the top 5 that you've got. So the top 5 out, you've got 2 batters there that haven't faced the ball yet. Senjuk, again, I love the Croatian bowling approach, just trying to simplify everything. A lot of them just off a couple of steps, just trying to get the arms right, trying to get the mechanics right of the action. And it's been pretty good so far. Mumford, she'll probably be hoping that she can make a meaningful contribution here, but yeah, 40 for 5, and not just that, you start to see that rate required creeping up a little bit. Started just below 6.5, it's right up in the 7s now. In the air, this is good contact. Now Mumford does have a bit of power. This is running away. I don't think it'll go all the way for 4, but they will get back for 2. So yeah, Gibraltar, I mean, okay, 7 and over. Partly it's just making sure you don't get bowled out in the 20. You'd be hoping if Croatia, they can give you maybe 2 or 3 for free in an over if they can't quite get it right. And that might help as well, but you feel like Croatia in complete control, and that's good bowl from Senjuk. So not giving too many up at the moment. End of the 8th over, it's 42 for 5.
Yeah, look, going back to what Terka was saying about Michael Lonsborough, he's been a part of the Vinarati setup for a long time, and also with the Czech cricket board. But he started a junior team called the Rostocky Lions.
Yeah.
And again, it just got local kids to come in, and it was a fantastic initiative from him, as well as what Chris is running. So both of them are like they're friends. They work together.
Yeah.
And it was a really good initiative from Lons, and yeah, it just happened to be that Terka and Shaka, the neighbours.
And I saw Michael Lonsborough at the Cricket Academy kind of wind up. Not really wind up. It's kind of end of it. That phase of the season where there are a lot of games and some awards that were handed out as well. And yeah, it's great to see that enthusiasm for the game. And obviously, Terka, I actually sometimes feel for her because I think that's such a large responsibility she's been given. But obviously, she's been given it for a reason. She's a great example to the rest of the girls on the team.
Well, I thought in the first game against Gibraltar, she got her tactics absolutely right in the field. The bowling changes, the field positions. It was a tougher prospect against Croatia because of the way that Vukovitch attacked the bowling. But yeah, for a 16-year-old, I think she's a fantastic prospect and doing very well for the Czech side up front. Hopefully she'll be the captain for quite a long time as well.
Yeah, Lydia Kovacic comes back, and she had that LBW, and I think there's no real doubt about the decision. She had a polite inquiry. I think it's good umpiring. Sometimes you get those situations where the appeal isn't especially vociferous, but you see what
That's
you see,
and
I think it was a good call.
Vociferous? Has that ever been used in cricket commentary before, vociferous?
Yes, I like to break new ground. My thesaurus from a birthday.
So, it's been a good performance from Croatia, got to say.
Yeah. Just the ability to pick up those wickets and the lack of extras.
Absolutely.
Has been huge. I mean, if you can give, let's say that you give 1 extra and over versus 4, and that's kind of the range we've had. If you're just talking kind of no balls and wides, the difference is 3 and over, and that's 60 runs in an innings. It's a huge difference.
Well, yesterday against the Czechs, Croatia gave up, I think, 57 extras. So it's much improved. So I think the coaches had a bit of a chat to them. Nice shot there. Just be a single.
Yeah, so they say the longest journey starts with a smaller step, something I like to say sometimes. And like I say, 8 and over, it's not an outrageous rate. It's the kind of rate we have seen. Probably are going to need a bit of help, but also you need to help yourself, and you need to find a way to get bat on ball, to take some calculated risks running, I think, as well.
Have a look at the win predictor. It's
alive, but it's not. They're not in great shape, the Jibs, at this stage. I would expect that. I think you got 5 out for less than 45. Even if you gave an unlimited amount of overs, would they make 128? That's the question as well.
Yeah.
They've only got 11 more to do it because that's the end of 9. It's 45 for 5.
Yeah. So, well, Croatia, a bit of a surprise package. We didn't really know what to expect from them because we haven't seen them on the international stage before in a T20 game. We knew about Aaron Vukovitch. God, I keep on having to look down at names. My short-term memory is terrible, Vinny. My long-term memory is great.
Remember the name. That's what I will say because
she's
it's a name
fantastic.
that we think we'll be saying for a long time.
Yeah, no, she's a fantastic player, and well, she's leads this side very well as well. She's moving the field around again, and you know, she's kind of like the tree trunk of a big oak tree. This is
oh dear. Oh, That's absolutely smashed into Mumford. It was whacked by Raghunath. Probably best shot she's played so far. And just had no reaction time at all and didn't even know which way to go. I think it's hit her in the right hand.
She didn't. She could have been run out, to be fair. I don't know if the Croatians would have done that, to be honest. But yeah, that was hit very, very hard.
Well, they say that you should back up, and she backed up really well. Probably too far because she reduced the distance from the bat. And also, Raghunath a bit hard done by because that one could have easily gone for 4. It was hit well enough.
Is that saying it's kind of like a big oak tree? You have something which is the foundation of something, and then you have the branches coming off. I don't know if that's the right analogy, but it just seems that that's what it is with Vukovitch. You've got a very, very talented cricketer, and then others who are feeding off her enthusiasm, feeding off her talent, and are raising their game.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I actually think the bowling's been incredibly accurate, and that's probably a wide now. Thank you. But just, I kind of mentioned, if you can give up 1 run and over in either a wide or a no ball.
Yep.
Okay, so now I think we're 11 given up, and we're in the 10th. You just force so many more runs off the bat.
That's
with
it.
the top 5 back in the shed, it's hard to see. Hard to see where going to come from at the moment. This is hit back in the air, but doesn't quite carry back to Senjuk. Yeah, there's a lot of people really thrilled to hear from Turka there. Rob Thompson saying best wishes to Turka from New Zealand. So amazing that age. Well done. Yeah, she's a great role model, like I said, and it took a bit of cajoling to get her into the commentary box, but I thought it was really nice. And I love to hear her speaking about cricket in Czech, in a native language. The last ball of the 10th over coming up. Raghunath trying to find a way to get going. She'll nudge here, and she'll get a single. And that'll take us to the end of the 10th over. And the score is 49 for 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. I've got Danny Hudacek here. And as someone who has lived in this city for quite a long time, you must be really, really proud of seeing Turka and seeing what's happening with cricket in this country, in particular women's cricket.
Absolutely. Look, there's so much growth potential within the women's game here and all around Europe, to be fair. I mean, you spoke a lot about how you saw Gibraltar last year and how different they are this year. We see Croatia now for their first tournament ever, performing very well against a good side in Gibraltar, and a big win yesterday.
Definitely.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Like, there's so much growth potential. The men's game as well, but we've seen how the men's game has developed and how it's going, and it's very healthy and with very competitive sides. But the women's game, it's really in its infancy in a lot of places within Europe, including the Czech Republic, which has only been going 6 or 7 years with the women's team. So for that potential to be realised on an international stage is fantastic.
Yeah, I really couldn't agree more. And just watching the improvement in real time is incredible. I mean, what a story it would be for Croatia if they could win this CE Cup, their first ever T20 internationals.
Yep.
It would be quite the story. You can kind of feel that enthusiasm. They really kind of sense that's a possibility. That they probably didn't quite know what to expect when they came here. Yes, they played the Czech side, slightly different looking side that they played in the T10s last year. But again, a lot of their players are so new to the game.
Yep.
I just think, like you say, they're kind of feeding off each other. They're feeding off the success of each other as well. And they're in a really, really good place at the moment. Gibraltar, I mean, they'll be really disappointed, I think, to have lost 5 wickets in the first half of this game. I think that with the finish they had, they were quite heavy favourites going into the second innings. But, credit to Croatia. And it's not completely error-centric, I think, when you look at how they've put Gibraltar on the back foot.
Sure.
The fact that the other bowlers have kind of built pressure through accuracy, and a few chances have been taken and created and then taken. So
absolutely.
It's going to be a big ask for Gibraltar from here. But let's see how they go in this second half of the innings and whether they can get things back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing what they can do. But you're right with Croatia. It's been a really good effort, and it's the accuracy of their bowling. I mean, Erin came in and took 2 big wickets, especially the one of Caruana, which was just a superb delivery. And she's still got 2 overs left as well. Whether she'll bowl it, I'm sure she will. But the other bowlers have really stepped up and are bowling very, very tight lines and good lengths. So excellent from Croatia. Great to see.
Yeah, it's another reason. I know that the Czechs have made the ECC, or they've been selected to participate in the ECCW this year. But I know it's tough and the economics and all these things. But when you think about it, it'd be great to see like a 3rd division. Or like an emerging division, which maybe we could have 15 countries. Obviously, we'd love to eventually get close to what the men's have, but obviously, step by step, we were able to get sanctioning for the 5 countries last year, 10 this year. But you just think about countries you'd love to see it potentially, and probably more than I can think of more than 5. As this one goes down leg side, this is Kuchuk Sukchu, who is bowling for the first time here in over number 11. But just think about, the 2 sides here, Croatia, Gibraltar. You think about
look at Cyprus.
Cyprus and Estonia. Malta we've seen a lot on the network as well. We're about to see Greece in T10 cricket for the first time. We saw them in T20 cricket first time last year. Romania's another one. And the list goes on. I suppose, once you need to get to a certain level, I suppose, when you get to a Euros of cricket. So, you'd want everyone to have kind of enough experience to be comfortable on that stage as well.
Yeah.
Which is why kind of these games are all the more important throughout the season. This one just goes a little bit to the left, so it's been just a little bit inaccurate so far in this over from Seema. But again, what we saw from her yesterday when we did see her bowl briefly is, again, if you isolate her best deliveries, this one's not a bad one. Length is there. They're going to take off with the hit. A chance for a run out. I think that kind of illustrates why you go for it. I don't know what's fallen off somebody here. But, yeah, I think you are going to have to take some calculated risks if you're going to get near this target. And that means risking a run out from time to time.
Well, it's a good pick up and throw by Leko. Again, who's that short mid-wicket area. So I really like that area for this this format. In the men's game, there's a bit more big hitting. But here, with putting pressure on, you've got Leko who's in at a very short mid-wicket, probably about 15 metres from the bat. And it's both an attacking and a catching, like a catching position, but also defensive as far as stopping runs from going past. It's a really good position, and that short cover as well.
A couple of good balls in a row from Kuchitsuju. As she's trying to draw Mumford forward here. Again, going on the hit. I think you got to do this. And the more singles you get, the easier they seem to get as well. So it's just kind of pushing through that barrier in the first place.
Well, a partnership will often just bring confidence and also just more pressure on the bowling. This one's called wide, but you get the occasional boundary. They get the wide start to come a little bit more. So that's what they're.
I think this
they're
one
mounting up.
does bounce a second time before the crease. I think probably this will be revised to a no ball, but we'll wait and see. Looks like they're happy with the wide. Well, gives her an opportunity to take a wicket off this ball. And she goes pretty close to doing that. So Helen comes in. And so I suppose no real difference in the end. It's the end of the 11th over. And like I said, I know there's a few that go a bit wild and woolly, but when you look at kind of the result of the over, it's not a bad over at all. 6 runs come off it. And it's 54 for 5 after 11. Here's the standings after the first 2 matches.
Yeah, Croatia up on top and probably going to be 2 from 2, I think, with this game. Still quite a bit to go. Gibraltar have a chance, but Supercomputer says just 2%. And but I think the next game will be a much improved Czech side. I think we'll against the Croatians. So I think it's going to be a great game coming up. And this one though, Gibraltar need about 8 and over. This one's a wide. And
It's just kind of slowly building. Okay, I know that 73 looks like a lot of runs to get, and it is, probably. But if you look at 8, can you get 8 off this over? Probably. You know, it's not going to be easy, but it's achievable.
They'll have to do off each over, and there's 2 overs of Vukovitch as well.
But as we saw, the pace on can be pace out as well. I've liked the bowling of Sendrick, though. I like that she's kind of worked out her own way. And obviously the technical aspect's pretty important in cricket, but also, especially with something like bowling, if you can just find a weight that's right for you to get the ball in the right spot, obviously the pace isn't especially important when you're starting out. That's another good delivery. That's pretty straight and tough to get away. Another dot ball. Sendrick's been outstanding here. I'm trying to pull up her numbers. But yeah, 1 for 8 into her 3rd over. And yeah, less than 4 and overs. Very, very good.
I thought she was good with the bat as well. Contributed a little bit.
Again, straight on the stumps, and so it's kind of, well, kept out by Mumford, who plays it with a straight bat. I mean, you've got the choice then. Play it with a straight bat, it's probably going to be hard to score. Or you play cross bat, maybe easier to score, but you give the bowler a chance to take your wicket. Again, good areas. Just repeatable with her action, isn't it, Pavla?
Yeah, look, it's been I think she's been very, very good in this game as Pavla Sendrick. And let's just tighten the runs up. 1 for 8, a couple of balls left in her 3rd. Again, right on line, and that fielder short at mid-wicket.
Yeah, Vanatagante prowling around that mid-wicket region.
They can smell it here, the Croatians. They you can see the enthusiasm in the field. They think they can get this victory.
Yeah, and Gibraltar, they'll be kind of left scratching their heads how they did lose those 5 wickets. But you look at it, Valverde chopped on, Caruana got a peach from Vukovitch that kind of took out her off stump. We had a couple of catches popped up in that LBW of Pius. So I wouldn't say anyone necessarily kind of threw their wicket away, but I think it's just the right questions asked by Croatia as a bowling unit, and they haven't really been answered. That'll be the end of the 12th over here, and it's 55 for 5.
Yeah, was it a maiden, Vinny?
It was not.
Oh,
but
okay.
it kind of was, because it was a wide and then 6 dots.
Yeah.
So if you ignore the wide,
Yeah.
it was 6 dot balls in a row.
Okay.
Fake maiden.
Fake maiden indeed.
Fake maiden. I have a word for fake maiden. I have it. Fake maiden is a maiden, which is technically a maiden to the bowler, but it did have runs in it. Buys or leg buys.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I call a fake maiden.
But that is a maiden.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a maiden for the bowler.
Yeah.
But it's not a maiden over in the innings because it's not like a pure maiden. We had
I
no
agree,
runs.
but it's still counted as a maiden over because it doesn't go to the...
I know.
Yeah.
But like, that's bowlers will take it, but there might have been 8. I've seen an 8-leg buy maiden, so it's fine for the bowler. But meanwhile, the team's copped 8 runs.
So this one's called
It's
a
just
no ball.
something I say,
Oh, yeah, I
just
know.
to distinguish between a pure maiden with no runs.
It's like the wraparound hat trick.
Yeah, I like a wraparound hat trick. I told you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Still
confusing.
Several people on one across tournaments.
Yeah, I don't know how to keep
Well
track
bowled.
of that.
Well bowled, this one by Seema.
That was from Milan from years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, wrap around hat
3
trick.
years ago.
When you take 2 wickets and 2 balls, and next time you come out and bowl in the next match,
Yeah.
you should be able to take it.
We did have an argument about hat tricks and whether you can have them in different matches. It's 3 wickets off 3 balls, which is what a hat trick
well,
is. Oh.
foot stop, and well, it won't be out because Seema's dislodged the stumps with, I think, the foot now.
Yeah, I think you're right. Have a look. She goes back and she stepped on the stumps. Didn't have the ball anyway. So the sun's come out here at Vinos. It's still pretty chilly
A
though.
little bit chilly.
I've got that rain jacket I brought just because it was chilly yesterday. I'm wearing.
We had the very light rain, didn't we,
Yeah.
earlier on? It wasn't anything that was ever going to take us off the field or anything like that, but yeah,
Well,
pretty pleasant when the sun comes out. A little bit chilly. What have we got? 20 degrees.
the
You were telling me not to complain yesterday when I said it was a bit chilly and it was about this temperature.
Yeah, I did borrow a jacket off Joe Foster just to put on. But no, apparently there's warm weather coming from the south, from where Cyprus is now. Like it's 39 degrees. It's gonna come up to northern Europe, Central Europe here in the Czech Republic. It's going to get up to about 30 degrees apparently. So
Yeah, chance and taken. They've caught well in this innings. Ivana Zigante will take it, and it's going to be a wicket for Seema. But it was a free hit. It was too, because it was, this is why I hate, especially in this cricket, I hate the free hit rule. Because, just saying, I understand you got to be consistent, but it was for, I think, for one that went off the pitch, or might have bounced twice the ball before. But anyway, you know what? They had the moment, even though it was taken away. At least it shows that she's very capable to take a wicket. That's a couple of times I think the Croatians in particular have celebrated. That time I was on board with them, because I got a little bit starstruck by the warm weather alerts that you were giving me, and the thought of June in Prague.
Basking in sunshine. Yeah, it's quite pleasant conditions. Another wide. So 60 up for Gibraltar. 7 overs to go. They need about 9.5 and over now. They need a couple of boundaries. It's not looking likely from these two, unfortunately.
Yeah, just haven't found a way to. And again, that's one that maybe is short enough to try and pull across. Easier said than done. But at the moment, things are slipping away from the Jibs. They're 60 for 5 after 13.
Got to say though, it's not through bad play by Gibraltar. It's through excellent bowling and fielding by Croatia, led by their star Aaron Vukovitch, who took a couple of early wickets. It's the other bowlers. If you look here, really tight bowling. Vukovitch with a wicket, also Senjuk with a wicket, and Leko. So it's been the wickets have been shared around, but look at those economy rates as well. It's been excellent from Croatia, and we're wondering who would come out on top in this game. It's pretty close between these two sides, to be honest.
You look at Seema's figures, none for 11 off 2 overs. Senjuk's going to come and bowl out in the 4th. And again, just love the length that Pavla's bowled, kind of getting up above the eye line. Probably most of them are pitching, let's say, 2 metres or so in front of the batter, which kind of forces them forward, reduces their kind of available areas a lot. I think just get a hint of away movement there. Again, another good delivery. Cricket's a simple game when it comes down to it, especially bowling. Really, can you put it where you want to put it? Then you accept the outcome. That's really the way she's bowling at the moment. She's trying to put it in a particular spot. They're not really worrying about what happens next. This one does get away. But nice bit of keeping by Silly Sebastian down the leg side, who gets across.
I think it's basically what all the Croatian bowlers have done. They put them in the right areas, and especially there's not much pace on the ball. You've got to. That's again hit back towards the bowler. Got just past. It will be a run.
I was going to say you can set a field to that, but then you've got to ask the field to obviously make the stop. That one sneaks through for a single.
You've got to put pace. You've got to put effort into the shot. You will see it in men's cricket when you get a slower bowler come in, and you've got to put the pace on the ball with the bat. Often it leads to wickets, and that's what's happening here. It's down leg side as well, called a wide. And we saw when Vukovitch was bowling, a couple outside off stump that Christian McNally put through third man for boundaries. Got a few runs off the over, but that's not the same with what's been happening with the rest of the bowling here. You can see another good ball outside off stump. Senjug, a couple of balls left in a spell. 1 for 11. Been a really good spell of bowling. 63 for 5 at the moment. 120 at the target. Not looking likely. Over 10 and over now. So Raghunath, they won't get one. Bit of confusion. Tried to line up a shot through the leg side, but got it a bit straight. So 10.5 and over. Looking, as I said, unlikely. And it's really good bowling from the Croatians. This one's outside off, called a wide.
So it's funny, Senja, she's in the zone, wasn't she, a bit? And now, once you lose it a bit, you tend to lose a few in a short space of time.
Still a really good spell, though, Vinny.
Yeah, look at the actual numbers, though. And that's where she's done her best work, isn't it? That'll be a dot to finish. 1 for 12. Outstanding spell of bowling. And after 14 overs, Gibraltar are 64 for 5. What I will say as well is that the margin actually matters here. So let's say if the games went according to form, if Czechia can't get a win in the series, and of course that's still to be written, but then, you know, Gibraltar, if they were to beat Croatia the next game that they play tomorrow, then it would come down to net run rate.
Sure.
So then the margin does matter a lot. So even though it looks like Gibraltar aren't going to get the target here, the closer they can get, the better their chances, essentially, of lifting the trophy tomorrow.
I think the next game between the Czechs and the Croats will be a very good game. I think it'll be a lot tighter than what the game was yesterday. Nice shot, 4 runs. In fact, not 4 runs. It's been cut off. Wow. And they're calling it too early. Just a single in the end. That's it's Vukovitch out there. So I thought she got a lot of that, and it's the fastest part of the ground. Let's have a look.
Covered the ground really quickly.
So lined it up. Nice shot. But
look at the anticipation there from Lydia. That's how she made that stop. Now cracked towards point, and they'll get through for a single. Like the way they went straight away there. But I just think too much has been left to the 6 and 7 here. I know Gibraltar, their top 5, will be bitterly disappointed that no one was able to make a meaningful contribution in this one. Top score of 12 by McNally. But she just chipped one in the air at an inopportune moment. Vedran, I don't know if we get a shot of Vedran pacing around the ground right now, but he's still, I mean, I could tell him they have a 99% chance of winning. He still feels like the game's in the balance, taking nothing for granted.
I think it's going to be a cheer from him. He's encouraging his players now, but I'm sure he's going to cheer and run on to the ground. There's something about Croats, the whole Slavic thing. As this is just chipped to short cover. The further north you get with the Slavs, the less passion. I think passion's probably the word. Growing up in Australia, we grew up with a lot of Serbs and Croats, and there is a certain. Is passion the right word, Vinny? There's sometimes a hot-headedness.
Passion's a pretty good word.
And whereas I don't think you see it as much in the Czech Republic or Slovakia, but definitely, and in Poland, but definitely the Croats and the Serbs do have a certain.
I think passion's the perfect word. Anyway, Croatia, you mentioned they've got to go back-to-back. We'll see them taking on the Czechs. And that game starting just over an hour's time, so it's noon GMT, 2 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 7. I don't think it's quite 7:30 in India, but I can tell you, I'm going to say it's 5:30 in India. But anyway, looking forward to that game coming up. And Czechs, well, they better get the points in that one. Otherwise, I think their chances are effectively 0 of winning the series. Not that it's all about that, but yeah, next game starting in an hour's time.
I think a lot of that is getting the wicket of Erin Vukovitch. She's such a big influence. She's got about half the runs of this total. And if the Czechs can get her early, I think they'll be very, very competitive in that game. The Croatians would have played this game before, been a little bit tired. We saw what happened yesterday with a lunchtime disaster for the Czechs. And you never know. You never know. I think the Czechs have got a very good chance of picking up a victory against the Croatians in the next game. In this game, though, looking good for Croatia. Nice shot there again. Mumford who pulls it to the leg side. Bring Raghunath back on strike.
I love that there's still a lot of noise out there. Yeah. Even though this game, to be honest, it's hard to see how Gibraltar can find a way back from here, but Croatia taking nothing for granted.
It's a nice shot just over the top.
Yeah, it's a nice shot though. You have to try and make something happen now. There's no point kind of just fading away. made her own line there. Obviously, that is a natural hitting zone. Probably not quite out of the middle, but it creates that scoring opportunity. Gets it just over Zigante for a single.
Bowling again, just hit down the ground. It's a nicely taken run. Nice shot by Mumford. Bit of a fumble, but didn't cost him an extra. Let go. So again, a really good cricketer here for Croatia, both with the bat and the ball. Got 3 balls left of her spell. She opened up the bowling, and this one's a little bit short. Pulled away. Good footwork by Raghunath. And they'll look for 2. They should get it, I think. And they do. Well done.
Yeah, it's good. Good aggressive running from Gibraltar. Good shot selection in the first place from Raghunath.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting into very good positions. Just waiting on the ball and playing that pull shot. And there's no one back at our corner. There is a feeler into that short mid-wicket area, though. This one just dabbed down on the offside this time. Just another single. It's been a good over here for Gibraltar. But, that run rate creeping over 13 and over. Looks like Croatia will pick up their second win of the tournament after a big win yesterday against the Czechs. And Gibraltar, well, it's their only game of the day. They've got 2 games tomorrow. This one, again, just pulled onto the leg side. Should be just a single. They will just take that one.
They've got plenty of thinking time, don't they, Gibraltar? They've got the afternoon off. You know, they've got to kind of maybe pinpoint where it went wrong. Obviously, you can look at Vukovitch at his innings, and obviously these two will rematch tomorrow. But yeah, it's been a good team effort from the Croatian bowlers. You look at only Vukovitch, funnily enough, only Vukovitch going for over a run of ball. It just shows you what a great team effort it's been. Yeah,
absolutely. So, well, Croatia, as I said, it's their first T20Is, first international games, and they've performed very, very well. So, congratulations to them.
Yeah.
So this game's not over, but it pretty much is. 54 of 24. And it'll be interesting to see if Vukovitch will bring herself back on. I don't think she will, actually.
Yeah.
She's competitive, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Well, they're going to bowl out Kuchuk Suchu here, and that'll be her 4th. I think they've only used the 5 bowlers so far. Yes, it's an opportunity to bring someone else on, but yeah, unless they're kind of confident, maybe they'll kind of stick with the 5 they've bowled already. I think the more that Seema's bowled, the better she's bowled as well.
Yeah.
You know, and again, there's been patches where her control's gone, but I just think the more you bowl, the less pressure you feel as well. I think something about first balls or first overs that you bowl, you know, you can tighten up a lot. It's not a bad ball either. And partially knocked down. But again, you know, good proactive running there from Raghunath to get the single.
Part of that is psychological, but part of it is physical as well, because there's that nervous energy, you're tightening up, you don't feel loose, and you're thinking about your bowling. But at the moment, it's been hit back hard, and a bit of foot fielding. They should get 2 out of this.
Yeah, they should, they will. So this one thing I think that a lot of players can improve on is obviously when you're running between the wickets, one thing, once you've decided you're running, to keep an eye on that ball and to run hard and turn for 2, whether it's going to be a 2 or not, and put yourself in a position. Sometimes the thinking's done while the bat's in the crease, whereas that time you could be grabbing another 2 or 3 metres and just looking for the opportunity for that second run. And yeah, that piece of fielding there, it was Pranka Reddy who decided to go with the boot, which isn't normally the best way to do it. That saves your hands, but it's not great for the feet.
True, very true.
I've got to tell you about one of the wicket keepers in Cyprus earlier in the week when I was there, who was Hrido Hussain, who I think for Cyprus Super Kings. He had bruised his hands, and instead of giving up the gloves, he just tried to start stopping everything with his feet, and he was the wicket keeper. It wasn't a great strategy. Eventually, he was replaced due to the injury, but not before he had 2 or 3 pretty sizable blows, and he showed me his ankles the next day. He had some proper bruising going. Anyway, there we go. That is the correct time. Let's get to the end of this over. I think it's the end of the over, but yeah, 12 o'clock GMT, 2 p.m. in Central Europe, 5:30 p.m. in India, just under an hour's time, and the toss will be done half an hour before that game. And the score here right now is 78 for 5 after 17.
So it's 1 o'clock local time. It's lunchtime after this, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah.
Any idea what we're having?
We better be quick. No, I just think we better be first there, otherwise we might be waiting behind. Well, who is it? It's Croatians going back-to-back today.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if they have the post-lunch siesta that the Czech team did yesterday.
Might have to encourage them, right? Come and eat, come and eat. I'm sure they'll have a bite to eat. Yesterday was good though. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think what. I mean, Croatia want to bat.
Mm-hmm.
Czechia. Maybe it's time for them to bat first. I don't know.
Mm.
It's tough. I suppose you allow Croatia to kind of manage the chase. So someone like a Vukovitch, if she knows what she needs, that gives her some information. Whereas sometimes you're batting first. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to decide what to do. I think for Czech, I would think maybe just bat first, change something. So just change something.
Yeah.
You know, you had 2 losses yesterday when you were bowling first. I think they elected to bowl first. I think both of those
Twice,
games.
yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. And look who's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
It's the captain, Erin Vukovitch, who it's not her walking a tightrope. I used to do that as well. Just
Really?
To get the. You don't do it all the way, but you.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that's how you get a consistent step, especially in the first few of your
I just take
pacing run-up.
I just take one big step and then small steps. But then it's one of those things is like you have a measured run up and that's what you stick to. I've never seen that before. If it works, I guess. Comes
I tell you what,
Vukovitch.
they did used to do it. Vukovitch comes back. Pretty good ball. I think it's just. Oh, it's been
Gone.
given out. Well, it swung in a long way. I had a feeling that my initial reaction is it might just have been swinging down the leg side. I suppose we don't really see where the impact is made. The umpire does because we're looking from behind, but she comes back straight away. But this one certainly does curve for me.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
you know what? That's back pad. I think it probably is out.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think it hits on the middle stump. This one isn't straight on, but it'll give you a sense of where it hits on the pad. It kind of hits that flap of the right leg. And, Erin does come back with immediate effect. Gibraltar loses 6. That partnership, in the end, it was worth 38. And, gets them a bit closer to where they wanted to be. But now it's over, and it's 78 for 6.
Yeah, it was a very good piece of bowling. Right on line first up. The ball swinging in as well, which is remarkable. We're into the 18th over. This ball's still swinging around. Shows how good this outfield is as well. Often we've had sandy parts of this of the outfield. This is looking beautiful here, though. Best I've ever seen it, and nice, lush, great to field on.
Now, Danny, I've been trying to cajole this guy into the comedy box for a little while, but he's been too busy. But I'm glad that he's finally come along. And I really want to have a chat to him. And it's the Croatian coach, Vedran Zanko. Vedran, hello, how are you?
Nice to see you again, and hello to everybody watching.
Yeah, good.
Interesting game, right?
Good to have you. Yeah, super interesting game. I know you'll be pretty happy with how things are going. Now, it does say you're a 99% chance to win from here. I like those odds. Yanira Black's the new batter, though. Erin Vukovitch, 3 wickets. And she might sense that there's more on offer here, though. Black plays a nice shot first up. They actually get through the field. Probably 2 there if they turn. They will get 2 on the slight misfield. Okay, let's start. First things first, congratulations on your win yesterday. And obviously it looks like you're heading for another one today. How's the tournament been for you so far?
We're extremely happy after yesterday's win. We were so thrilled. The girls were excited. They were happy, as they should be. We just let the momentum carry on onto this game, and hopefully we'll finish well. Looks like it. And I don't know what to tell you. It's above all of my expectations, to be honest.
That was one thing I was going to ask you. What were your expectations going into this series? Of course, we saw the team play last year at the Mladost Cricket Ground in Zagreb. And just seems like you've come a long way in quite a short period of time.
That's the main, and in your first goal is just to move forward, to gradually bowl better, bat better, and the results will come. It's a process that takes a while, of course. Let's see Aaron coming now. A lovely ball.
Oh, it was edged actually. Unfortunately, Sebastian couldn't react to it. I think that'll be a run off the bat. But I got to ask you as well. I can just sense that sense of personal satisfaction you have, because you know more than anyone how hard the girls have worked to get to this position.
Oh yeah, not only me. All the countries that have recently started up with women's cricket probably were in the same shoes we were. You know, first trying to get a team together, and secondly just try to improve day in, day out.
Love the rhythm with which Vukovitch approaches the crease. Just lose this one down the leg side. This will be wide, but I like the two outfielders back behind the wicket just to protect the boundary there.
Well, she's a class act. It's just wonderful to watch, and I hope the viewers are enjoying, because it's a high-level cricket.
Yeah, and those 5-4s really set the tone in the first over of the day. But I want to just mention how all 5 bowlers we've seen so far, so the 4 that aren't Aaron, have backed it up and provided an immense amount of pressure. And the accuracy is certainly a lot improved there. It's a nice shot up in the air. Just going to go through the fingers. Got to say that Blagg's offered a fair bit with the bat. Again, she's a player I first saw at the start of last year in Gibraltar. And she's come a long way in a short period of time as well. So
going back to the bowling, it's just I've relied on the girls. I've told them we believe in them. We know that they're able to do what they did today. It's just keep their head, in the right place, and the result shows.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe you can tell everyone a little bit about the situation with cricket in Croatia in a moment. Yeah, nice shot once again by Blagg, and not the greatest bit of fielding. Probably 2 there if they want to go, although it's going to be a tight one for Mumford. And I think this is pretty close. There's a good little flick onto the stumps there. I don't think the bat was down. Let's have a look on the replay. I think it's been given not out, maybe benefit of the doubt there. But she was just a little bit slow, Mumford, turning around for the second one. Again, Aaron, she's got that cricket IQ, even the way she did this. Yeah.
Oh, that's very close. But yeah.
And I think for me, it is just out. But the umpire doesn't have the benefit of the replay. And so
it's close anyway.
It's close.
Yeah.
And that's the way it'll go. It'll go down as 2 runs. Let's welcome you into the comedy box here. I'm here with veteran Zanko, good friend of the ECN, of course. We have seen you on the field as well in Croatia, but I'm really inspired with your work off the field.
Yeah, it's kind of taken up a lot of my time, and I enjoy it. So I'm not playing as much as I played earlier, but I will still here and there show up.
Tell us a little bit about how you get the team together to train and what kind of facilities you've got at your disposal there in Croatia, especially, for example, over the winter months must be pretty difficult.
Over the winter we are active in the indoor areas, so that's key to keep us warmed up. As we see Lydia now bowl another.
And how much of the work is kind of one-to-one with the players versus kind of, we were talking about this yesterday, sometimes
I heard
it really helps to get
and
a
it's
one-to-one.
a great point that you mentioned out yesterday, because when you have a lot of people, it's very hard to concentrate on each and every one of them. Let's see this ball. Lovely stuff from Lydia. Oh, that's unlucky.
Lydia's maybe one of the most improved that I've seen. I mean, how did you feel with her half century yesterday?
Lydia is an old schoolmate of mine. We went to school together, so that's how I brought her into cricket. She's a sporty type in general, so she picked it up very quickly. And as you can see, she got a 50 yesterday, which was unbelievable. Another good ball.
This is going to be gone. Well, right on cue. Safe hands from Lydia. Mumford's going to go for 14 in the end. Time for Croatia to celebrate before they have their eyes on the prize of back-to-back wins maybe on day 2. But right now, Gibraltar 87 for 7. And what do you think, obviously, about the opposition here as well? I know that I really like the groupings here. The 3 countries selected for this CE Cup. Everyone, a slightly different story, but I think we've seen some really competitive cricket so far.
Yeah, well, a lot of the girls that are playing with us played last year. You got a chance to know them. We got a few new girls, and we are now started up our junior program as well. So we are going to focus more now on the youngsters, and I think that the future is quite bright. We're looking forward to many future tournaments.
Rob Thompson's tuning in from New Zealand, saying he's really enjoying watching, even though it's past his bedtime down there at the moment. This is going to be Yin King To, who's going to come in to bat for the first time in the series. I always just think it's interesting dynamics. Obviously, you've got someone like Erin who has so much experience, even at a young age, obviously playing regularly in the club system in the UK. And I suppose gives a lot of confidence to the other players. I think sets a great example to the other players as well. Again, you never like to talk about one player so much in a team game, but she has been so important.
And she's really young, and her guidance, even at that age, has been fantastic for our team.
This is a great shot by Ying first up.
Very nice.
They're going to go for 2, and they're going to get it. So well done to Yin King To, who gets her first runs in T20 international cricket.
Well, I hope you don't mind me now taking off, Winnie. I would really like to go.
Just give me 2 more balls, and then I'm going to let you go. I'm surprised you even we even
I'm
got
sorry,
you
I'm
that.
overexcited, to be honest.
No, I'll leave it to you though, just to maybe have the final words on kind of what your dreams are for the program.
Well, definitely our main goal is the ECS Europeans, but we will not be participating this year. So we're basically getting ready for next year, where they will introduce more teams as they have this year.
We
and
really
2
hope
tiers.
that we can do that, yeah.
Let's see this ball. Nicely played away.
She's so accurate, Lydia. I mean, the numbers back her up. Nice shot, though, as well by Ying.
Yes,
Well, veteran, I want to say, on behalf of ECN, it's great to deal with you anytime. Looking forward to spending some time in Croatia, of course.
Yeah, I'm part of the organizing, let's say,
A little
committee.
bit later in the year. And, yeah, we're hoping we can continue to expand the development and foster development of European women's cricket.
And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the European Cricket Series and ECN and Network and everyone for giving us in Croatia an opportunity to host such events, and we hope we give back as much as you give to us, at least to a certain extent.
Oh, it's lovely for you to say. Well, the pleasure's ours, really, to watch the story unravel in real time. Here's the last ball of the over, and it's hit pretty well, actually. Blag has come out and shown her batting's improved a lot as well. That'll be the end of the over. It's 93-7. Veteran, I'll let you go and celebrate.
See you all. Thank you.
Veteran Zanko, they're the Croatian team coach with some words. And they are going to cruise to victory in the end here. Look at the bowling figures. And 3 wickets to Vukovitch, but every other bowler is going under run a ball, some significantly so. And I'm interested to see who decides to bowl. So I think they are going to go back to Vukovitch. And look, you can't really blame her. She's got 3 for. She's got, I suppose, the bottom 3 wickets to bowl at. Maybe eyeing off a bit of a haul. Danny Hudacek comes to join me for the last over. Yeah, it's a game that we hyped up a lot. The 2 winning teams from yesterday, but Croatia have just been too good in the end. And a lot of it is to do with their captain that you see on the screen right there.
Well, those 2 early wickets were crucial, especially the one at Caruana, to be honest. It was a beautiful delivery. And then, but she's been really well backed up by all the bowlers. So, excellent performance all up. That's a good ball. Why? I'm wondering why Yanira Blag hasn't batted further up the innings.
Well, Yanira has improved so much. Honestly, there's the Maximo copter flying in my lunch, hopefully. No, she is someone who's still very new to the game when we first saw her on the network at the start of last year. That she's put in a lot of work. She's not really intimidated at all by the situation. And even takes this one on, gets it back over the head of Vukovitch. And even that's courageous batting here. I think what I really like about Yanira's batting, apart from her actual stroke play, is the energy that she's kind of taking the game on.
Sure.
And I think something that probably did kind of go missing in the middle of the innings.
Yep.
So yeah, probably a couple of slots too low for me. But hey, you learn by seeing, and I think the coaching staff for Jib paying attention. As King To, she's also played a couple of nice shots so far. But it's been a great game. Looking forward to these 2 in the rematch tomorrow as well.
I think we'll see Blag bat further up the order tomorrow. But there will be another game between these 2, which will be, again, really, really good.
They play tomorrow morning in their same fixture. So Yeah, we know on ECN what a difference 24 hours can make.
So down leg, the umpire swayed his arms, but it was pretty close.
I think this
to
is
the
one
batter.
that I think it should be called. Yeah, I know sometimes it's been a bit tough to decide when to or when not to, but I think if the batter hasn't moved really out of the stance at all and it's down the legs, it's probably one that should be called. Probably won't make too much difference in the wash-up. If you asked Vukovitch, she probably wants it to be called a wide, so she gets another opportunity to take a wicket. There's 2 to come here. This one was heading down leg side as well. But yeah, it's credit to Vedran, obviously, to the Croatian side. But I think you look at kind of all the coaching and management staff of all the 3 teams we see here. And Vedran was quick to kind of share the praise, if you like, with so many people that are working on cricket around Europe and in particular women's cricket, which is obviously his focus. He's playing less now because he's interested in developing that. And I think it's good that it's said out loud. Here's the last ball of the game. And it's going to finish with a little edge. Just going to fly away. I wonder if they take on the 2 here. Probably no reason not to. Well, may finish with a wicket. Oh, hit the base.
Oh, no.
Oh, well. That's such a funny way to finish the game. But anyway, Croatia, they can celebrate as it'll be 2 runs to finish. And Gibraltar held to 98. But have a look at this. I mean, hitting the last ball, I mean, she turns pretty much straight away. Sebastian, the keeper, she actually hit the stump and hit it pretty hard. It wasn't even the base. But anyway, that's a bit of a byline in the end. The final score, 127 to 98. Croatia get the win by 29 runs. That's what's coming up. And we're very, very close to having a toss for that game. It'll start in 40 minutes right here on the network. Czechia taking on Croatia. And Czechia, well, it's time that they need to just find a way to win. Croatia, let's see how they go back-to-back.
I don't think there's too much between these 2 teams, or between these three teams. But definitely the X factor is Aaron Vukovitch, and we'll see the highlights as they go off the field.
Just see that enthusiasm as well. Croatia made their first ever T20IW matches, and they won both of them. Gibraltar, I think they'll be disappointed, obviously, that they couldn't really get things going. But yeah, they'll get the chance to rematch tomorrow, and no one really knows what's going to happen before then. I mean, if Czechia can spring an upset in the next game, then Gibraltar will be very much alive. And even without that, they will be anyway heading into tomorrow's contest. But yeah, it was these top 5 wickets that basically crippled the chase. And Vukovitch was key. Caruana brilliant yesterday, but that was an absolute seed from Vukovitch to get through her defence. Sent the off bail flying. And Gibraltar just couldn't get too much going. McNally played some nice shots, I thought, in there. I like the way that she used the pace, had back-to-back boundaries here. And ultimately, the Croatian bowling unit functioned as a team and ended up coming up with a big win. They're still undefeated in T20IW cricket.
Yeah, look, it's a really good effort by Croatia. And as you can see here, Helen Leko, the wicket of McNally, caught behind. It was a fantastic effort from the rest of the bowling lineup from Croatia. They fielded pretty well, held their catches. Vukovitch made the early breakthrough, especially the one of Caruana was a big one who hit 49 against the Czechs yesterday. But it was a really, really good effort from Croatia, and you can see how in this tournament they've just improved. As, again, Vukovitch takes a nice catch there in the covers, but great effort from Croatia. 2 from 2, undefeated in international cricket, as Vinny said, and it's the star Aaron Vukovitch who started again with the bat and got those 2 early wickets. But good team effort from Croatia. Gibraltar, they will come back tomorrow. They've got 2 games tomorrow, and again against Croatia first up, and then against the Czechs in the afternoon. I think it's going to be again 2 very good games tomorrow. Coming up though next, we'll see Croatia again, and looking forward to watching. To see Klaric get the caught and bowled. Again, a very important player for Croatia. Missed out with the bat, but bowled very, very well. So this was the unfortunate one, the last ball that hit the stumps, and Didn't come out. So the Croatians there celebrating, and so they should. Very, very good effort with both the bat and the ball by the Croatians, but top line bowling and held their catches. So good win for Croatia. As you see here, there's a top order that didn't get enough. McNally with a 12, and then good contributions from Ragnar Mumford. Yanira Black, like to see her go up the order a bit. And Yinking To also 5 not out. So just under the 100 mark, 98 for 7 off their 20. About 30 runs short roughly. See the bowling, good economy, but wickets for all bowlers except for Seema, who bowled well as well. Great effort from Croatia, and it's good to see them come back today with enthusiasm, picking up a really good win against Gibraltar, who are a very, very good side. So that's the end of match 3 here from the Central Europe Cup. So see their scorecard: Vukovitch 63 off 44, fantastic contribution there. And again with the ball, 3 for 27, definitely the player of the match. Gibraltar, I'll come back tomorrow. They've got good quality throughout their side, and I think they'll be very competitive again when we see them lining up for the final day's play tomorrow. Croatia, as mentioned, we'll be back very soon, probably in about half an hour's time, with a match against Czechia. Hope you can join us for that one. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And what a great start we had to the day. Croatia flying through their first 2 games and they're back on again. It's going to be Czechia, the hosts, in action against Croatia in match number 4. So it's going to be a huge game. I do have the coin here. Now, Turka, you're the home skipper for the Czechia side. Croatia will call. Erin, you'll call it in the air.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it is tails. So, Turka, what would you like to do?
So we'll bat.
Okay, so Czechia batting first. Hope you have a fantastic game. Should be a really, really good one. So there you go. I do like that move because Czechia, they have bowled first. They've elected to bowl first yesterday twice. It didn't really work out. So they just kind of changed something. And let's just see if they can come back and get something going. It's a very young team. We know that, very inexperienced team, I suppose, in cricket full stop, especially at this level. So look, I do like the fact that they're changing the strategy. I think that Turka Koltunova, the captain, has a big responsibility, obviously, with her bowling, leading the side, and probably going to bat the number 3 position. I wouldn't mind if they actually pushed her up to open, though, at the start of this match. But what about Erin Vukovitch? She has been incredible. 148 runs in the series. And we did see her get out for the first time and how that can change the dynamics of the innings earlier on. So it just shows you there's a bit less between these 2 teams than you might think if you just look at the raw numbers. Looking forward to the start of this match, which is the second and final match of day 2. Danny Hudacek is standing by. I can tell you that the Czechs have decided to bat first. After winning the toss, they've been lucky with the tosses. Let's see if they can get lucky on the field now as we get ready for the start of match 4.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome everyone back to this ECN Central Europe Cup, the first edition of the Women's Central Europe Cup, and a game between Czechia and Croatia. Czechia went winless yesterday. Croatia won 2 from 2. So on paper, it looks like Croatia are definite favourites, but I have a funny feeling that the Czechs will come up with a good performance today. The Croatians playing earlier in the day. They'll be buoyed by that win against Gibraltar. But Czechia have been warming up for quite a while, and I think I've had a bit of a chat about what happened yesterday. And we'll come back fit and strong for this game against Croatia. And it will be that the skipper, Erin Vukovitch, for Croatia to open the bowling. Quickest bowler in the tournament. Should be bowling to the first ball of this one. A hit on the pad, just deflected, goes down. Probably hit on the foot actually. Kind of probably hurt a little bit. The batter's still down, just having a bit of a struggle to get back up. I think she's okay. So as you can see, it's going down leg, just stuck a foot out. It's Franova. I think the opening batsman has been pumped up the order by the Czechs. Batted very well yesterday, did Franova. But, actually, these 2 opening batters for the Czech Republic kept out the very good Vukovitch for the entirety of their innings. Another good ball right on line there from Vukovitch. She's bowled very well today. Picked up a few wickets, 3 wickets in fact against Gibraltar. And Franova will have to use the bat, I think, rather than getting that pad in the way. Otherwise, it could cause disaster for the Czech batter. A couple of changes for the Czechs as well. We'll go to that a little bit later. Also, a change for the Croatians. Vukovitch comes in again, and big in swing there from Vukovitch. Well kept out. Now want to just see if they can see off the opening bowler and the skipper like they did yesterday. Try to get runs off the other bowlers, but tell you what, the Croatians bowled very, very well against Gibraltar all through their lineup. Van Volfova is the other batter. Still no runs. And Franova hits that one down the ground. Probably could have been a single, but the Croatian fielders converged around that and nothing on at all. Let's see, Croatia 71% according to the wind predictor, the supercomputer. Front of her. Need to get off the mark, but the ball's swinging in a lot. And oh, look at that. Again, and that's gone through the keeper. First runs for the Czechs. Been backed up nicely. Just be a single, be a bye. In fact, they'll get another one. Good awareness there by the Czechs. Vulfova running with a bat. A bit like a stabbing instrument there. Not quite seen that before on a cricket field. But first runs on the board. Still a maiden over, or a fake maiden, as Vinny would say. Vukovitch, one ball left in this. One in front of her will face that again. Still to be get off the mark. Czechs will be happy not to lose a wicket. There's the big in swing again. Oh, that, well, it must have come off the bat, I think, or a bit of glove. Let's have another look. So, I don't know. It might not have. There was no appeal from the Croatians. Might have hit outside the line. That's the end of a maiden over. Good over there to start off with for Vukovitch. And after the first, the Czechs are 2 for no loss. Helen Leko is the bowler from the Zamek end. Again, she bowled very well in the last game. Good player with the ball and bat is Leko. She'll be bowling to Vulfova. Coming in. Tight field. And nice shot through the covers. Just got past the fielder. Be a single. Nice shot. Vulfova gets off the mark. Brings Franova back on strike. So a very different proposition from the other end. Leko quite accurate. Generally. Big sidearm though. Difficult to keep it on line. Go. And that one's hit through the gully area. I'll probably come back for 2, I think. And they will come back for 2. Good running there from Franova. Good early call. Vulfova listens to a batting partner. They'll get 2 more. 5 the score now. But as I said, I think it's going to be a very even contest between these two, with Croatia playing the early game. I saw yesterday that the Czechs were quite tired after lunch, and that will come into the play, I think, for the Croatians. I'll have to keep out the bowling of Vukovitch. 1 over down for her. Of course, there are 4 overs in these T20 games for each. This one's hit pretty firmly to mid-off with no run. Good bowling from Leko. Saw Franova yesterday. He's the top scorer in the history of the women's game for the Czech Republic, but they've only just started their journey. Nice shot through the onside. They'll look for 2 again. Fielder's caught up with it, and, well, good throw in. Just the single. Didn't quite get all of it. Did Franova bring Vulfova back on strike. And a tidy over so far from Leko. Vulfova now. And that's Stanley's side. Well, it's hit the batter. I think it was pitched outside leg. So, Chris Tebb. Let's have a look. I think it's pitched outside leg. Let's have a look at that. And, not sure. Hard to tell. The batter's in the way. Too much doubt for me. And, I'm not even sure. Maybe too high. Anyway, bit of doubt. No shot played. Dangerous from Vulfova. And she moves out of the way again. That's called a wide. Interesting. That LBW. Again, really difficult to call that, and we didn't really get a good side of it. Of course, bowling from both ends, and this is in the air, could be gone, and that's the first wicket down. Volkova goes for one. Leko gets a wicket. Nice catch there. It was Ivana Zigante, who's had a good game in the last one as well. Let's have a look at this. And a bit of swing out very late. And just tried to get it over that fielder. Couldn't do it, Zigante. Pretty simple catch. I'll bring out the skipper for Czechia, Terka Kulcunova, who was had a bit of a chat with us in the previous game, explaining a few things about how she got into cricket and also just about the women's team. She's leading the side, the youngest ever captain for a, well, we think possibly for a an international cricket side, both men's and women's. Maybe in the sporting world, as Vinny asked, but that's don't know about that. She's about to turn 17. Another very good player, only 18, is Erin Vukovitch. So both the skippers are teenagers, and they're both very talented cricketers and important for their sides. So it's Vukovitch, the maiden first up, bowling to Franova, who's on 3. 7 the score. They've lost a wicket early, have the Czechs. Comes Vukovitch. And not bad from Franova. Well, a yes call, and it is well run in the end, sort of. So Terka called her through. Franova late to respond. Let's have another look. It's a yes, and then Franova looks and then runs. And if the throw had been better, got a bit of a dodgy bounce there, did Erin. In the end, a 1 to the score. Skipper to skipper now. And hits her on the pad. Going down leg side. Vukovitch. So the quickest of the bowlers we've seen on display here in the in this tournament in the Czech Republic. Yeah, picked up a couple of wickets, 3 wickets in the last game. Went wicketless against the Czechs in the first. She'll want to pick up a couple, especially early, especially her opposite captain. Has been kept out by Kulcunova. Of course, 2 sisters, Terka and Shaka. He had a chat with Terka, talked about the Rostocky Lions, or a junior team here in the Czech Republic. Lots of junior cricket going on, and lots of good juniors coming in through this this women's side. It's been defended by Terka again. She's batted pretty well through this this tournament so far. Yesterday, as Terka Kulcunova. Franova with the highest score for the Czechs. No 50s yet for the side. Only their second ever tournament, and so well kept out by Terka. Again, Vukovitch right on line, been bowling very, very well, right at the stumps, getting good in swing as well. But I think there's a definite plan with Vukovitch just to keep her out and see if they can attack the bowlers from the other end. Problem is the Croatians have been bowling very, very well today. And again, just kept out. Not trying anything too much. But the economy rate for Vukovitch after 2 overs, none for 1. And the Czechs are 8 for 1 after 3. Of course, it's a 6-hour power play here. A long way to go in this game. Of course, it's a 20-over game. So not too many risks taken by the Czechs in the power play so far. And I think we'll see, well, a power play is only 2 players allowed outside the circle. There is, I think it's Kornienko out there in the deep on the leg side, and I think she's the only player out of the circle. Good tactics there by the skipper for Croatia, keeping the pressure on. And I think that'll happen during the or after the power play as well. So it'll be Leko bowling to Franova. was a good determined innings from her yesterday. Comes in, and this one's missed outside off stump. Good line and length. I'd say it's a bit of a slow start for the Czechs, but I think apart from that wicket, things are going to plan in a sense. And this one will not be called a wide, will be called a wide. She chased it, but was far enough outside the off stump. So have another look, and swung a bit and went out and went. Well, that was actually very wide. The batter couldn't reach it. Could reach that one. Got her through a little gap. That's well fielded out there by the fielder in the deep, Kornienko. Will bring Koltsunova on strike. Faced 5 balls from her opposite skipper. In the last over, was keeping her out. Sure, she'll have a go at the bowling of Leko though. Who's picked up the only wicket so far. This one's missed. Not sure if it bounced twice. I think it's okay. Dot ball. There's a long way to go in this game. The Czechs all want to put a decent score on the board, and they hit 120 against the Croatians yesterday, but the Croatians hit 191 against them, and that was again a very good partnership that got them there between Vukovitch and also Vukovitch. This one's been hit on the leg side. Good early call, nicely run. It'll bring Franova back on strike. It's been good bowling from Leko though. Very economical. I said pick up that wicket as well. Yeah, supercomputer definitely tipping Croatia, but I don't think that's any good indication of how close these two teams are. Franova hits it straight to Vukovitch. He's a good fielder in that position at cover. Actually, as a skipper, I think that's probably the ideal spot to be in this format. You get a good view of the game. You get a good view of the batting, where the batter's going to hit the ball. So I think, and also a big run-saving and catching position in the covers. Good spot for her. And at the end of 4, the Czechs are 11 for 1. So we saw Vukovitch in the previous game against Gibraltar picking up 2 good wickets, including a fabulous in-swinger that got through the defences of Caruana. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet in her 2 overs. Bowling to Koltsunova. It's shorter, just dabbed down, nice shot. Down to third man. Very fine third man, just for a single. I've seen a couple of times actually with Vukovitch that the ball's been played through that area, through a vacant gully area. They do have a gully in there, still a bit of a gap. Just using the pace on the ball. It was McNally in the last game, and it was also this player Franova who got a few through that gap for boundaries. That's what you can do when there's a bit of pace on it. And just defended, but a little bit different. What's happening is that coming from this end, she's getting quite a bit of in swing. So anything outside off stump hasn't kept its line. It's swung in a bit, so it's starting to cramp up the batters. 2 runs conceded by Vukovitch at the moment. Franova absorbing a few balls, but that's okay. 5 off 15. Koltsunova 2 off 9. Again, early wickets lost for Czechia would be very important. They want to get a good start. Runs aren't important at this stage. Just keeping those wickets. This is turned around the corner. Nice shot. They'll look for 2. They should get it comfortably, and they will. Nice shot, just tucked around the corner by Franova. Big round of applause from her teammates. So the Czechs going about 3 and over. I said not bothered too much, I think, about the scoring. They want to keep Vukovitch out like they did yesterday. It's been pretty successful so far. I think she'll probably keep one up the sleeve. Well, Vukovitch. A couple of balls left in this 3rd over, or her 3rd over, the 5th altogether. Vukovitch comes in, and this one's up a little bit. Oh, a bit of a mix-up. Could be a run out, and well, she got home. Might have been an overthrow if Franova haven't. And in fact, they're going to go another one. Well done, Koltunova. Even though her batting partner was on the ground, took the extra one. Good awareness from Koltunova, and Franova having to pick herself up after sliding in. It's a bit of a mix-up. Again, not real much communication between the 2 batters. Franova not listening to a batting partner who was off. Franova now on 9. Vukovitch, 1 ball left in this over. 6 off the 3. Good economy rate. No wickets though. That's another good ball kept out by the batter at the end of 5. Czechia are 16 for 1. Pretty good over there for the Czechs. I'm sure it'll be Leko to continue. It will be. As we see here, upcoming events. We're in Czechia right now. Cyprus is still happening with the internationals. Then Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia. You're going to see the Croatians back in action in August, and then back to Italy, Rome, and the Medal Shield, as well as the ECS. But we have 2 weeks here of cricket in Czechia. The ECS starting on Monday. A couple of new teams as well. Looking forward to that tournament. Should be fantastic as usual. So Helen Leko will continue. This one's down leg side and turned around the corner. Didn't, well, again, this is a difficult one. I think it could be out. I'm not sure if he's given it, Chris Tebb. It might be okay. I think she's made her ground. She's pretty quick as Koltunova. Let's have another look. Bit of hesitation again. It was Franova who went for the call, and that's a good take. And don't know, just home. Well done, good call. So Franova with a single. And again, just reached out there, ball swinging away from the batters. With the sidearm action of Leko. This one's been hit on the leg side, no run. That short mid-wicket area. It's Terka who's facing. Well, I said I think she's led her team very well, has Koltunova, especially for a 16-year-old. We can almost call her 17. Still, though, very young for an international captain. This is called a wide. I thought in the first game against Gibraltar yesterday, got her field positions absolutely perfect, and the bowling changes as well. Trying to make something happen by changing bowlers every over. Really good thinking. It's a different story here. And, wow, got that one. Little inside edge, could have gone anywhere. Ended up just a dot ball. But really good bowling from Leko. Again, very economical. Taking that 1 wicket as well. That of Volfova. A couple of balls left in her 3rd. And leg side shot, pulled away. Should just be 1. They're coming back for a 2nd. And that's good running, good awareness by the Czech batters. They went straight away, put pressure on the fielders. Another 2 runs to the total. So 1 ball left of this over from Leko. Probably take a rest after this, I think. And a big swing and a miss from Koltunova at the end of the 6th. The Czechs are 21 for 1. Into their power play as well. I don't think Croatia are going to put anyone further back on the boundary. Be interesting to see who they turn to. Vukovitch. I think she's looking around, trying to find her bowler. So you see here the scorecard. It's been good tight bowling, 3 wide so far. But really good bowling from Kultunova. Sorry, from Vukovitch and also Helen Leko to start up. And it will be another very good bowler in Lydia Krasic. Kvaric. He's a very good athlete. Good with the bat and the ball. Great fielder as well. And bowling to Franova. He's on 10. Just looking okay. Good little partnership building here for the Czechs. Just a slight delay. Here comes Kvaric. Good start outside of stump. So Lydia said, very good athlete. Again, played very well against the, or bowled very well against the Gibraltarians before, in the game before. Went for a duck though. She want to improve that. He hit a 50 against the Czechs yesterday. And looked very solid in a very, very big partnership between her and her skipper. Good start. It's bowling to Franova, who hits this back to the bowler. No run again. Really tight bowling. That's one thing they've improved a lot, since yesterday. The Croatians is their bowling. Bowling with a lot more confidence. Why not? You've got 2 wins from 2. Comes in again. And nice outside of stump. In front of her, not being able to get a bat on it at the moment. Just a good line and length. Nothing too exciting. Just good cricket from Lydia. Comes in again. A couple of balls left in this over. In front of her, misses another one. That could be another maiden. They'll want to keep these runs down. Of course, the Croats. Some good batting to come for the Czechs. Kova, we haven't seen the best of her yet. She's a big hitting batter in this lineup for the Czechs. This is down leg, called a wide. Just moving that score off 21. 1 ball left for Lydia. Again, bowling to front of her. He's having a problem getting hold of this bowling. Comes in again and just played through the point area just for a single. She'll take the strike, and that's the end of the over. Good over there from Lydia. Just 2 from it. And the Czechs are 23 for 1 after 7. So look at the economy rates. Excellent from Vukovitch and, well, from all 3 bowlers really. Leko with the wicket. That of Volfova. 4 wide so far. Been pretty tidy. So I'm interested to see if Leko continues with a final over. I think they're going to change it. They will. So Leko's got an over to go, and as does Vukovitch. Looks like it's Senjug, who's again been a really good player today, and for the Croats. Her bowling's come on very well. She was very tight with a bowling performance against Gibraltar. Come in bowling to Franova, who gets it out the cover. They know who the fielder is there and won't risk the run. Franova just not hitting the ball cleanly at the moment. 11 off 26. So got a little base of an innings to build on. This one's hit quite nicely, just wide of a couple of fielders. And it's Kornilenko who'll pick it up. Bring Terka Kolsunova, the skipper for the Czech Republic, back on strike. She's on 5. It's all going a little bit slowly for the Czechs, but they've only lost that 1 wicket. I don't think they'll be too upset with the score. This is hit nicely. And it's got through the fielder, and that might be 4, I think. Well, couldn't quite get down to it. The fielder, that's Modric. And as per usual, a hug every time there's a boundary from the Czechs. It's good to see. Let's have a look at this. So it was not too much wrong with the ball. It's a pretty good one, actually. Terka has just got through the fielder, hit it pretty firmly. And that's first boundary for the Czechs. 28 for 1 now. Senjuk coming again. Terka, and someone gets a little bottom edge, gets past 2 fielders. Picked up by Modric. No run. Didn't quite get hold of that. It's been a pretty good over for the Czechs. Still want a lot more off these overs. They're looking for it. Just not quite hitting the ball fluidly quite yet. Kolsunova moves on to 9 of 16. Varnova's 12 of 27. A couple of balls left for Senjuk. He's been right on line. Hit pretty well, just wide of the fielder. And they'll look for 2. I think they'll get it as well. Lydia doing the fielding. She's got a pretty good arm, but come back for a comfortable second. Terka now on 11, scored at 30. 1 ball left of the this over by Senjuk. It's been a pretty good one for the Czechs. Not much wrong with the bowling though. It's been pretty good. This one hit nicely over the top. This might go towards a boundary, but Lydia will cut it off. They'll come back for a second. It's again good batting there. And Kolsunova, really nice shot. It's just gone past her batting partner. 13. Franova is on 12 as chairs start falling about as their wind picks up again here at Vienorge in Prague. Which is pretty likely to do. Happens every year. We haven't lost a tenth though so far. So see the run rate. It's good over there for the Czechs. 32 for 1 off 8. Run rate at the moment's 4. They'll want to pick that up, but I think that'll happen pretty naturally. It'll be Lydia to continue from this this bottom end. There's a little break as Terka does her shoelace. But been very impressed with the Croatian team in this tournament so far. They came here, had never played an international game. They've got a bit of a superstar up top, their captain Aaron Vukovitch, and a good support team as well. Lydia here yesterday, as I said, hit a lovely 50. Has been useful with the ball as well. Been a pretty good all-round performance so far from the Croatians. So it'll be Lydia bowling to Vranova, who's on 12. Good over first up, only 2 from first over. And this one's hit back down to the pit, about down the pitch to the bowler. No run. Vranova, very difficult to dismiss. Hasn't got quite the range of shots of some of the other players. But I mentioned before, she is the top scorer for the Czech Republic in T20 internationals for women. This is hit to point just for a single. Brings Kolsunova back on strike. Bit of a race between these two. Both on 13 at the moment. So the Czechs, of course, would like a good total to bowl to. The important thing is, well, we'll see that in the Croatian innings. But a couple of wickets would be vital for them when that happens. So it's hit back to the bowler, and has that been dropped, I think? Good effort there from Lydia. She gets a bit of a Low 5 there. Just been hit in the air. Made good ground to it. Couldn't quite hold on to it. It's a shame. Good athlete is Lydia. So a chance offered by Koltsunova. Comes in again. Keeps that one out. Good ball. I'll get a single. Good awareness from Fronova. And another good over from Lydia. Just 2 from it so far. A couple of balls left. The Czechs are 34 for 1. We're almost to the end of the 9th. Be a little bit of a drinks break after the 10th, as the I think a bail's fallen off. You can see it's a little bit blustery here. It's pretty normal in this area. Of course, there are a couple of airports around, and apparently the reason why the airports are close by is that it's a naturally windy part of Prague, which is not a particularly windy city. There's a pretty constant breeze here at Vinor. It's been hit through the covers. Nice shot. They'll look for one. They should just get the one. Well, the ball eventually comes back to the bowler. 35 for 1. Both batters now on 14. Koltsunova facing the final ball of this over from Vukovitch. It's down leg side and called a wide. Of course, it's slightly different to the T10 game, where the wides are a bit more liberal on the leg side. Just in case anyone was wondering. 36 at the moment, the Czechs. And this one's down leg side again, missed out. Should be called a wide again, will be. Run starting to tick over. Vukovitch. Still that one ball left, just bowled a couple of wides. Maybe the wind playing a bit of havoc. It is coming probably directly behind us. It might be pushing the ball out to the towards the batsman. That's pretty well hit. There's a player out there again. Picked out Vukovitch. And end of the over. Czechia are 38 for 1. So again, it'll be Senjuk to continue. It's all a bit slow at the moment, but they've only just lost that 1 wicket, the Czechs. It's a good little partnership. So mounting up between these two. Expected to score 95. We'll see. I think again, the bowling's been pretty tight here from Croatia, not giving away too many wides, not giving away too many runs. It's been pretty much on line, and the Czech batters, there's only been 1 boundary so far in the innings. That's that of Koltsunova, who won pretty firmly through the mid-on area. Senjuk 9 off her first. And Terka hits that one in that same sort of area. Gets through the fielder. They've come back for 2 pretty comfortable runs. Nice shot from Terka. Moves on to 17. Franova's on 14. 40 up for the Czechs. And I think she's taking a bit of a liking to Senjuk's bowling. As Terka Koltsunova using her feet well, trying to slam it through the onside. Trying to find those boundaries. This one's hit square, got past the fielder, got past the other fielder. That's 4 runs. Good shot there through square leg. And a bit of a celebration from Terka. There should be a big hug. In fact, it's just a fist bump this time. But good to see. Used her feet well. Just lost it down the leg side a bit. Moved across. Hit it nicely through that square leg area. Another boundary for Koltsunova. Moves on to 21. As I said, a good little partnership mounting up here for the Czechs. This one's, well, have to hurry, and took on the fielder. Went straight to the fielder, and at that short mid-wicket area, direct hit might have had her in trouble. In the end, just a single brings Franova back on strike. They're building something here, the Czechs. Franova facing Senjuk. 3 balls left in this over. Franova can't quite hit it like she did yesterday. A bit frustrated. Really not timing the ball at all. She's still there though. Sometimes that happens with innings where you just can't quite get anything going. Then as soon as you hit one off the middle, that might change things. She's hit that pretty well. Turned around the corner. They'll just get the single. Bring Koltunova back on strike. He's going almost to run a ball now, is Koltunova. 46 for 1. And Senjuk. The economy rate's going out the window a little bit for her. I wonder if they'll change it up, put another bowler on from that Zamek end. And swing and a miss there from Koltunova. Good end of the over from Senjuk. And at the end of 9, the Czech Republic are 46 for 1. You'll see here the Czechs will be in action later in the year in December in the Challenger division of the Women's ECC. So 2 divisions. One of the there's the Premier Division with England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands, and Italy, and then the Challenger division. They'll be competitive as well. Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey, and Czechia. So looking forward to that. It's the women's version of the ECC, with the final tournament probably of the year, ending just before Christmas. And there might be something snuck in somewhere for the in the ECN calendar, which seems to grow spontaneously. But that'll be a really good tournament again at the end of the year. So here it's a pretty tense contest between these two. Czechia only lost that 1 wicket. Croatia, they're still, I would say, on top a little bit at the halfway mark. Not many runs for the Czechs, but that can build quite easily. Just got to get through the field, and they've got some good batting to come as well to do the Czechs. Just a little drinks break here. And it's Koltunova, the skipper, who's got into the 20s. Franova is on 15, but really not hitting the ball very cleanly. She's still there though. If she can tick over the runs, give Koltunova the strike, I think it's a good ploy. But 46 off 10. The main thing is for the Czechs, they've only lost that 1 wicket. So Vinny's back.
I am back. I've been watching this. I'm loving the kind of attacking instincts of the captain here, Turka Koltunova, who she's doing her best to take the game on. And I think also, I think of someone like a Katka who's still to come. And I think, Vukovitch, I think, proved to be a little bit quick for at this stage. But I think some of the other pace of the bowlers, I think that she's probably a little bit of an ace in the hole still for Czechia. And the question is, what's enough? I suppose my main thing is, if you can put 100 plus on the board and find a way to get Vukovitch earlier, I think it becomes a very, 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 very winnable game. So, yeah, we've already seen Pavla going for a few more than she did this morning. You mentioned, actually, even yesterday, you were talking about the fact that Croatia, in this game, they're going to be the ones that are going back to back, and it becomes quite a long day, even though it's not particularly hot, but certainly just a long day to have to be switched on. So anyway, I did have a bit of a chat to Sema Kuchuk, and she said, yeah, that's the way to say it. Kuchuk Suchu. He's going to break it up into halves. But we'll say it's tongue twister. There's probably some consonants you wouldn't normally have so close together. But anyway, she is going to come on. It's a really good start. Right on the money. And yeah, she's a bowler that's been pretty interesting to watch. She's had periods where she's kind of has been in control, I suppose, of the direction, and other times where she's found it a little bit difficult. But she also has one of the shortest run-ups, I think, that you'll find. But that's 2 in a row that have been pretty good for Sama to get her started. How do you see the first 10 overs then, Danny, for Czech?
You've got to say that the Czechs would probably like more runs, but the fact they've only lost 1 wicket, I think, is a real positive for them, and they can launch an attack here. It just depends. Franova's just not hitting the ball like she was yesterday. Tell you what, Terka's hitting the ball pretty well. It's a nice shot. Great fielding there from Lydia. You can't find the ball, but they'll come back for a second.
It's a brilliant bit of fielding, really showing how it should be done. Getting that body behind the ball, making sure just there was no way it was getting through. Courageous stuff, really. But good running as well from the Czech pair in the middle, who do get back for 2 pretty easily.
Yeah, it's very well hit there from Terka. Moves on to 24. So this one's going to be called a no ball. Free hit.
I think it's the right player to be on the other end of it at the moment as well. Terka almost run a ball pace here. Just, yeah, against this kind of pace of bowling, she's just a natural sports person, isn't she?
Whee.
She actually slips as she bowls that one, actually. Sam, you can see they're just looking down at the footing. I think that's pretty much where it went wrong more than anything else. Kind of overbalanced. But anyway, Terka will remain the free hit regardless.
Well, 50 up for the Czechs as well. So again, it's pretty even for me. This one's, oh well, she got a bit of that. That was going to be a wide. I think he got the back of the bat. It's going towards the boundary. They'll come back for 2.
It's actually pretty impressive that she might actually get 3 here if it's not picked up straight away. But I think Terka pretty keen to kind of control the strike. Now, if you can't get a 4, 2's next best thing because, you know, you keep the same striker. Is that a glider that's coming over this way?
No, it's a light plane. Looks like I don't know, not a glider. We have seen gliders around here though.
It's very quiet, and then I realised I've got my headphones on. That's why.
Buzzing the ground. Nice shot. That's going to be 4. Lovely shot there. A big hug in the middle. In fact, it wasn't a hug. It was a collision between the bowler and Terka. That's a nice shot. Fastest part of the ground. And a bit of a tap on the helmet.
Definitely a motor in that plane. Jumped straight over us. That was a brilliant shot, wasn't it? Again, I like the way, and this is something that some of the batters have struggled with, just opening up that leg side when the ball's there to hit. I think we were talking about it this morning, weren't we, off air? Just opening up that front leg and being able to pull away. She did that so well. Moves to 30 now. Now this does become the highest score by a Czech batter in T20IW cricket.
Not quite yet, I don't think. Oh, nice shot again. This one's going towards the boundary. And, well, good fielding. And, oh, this could be a chance for a run out. Not gathered. Another bit of a collision between the batter and the bowler.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It was in front of it. Was it 34 she scored yesterday?
34, I think,
34
yeah.
in front of her. So it's a record I'm sure she'll be happy to give up. It's not an easy fielder to take on, but also not super easy for the bowler. You can see that Kuchik, she was pretty keen to try and get that ball back onto the wickets. Couldn't take it cleanly. That'll be the end of the over. And if we look at the standings here, the Czechs obviously, if they were to drop this game, they're out of the running with just 1 to play. But yeah, Croatia, they've had such a good start, but it is their back-to-back day. A bit of a banana peel game for them, and they're being challenged at the moment.
They are. Look, the Czechs, especially Koltunova, it's really starting to hit the ball very well. Franova, as mentioned, not really as fluid as what she was yesterday. She batted very well for her 34. She's 16 off 34 now. She's still there, and sometimes all it takes is just 1 off the middle to get you going, get your timing back in. It's just not quite happening for her at the moment. Koltunova going to run a ball just over, looking pretty good. Senjuk to continue, who's been pretty expensive for her liking. 17 off 2, 59 now for 1 off 11. The Czechs, I want to get around about that 120 mark to be competitive, I think, with the total. There's Senjuk come in, bowling to front of her. It's down leg side, turned around the corner, just be a single. Nicely played, brings Terka back on strike. As the batter most likely at the moment. And she's hitting the ball pretty well as Terka took a liking to Senjuk's bowling in the last over. Hit a nice boundary. There's plenty of cover square for Terka. Tell you what, there's no one in that cow corner area. I think that's where she'll try to aim. It's going to be called. I'm going to call her through as well. Good run there from front of her, who slides in again. She's got a penchant for that. Likes falling on the ground.
Well, I don't know if she likes it, but she's certainly willing to do it. and yeah, I've liked that kind of, what's the word? Kind of intensity, if you like. This has been a handy little partnership. Front of her. Faces up. Kind of catch her in front slightly, but we don't get the best view from behind. Chris Tebb writes something down in the notebook.
Yeah, maybe going over. It wasn't much of an appeal from the Croatians. Senchuk continue bowling in front of her. And again, she's got the single. Seems just to be cutting across the ball rather than hitting with an open face.
Yeah, I think it's been a little bit of fatigue, just kind of creeping into her game as well. Love the running here from Turco at non-strikers, and you can see she's gaining some yardage there by the time the ball reaches the other end.
She was halfway down the pitch before before front of her hit it.
But it shows she wants to score. She wants to move the game forward. She wants to be on strike.
Oh, good bowling.
But I mean, both these two, they're running pretty well together. That's the thing. I know they've had some dicey moments, but you know, it's very unlikely that they're going to be bowled out here. So you know, I think you've got to take those calculated risks. Both on the same page, I think that's the most important thing as well.
Very true. Turco now 32. Misses that one again. Good line and length. Oh, they'll take a bye. Good awareness there from front of her. He decided not to fall over that time.
Wasn't required. That's Pavla. Been a pretty important bowler for Croatia today. It's great to have Vedran Zanko, the coach, in a little bit earlier of Croatia, just obviously sharing some of his insights.
I like those little interviews. I think they're really nice, bringing a different perspective. So, well, nicely hit. Good fielding from Erin, just to knock it down, just be a single.
Yeah, exactly. But also good running to recognise that it got just far away enough.
Well, she's finally hit one out of the screws as front of her, but took a good piece of fielding to stop the boundary.
Can I just be a bit of devil's, not devil's advocate, just a possibility? I still feel Katka is a key batter, but I do think you want to use her against some of these middle of the innings bowlers.
Yep.
Now, whether she was to come in and whether maybe Vukovitch considers bringing herself back a little bit quicker or not, I'm not sure. But
I'm just looking in the dugout. Like, I think I can see her with the pads on.
Remember, front of her very first ball innings as well, copped right in the boot.
Yes.
As well, I'm sure that's not too pleasant either. But anyway, we're going to have Kuchik Suchu to bowl over number 13. Front of our 19.
It's pretty well hit. There's a fielder out there. It's Lydia. They've got the two best fielders out on the boundary.
Yeah.
And they're cutting off a lot of runs.
I was just going to say that. You know, that's one zone I think where you would expect a lot of balls to go and be hit hard. And I've got to say, they have fielded very well out there.
Well, front of us hit the last couple out of the middle, so it's looking good for her now. Koltunova now on 32. I think we said 34 was the highest score by any Czech female batter. That was front of her yesterday.
That's the kind of zone that has bothered Turco a little bit. That ball kind of coming towards off stump, which hasn't quite kind of kept that batting shape to drive. It's kind of a half drive, half heave, isn't it? And she has missed out occasionally. Lost it off stump, but if it's more towards that leg stump, she's hit it pretty well.
That's definitely her hitting area. Oh, they're coming with her two. That's well run. Good awareness. I think it was front of her who called her through.
Yeah, and I think they have a look at the throw, and they have a look at the throw and say, look, we think we can beat that throw back. It's actually a good heads-up play. Again, if you can turn a 1 into 2, sometimes you have to work so hard for a 1 in this format that if you can turn it into a 2, it takes some pressure off.
Again, nice shot through that side. And Vukovitch gets a bad bounce, and it's 4, I think. Not sure, actually. It might come back for 2.
I think it is 4. think she throws it in out of frustration more than anything. It's an
I don't
angry
know.
throw in.
I don't think it's been called, though, Vinny.
No, they've already called it.
Have they?
Yeah, we'll check it out. I saw the signal from Joanne Stiglitz, but
Got a Tortuga. Again, nice shot. Likes that area. It
was a bit of a Tortuga, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
you can see
hit
actually hits the rope.
Yep.
But then this is one of the most powerful throws all day. It's amazing what a bit of annoyance will do to you.
Well, Koltunova now 38. It's the highest score ever by a Czech woman. She's as we said, all tournament. She's only 16, just about turned 17. So great effort from her. Again, she got that hitting zone. Likes hitting out there, but again, two good fielders covering that area. Just be a single this time. And front of her is on 20. I said she's starting to hit the ball quite nicely as well. One ball left this over. 73 for one now. Just about 13 overs gone. Good partnership between these two. And yeah, this one didn't quite get hold of it. Did front of her. Be a dot ball. And we'll keep Koltunova on strikers on 39. Going just over a runner ball.
Into the over, 73 for one. So just under runner ball pace at the moment. Koltunova went kind of back there because it got hit back towards that bowler's end stumps. You can see there that Ivana Zigante comes in and says, well bowled. But, I think we might have a retired hurt situation here. I would actually consider, if she is a bit hurt from that foot anyway, it might be strategically a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
I think you got the wild card of Katka up your sleeve, and I can see you probably don't have to run off. I think this will be.
I don't think she's retired. I think she's retiring.
It might be retired out anyway, but just you can see she's hobbling a bit. She definitely was bothered by the blow on the foot, I think, first ball, but she's batted on for better part of an hour, really. That's we'll wait and see what the official is here. But it's retired out. So they've decided to make a strategic change. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to give Katka a chance with 7 overs to go. But I tell you what, if I was Aaron Vukovitch, though, I'd be grabbing the ball straight away and thinking, look, let's neutralise this threat straight away. I suppose you haven't seen a bit more of Katka than
still
maybe
undecided.
Croatians have.
Undecided who's going to bowl. Looks like it could be Senchuk, I think.
Because Vukovic has 1 over left. And, yeah, apart from that, the bowling's a very off-speed, if you want to put it that way. So, and I just think that Tessa Zhikova, who's coming now, is just a natural hitter. She's got the long levers. She's, I think, the most powerful boundary hitter in this lineup. And it's just been hard to work out where to bat her. I actually think the middle order suits her a bit more at this stage of her career. It depends on the opposition, I think, as well. Anyway, here we go with over 14. Pavla comes back to bowl her last.
It's just turned around the corner. They'll look for 2. Then we'll get it pretty comfortably as well. It's Helen Lenko out there who had to come in quite a ways off the boundary. It's Koltunova. He's on 41. As I said, the highest ever score for a Czech women's international game. Hit that one well as well and got through the fielder. Just be a single. Bring Katka on strike, who runs very hard.
There's one thing about Katka, though, I will say, sometimes she starts scampering back to the non-strikers before she needs to. See here, she immediately turns around when the ball actually gets through the fielder. That's why she has to work pretty hard for that single. She didn't have to. It's something I picked up. Anyway, let's see how she goes. She could definitely use a few runs here.
She's been a bit low on confidence, hasn't had her best tournament. And also in Austria a couple of weeks ago was struggling a bit. But she won't die wondering. She's going to have a swing at everything.
Yeah, that's why she's exciting. And I think you don't want to leave her on the bench too long. I think you want to be able to at least see if she can come off for you.
She's got a good 6 overs and a bit to get some runs and pump this score up. And it's just tucked around the corner. Get a single. to run well. Slides in.
Well, it's about 7 steps for Katka to get down the other end, so that helps. But she's put everything on the line there. I hope she's okay, actually. But, you know, that's one shot she had a bit of difficulty playing. It's actually a great dive. But, yeah, just getting that front leg out the way and be able to swing across that ball on leg stump was kind of a bit of a blind spot for her yesterday. Happy to see her off the mark. And back to Terka, who's on 42, the Czech captain.
Big swing and a miss. Good bowling there from Senjog. It's been a good over so far. But you're right, Terka. I think the coaches have probably had a bit of a chat to her. Or she's just asked them, what am I doing wrong? What can I do? And, well, that's exactly what she should do. It's just to clear that leg. As Senjog comes in last ball and hit nicely on the leg side. Should just be a single, I think. Helen Leko, they'll come back for 2. And well run by Terka. No, she's gone. Well, that's good fielding by the Croatians. That's a big wicket. And Tesajikova has to go, unfortunately.
You can see there, Terka basically just apologises, I think. Went through for a second run. Kaka was always going to struggle with, I think. And I've got to say, it's a great bit of kind of improvisational fielding from Senjog off her own bowling to grab it and had to hit direct from a kind of awkward angle. And Kaka just keeps on running. So, yeah, that gamble doesn't pay off. And, yeah, you got to feel for Kaka again. Just can't seem to catch a break at the moment. But she'll have to go. And at the end of 14 overs, 78 for 3. But, yeah, you've got to give credit to Croatia. There's really a half chance and they turn it into a wicket and they get rid of a real dangerous hitter.
Yeah, it was a good throw from the boundary. I think it might have been Helen Leko to throw it in.
It was, and Pavla had to move out away from the stump slightly, but was able to gather it and get it onto the stumps. So Croatia are going to continue with Sema Kuchuk-Suchu. This is actually Joshi coming in. Avina Ben Joshi. So I think she's getting hit for the first time in the series.
So interesting that they've taken one of the players out from the deep. Lydia's come into that short mid wicket, and in fact, no, they still have 2 players out there. It's Leko and it's also the skipper Vukovitch.
So Joshi playing her first game.
Comes in and down the leg side.
It's a nice confident start.
Yeah, nice shot through the leg side, just picked up by Lydia. Just a single. Bring Terka back on strikers on 43.
You can just see what they see in Terka, you know, as the leader of this generation.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lot of responsibility very quickly for her. But yeah, she's kind of a born competitor.
It's a nice shot again. It'll be picked up by Leko. Just be a single.
Helen's great to watch as well. She tends to follow the action, and she had no hesitation getting across and making that stop. It was hit pretty well by Koltunova.
Yeah, she's a good cricketer, is Helen Leko. So ball comes in again, and outside off stump, called a wide. Czechs won't mind that.
I like Joshi's first shot as well. You know, it is a real shame, I suppose, especially for Tesajikova to be run out that way. But they have resources, and I like what I've seen from Joshi so far. You know, sometimes run-outs are the price of doing business in the search to get as many as possible.
By the way, Renata Pierce messaged me yesterday, and I missed out on it. I'll tell you that in a moment. This is hit in the air, just away from the fielder. Just be a single. Bring Koltunova back on strike. Yana Kominkova yesterday, her first bit of action ever in cricket was taking that catch.
I know, and what a catch.
Oh, what a catch it was. Yeah. So she'd never played a cricket game before, and because of availability and other things, a nice shot there from Terka as well, and have to do well to field it. 4 runs. Nice shot. Moves on to 48. So, big high five there Terka moves on to 48 or 43. It's been a really good captain's knock. Likes that area, hits it nicely. So yeah, Kaminkova, the first ever game of cricket yesterday, representing the Czech Republic, and took a great catch.
Here's Terka on 48.
And that will go towards the boundary. They'll look for 2. They probably won't get it on Vukovitch's arm. They're looking for it and gets it. 50 for Terka Kultsunova. Fantastic. I don't think she knows it yet. Now she puts her hand up. And that's, again, first ever international 50 for a Czech women's player. So
I don't know if she knows. Is that's her 50?
Well, we're going to say it again. 50 runs for Terka Kultsunova. Congratulations, Terka, the 16-year-old.
Well, she's either really, really cool and takes it in her stride, but judging by the amount of hugs off boundaries, I feel like she doesn't really know that that's her 50. But she brings it up. 44 balls and a little bit of history there. The first ever half century by a Czech batter in T20IW cricket.
Well
and I
done.
still think she's wondering what the fuss is about, but it's the end of the over. 88 for 3 off 15.
I think she's just concentrating on batting.
She had to work really hard for that 50th run, though. Probably an
yeah.
arm that I wouldn't be taking on.
No.
But, yeah, you'd hate to see it. We already had 149 in the series.
Oh, it means horrible. She got out 49. All right, Helen Lecko back in the attack.
She's been busy since she's been out there. Honestly, she's one that I would consider opening with her. You know, I just think she's good enough to open, and why wait? But anyway, Lecko comes back. She's the opening bowler. She's going to bowl her 4th over here in the 16th. Joshi facing up.
Yeah, Helen's again a really consistent performer for Croatia. Been really good in the series. Comes into bowl to Joshi, who gets a piece of it, and well, she's.
Yeah, well, put it this way, she hits in the air, so this happens sometimes. You get a bit nervous hitting it up, so you start running. Terka tried to yell and scream and gesture. No, get back to your crease, get back to your crease. In the end, she gets away with it.
So I think she wants to get Terka back on strike. Why wouldn't you? She's on 50 or 44. Batted very well. Joshi hits that one nicely. So got past the fielder almost. And they'll come back for a second.
That's one thing I think's improved a lot is the amount of 2s being run and just looked for. I think there's a time where I think some of the players were just kind of super satisfied to get one. They stayed there and stayed put. But I think they're looking for 2s. They are there if you turn well and push for them, if you communicate well. Nice shot by Joshi. Gets a couple.
That's been hit nice. Oh, copped on the shins there.
Yeah, I would say the amount of foot fielding is probably a little bit too high from all teams, probably. Because you don't want to see any injuries.
No.
Got to find a way to get their hands down.
They do hurt on the shins too. This one's turned around the corner. They'll just, I think, get the single. It's good feeling. It's Senjuk who comes off the boundary, comes in quickly. Good cricketer is Pavla Senjuk. Bringing Terka back on strike. The Czechs now 91 for 3. It's a good little total. They want to get a few more. As this has turned around the corner. Again, same player, Senjuk. He comes in off the boundary.
Head to the over then. Or is it? No, I think maybe one more to come.
It's been a pretty good one for Lecko. And for Croatia.
She's done a good job once again. Probably will take her usual position at the top of the order, I'd imagine.
So Joshi gets one past the bowler, almost puts a foot out, and good fielding there from Lecko.
His boots are going to have a few white cherries on them, I think, at the end of this weekend, but that'll be the end of 16. It's 92 for 3. The Czechs with a fighting chance here, 30% on the win predictor. You see there, front over, did a job at the top, but they tactically decided to bring out Tessa Zhikova, but it didn't really work out the way they would have liked, as she was a victim of a run out. But Joshi's been reasonably busy since she's been there. You mentioned a few new names in the Czech side as well, still to come. But anyway, not really in trouble of getting bowled out, you'd imagine. 92 for 3 after 16.
So Lydia coming in We bowler from the bottom end. 92 for 3. Terka Koltunova, the skipper of the Czech Republic.
I wonder if they're tempted to bring back Vukovitch a bit early, because you feel if you could do that, if you could get the captain now, who's on 50, obviously the biggest threat to get her out is Vukovitch, so you might be able to save a few runs towards the end rather than maybe give another 3 free overs. I don't say free overs, but obviously it's like it's challenging overs. She's in the rhythm of these kind of pace bowlers at the moment.
Well,
just something strategically I'd think of.
Lydia's first 2 overs only cost 8, but Terka's been hitting the ball pretty well again through that leg side. She's got her hitting zone, has Terka, and let's see if Lydia can keep it off the legs. The wind will be pushing the ball probably into the batter's pads. Let's have a look how we go with this one. This one's outside off stump, going to be called a wide.
Good leave as well by Terka first up. And Lydia's been a really fun player to watch her development, and she's taken to it very quickly. You heard what Veteran Zanko said. They're actually schoolmates together. Lydia's turned her hand to cricket and played really well for a half century yesterday.
Absolutely. That's well, left that one. That was okay. That one.
Yeah, that was okay.
Asked the question, but I think it was definitely fine.
More in than out. But cricket, the great evener, and of course Lydia, after that great half century yesterday, she had to go without scoring earlier on. So I'm sure she's keen to get back amongst the runs this afternoon.
Big swing, gets it down the ground. Should just be a single. Picked up well by the fielder, and it'll bring Joshi back on strike. And, well, Lydia, she's very important for this Croatian side, both with the bat and the ball. You're right, she missed out last time, but she didn't play a shot from one that straightened. Nice shot there from Joshi. Just got through the field. Should just be a single. Senjug, I don't think they'll take on her arm.
I've been impressed with her so far, Joshi. I think he's not a player I've seen before, but he seems pretty confident coming out there, getting bat on ball, prepared to run hard. Koltunova, though, he's desperate to keep this innings going. Chases this one. Can't quite get it back past the bowler.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good over here again from Lydia. Pretty tight. That's what they needed. Just not that the runs were getting away from the Croatians, but it's pretty good total being mounted by the Czechs. Another good ball there, and you're right. I think that's an area she has to improve on, just outside of stump.
Because she can't really decide where she wants to hit it. I think she likes that leg side. Obviously, bottom hand comes into play. It's a little bit easier to get a bit more power. Yeah, but just maybe. Yeah, for the real wide ones, she is kind of able to hit through the offside. But so those in between ones,
another
around
one like
there.
that.
But again, it's something that she can work on. Obviously, she's doing a lot of things right, isn't she? 52 to her name after 17 overs. It's 95 for 3. This is what's coming up tomorrow, our final day of the CE Cup, with Croatia taking on Gibraltar. Jeez, that was a good game this morning. And they'll play again in match 5. Gibraltar versus Czechia in match number 6. And that is the same time as today, same match times as today, both the matches. So 8 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India for the third and final day of the CE Cup before we start the European Cricket Series on Monday morning, featuring 11 domestic Czech clubs.
Looking forward to that tournament as well, as per usual. But this has been really good. It's my first experience in watching women's cricket and commentating on it, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch these 3 sides and how competitive they are, and the performances that have been put forward. And as I said, it's big congratulations to Terka Koltunova with her first 50 for the Czech women's team, and leading the team very, very well by example as a 16-year-old. So fantastic effort for her. But also the Czechs really fighting in this game, and against a very good Croatian side who's undefeated so far. And you know what? Again, it's probably that vital wicket of Vukovitch. If they can get her out early, the Czechs are very much in this game. Vukovitch, though, probably a different level to most of the players in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. But you know, what's also clear is how her teammates have learned a lot of what she's doing, and I think the same goes for Czech. Obviously, Terka not really at this stage having as much cricket experience, even as Vukovitch, for example. But the fact that she's doing those little things right, being proactive with the running, communicating well with her partner. Obviously, when she bowls, I like her bowling a lot when she gets it right. You just wonder, someone like a Terka, if at some point she gets to travel to somewhere like England to develop her cricket as well, if she gets that kind of opportunity. The foundation's been put in.
Well, that's what Danny O'Connor's doing.
Yeah, the Scarborough Academy right now.
Yeah, so that's really nice to see, and it'll be interesting when he comes back to the league to see what kind of player he is, because he's pretty good as a 14-year-old last year.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
He hit a 6.
We'll miss him in the ECS this year, but we look forward to seeing plenty more of him in the future. All right, so 3 overs to go. This is where it's a funny one. You want to be probably pushing for a few more runs physically, try and turn one into 2s, but I think also a lot of it's to do with Terka still wanting to be there to the very end and control the strike slightly. So maybe, for example, if it's down the ground, maybe you can put she could put a partner at risk a bit more, I suppose, to try and take some calculated risks there. But anyway, Vukovitch is going to bowl out from that top end over number 18.
Misses that one, going to be a wide. Be interesting to see whether Terka is going to open the bowling, because she's done a lot of the batting here, and I think we'll probably need a bit of a break before coming on.
The first thing that when I said how are you going, she said tired.
Yeah.
You can understand why I said doesn't surprise me when you consider the workload she's had, obviously batting that 3 position. Her bowling probably wasn't really in rhythm yesterday with her bowling compared to I think what I've seen from her at other times, but today's a new day. One of the world's shortest dead balls, but it's hard to lose your run when it's only 2 steps. This one I think will be a wide down the leg side.
3 in a row. She's lost a line a bit here as the bowler.
Still think 120 might be on for Czechia here.
Possibly.
Again, in the air and not quite gathered. It was a tough return opportunity for Vukovitch, but couldn't quite hold on.
Yeah, it was in the air, couldn't quite get across to it. Did get a hand.
Hands didn't really come together because it was quite difficult having to go low, and 2 are left.
What's gone? Yeah, I thought it might have been. There's a little appeal, and that's the end of a very good innings there from Terka Koltsunova. And Chris Tebb, no doubt, it looked pretty good as a shout.
Kind of coming back with the win, wasn't it? So pitching on, it did look very adjacent. Somebody appealed, don't know who, but I heard something, and
it was just one appeal.
That's all you need. I mean, that's not the greatest angle because that's from mid-on, but you could see from behind. She's got a long way across. But anyway, well, you got to say it's a historic moment for Terka. She'll walk away with the first ever Czech half-century.
So it is Jana Kominkova to come in. So she played her very first game of cricket yesterday, and going to have a bit of a hit. Hit that quite nicely. Get a run to the fielder. Oh, just got in, Kominkova. Bring Joshi back on strike. That's 100 up for the Czech Republic.
And I think it's Kominkova's first run. I believe.
Maybe.
Don't know. I'll have to go back to the stats. But
I know she stood there like a statue for one yesterday. She got LBW with one of them.
I know she did get 1 actually before that. So I'm being a bit unkind. But
well, Joshi, she's 7 off 11. Kominkova's 1 off 1. This was down leg side. Turned around the corner. Nice shot. Yeah. Look, probably just get the single, I think.
Now you got to be busy. That's what we've gotten down to now. Got to say it one more time. That's great. great innings from Kolchunova for 23 off. Not 23 off, 28 in this game. That was yesterday. Today with 52 or 51 with 5 boundaries, but a lot of twos in there. Pushed really hard.
It's called a wide. And Kaminkova just reaching across to try to hit it, but just too wide. Been an expensive spell here from Seema. And just well, there's a big swing and a miss there from Jana. And at the end of the over,
it's got to say, you see how much the wicket means though to Seema, who's worked really hard for it. She'll finish 1 for 38, and it's 102 for 4 after 18.
Yeah, it's well, they've got over the 100 mark. They've got a couple of overs to see if they can pump that score up. They'll need every bit of it, but they'll need early wickets, I think, against Croatia, who hit 191 against them yesterday. It was a skipper Vukovitch and also Lydia Vukovitch, who's going to be taking this 19th over.
But for Seema, I mean, her first ever T20 international wicket. And obviously, it's a long journey to that point.
Absolutely.
Of just kind of learning the craft. Well, we've seen sometimes it's gone right, sometimes it hasn't. But yeah, she was absolutely thrilled at that wicket, so she should. Rare kind of loose delivery from Lydia, who's coming back to bowl in this over. Did you see that wind? You're right, it's a bit left to right, isn't it? Bit of a cross breeze at the moment. Took that one down the leg side. How high can the Czechs climb here with 2 overs remaining?
Lydia again, bowling to Joshi. It's left outside off stump.
Because this is also what I'd say is that you want to be going at this over because you know you got Erin in the last over. And so with 6 wickets in hand, I think you need to be going for broke here in the 19th.
So, well, good bowling again. Right on line there from Lydia, showing experience. It's been a good spell, actually. Only 12 off it. And, 4 balls left. 103 now for the Czechs. It's a target to defend. I'd like a few more runs, though. Comes in again. This one's hit back towards the bowler, and they'll take a single. Good awareness. Not the quickest between the wickets, these two. I can't see them running too many twos, so they need good contact. Kaminkova, we're facing, but it's been a really good spell here from Lydia.
Love for approach as well. It's got a kind of baseball type setup.
Yeah. And that should be called a wide. It has been.
Yeah, I just love when people kind of just see the basics of the sport and say, okay, here's a bat, go. And yeah, you can see that she's naturally got hand-eye coordination. Kaminkova faces up.
Oh, misses that one.
That's the kind of the middle length ball, isn't it? That's going to be a difficult one to judge.
Yeah, really good bowling again. Got it right that time, did Lydia. So a couple of balls left of her spell. It's been a really good one. Comes in again, bowling to Kaminkova, who has a bigger swing and a miss. Good keeping, right behind it. Yeah. So it's still a pretty even contest for me. Again, as mentioned, it just takes a couple of wickets early, especially that vital one of the skipper Erin Vukovitch.
Let's see if the Czech bowlers can get it right. They're going to have to. Last ball for Lydia Vukovitch.
Oh, it's hit straight. It's hit her, and a bit of a flick at the stumps, and
wow.
That's gone right in the opposite direction to where
I think it's just slipped out of the hands at the last moment, but this throw ends up taking the ball further away from the wickets. First, it was an ankle breaker. Little flick away. It's actually a beautiful little blind pass. Had some of it, then couldn't say if she was throwing or holding. In the end, well, be careful what you wish for, because Kaminkova is going to be facing up in the last over. And I think I know who's going to bowl it. It's 106 for 4 after 19.
Yeah, she's moving up. She's only just 6 off her first 3 overs, Vukovitch.
But still again, it just shows you the runs that are there that you never think.
Yeah.
Because, and the run out right now, they're not going to get bowled out before the end of the 20. So, I mean, you could make a case almost for running every time you hit the ball at this stage. Just seeing how many you can get away with.
Well, these two aren't the most agile. I don't think there's going to be too many quick singles. That doesn't look right.
Why did they just change ends?
It's, well, I don't know whether batters just changed ends. Well, it surely wasn't a dead ball. And that's not quite right, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely at the wrong end.
I don't know why they just changed.
Maybe they've been watching too much ECS cricket. Or too much cricket when you bowl at one end.
Kaminkova's just been sneaky and thought, oh no, look who's bowling. I think I'll just wander over
just
here.
say, look, if it's all the same to you, you can have this one, and I'll just watch. All right, Kaminkova, Yana, if I'm going to be a bit less formal, get ready to swing that bat. This is going to be fun. Last over. All right, you know it's gonna be quick, even though, look, Erin looks, she's ready to go have a nap, to be honest. She's had a bit of a workload. Here we go, over number 20.
Well, it's not a bad shot by Kaminkova.
You see, I'm running on that.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just going to stay there and wait for a ball with your name on it. I think you got to, again, this is experience, it's cricket experience. It's just thinking, okay,
Vinny,
let's see what we can get off. Anything we get off here is bonus.
Vinny, she played her first game yesterday. I don't think she's quite
But
the
Joshy's
awareness.
got agency as well.
Ah,
you know,
true.
she's been out there a while. She had to call her through for that.
She's got two on the bat.
Yeah.
Bit of a crowd catch.
Yeah. Hit a couple of them. That's good. I mean, that's what I mean about this. Sometimes I think also if you knew having less reaction time's better.
You watch her crack one through the covers. It's a big open space there. She's looking for it, lining her up.
But yeah, just not to be scared to be run out. Josh, I'm talking mostly about Josh hitting on strikers then to take that responsibility.
Big swing and a miss.
And the reason I'd say, you know, you're looking to run when you hit it is because there's going to be ones like that you don't, and you pretty much know you're not going to get a run. So, yeah. I mean, but you learn that from experience. You learn it from probably watching this back as well.
Of course. No,
And
it's,
Shrug, hello to you, Shrug. Nice to see you. Saying Vukovitch goes early. This could be a tight one. Yeah, agree.
Yeah, very much agree. It's a big if, though. Nice shot. As I said, cracks it through the covers, going towards the boundary. Foot feeling from Kornilenko, 4 runs. Picked it.
She knew what she was doing. Don't worry about that. She played the old sneaky, tried to go to the non-strikers and got back, knocked a couple. But what a shot from Kaminkova.
Lovely shot.
The kitchen sink, and then it gets hoofed into the car park from Kornilenko. Anyway, what a brilliant shot that is. It's like when you set the bowling machine to a scary speed and see how you deal with it. Vukovitch is saying, all right, go a bit more that way. I'm still quite amazed I had someone out there. That was a brilliant shot.
Well,
Probably my favourite shot of the day, if I'm completely honest, considering this is the first weekend of cricket ever. 2 to come.
Oh, well, she shouldn't have left that one.
Well, you know what? You had a moment. And so Vukovitch gets the ultimate revenge again. I think the wires crossed here for a second. Gets one that she probably likes the idea of playing a shot, but then she leaves it, crashes into middle and leg. But you know what? I'll take the trade-off, 4 and out. And the score is 110 for 5.
Well, bit of revenge there. Her first wicket against the Czechs.
I know we
Erin.
probably won't do this, but I would love a montage of the leave dismissals in this series. We've had about 3 LBWs and maybe 1 or 2 bowls like that. Hey, but Kaminkova, great job.
Yeah.
Great job. Great boundary there. 110 for 5. It's just going to be Anushree Chirsaga to face the last ball. Now you might as well run no matter what. Last ball of the innings.
Comes in and straight through her, and they won't take the run. And it was a good spell from Vukovitch. And well, just have a look at what happened.
Yeah,
They're
somehow the
celebrating
ball
for
went onto the stumps.
something.
I don't know if she kicked it onto the stumps.
I don't know.
Just have a look at the keeper here. Basically megs her, and then it gets stuck, and then she kind of runs in, tries to find the ball out of the pads, and then
Where did
I
that
think
come
I've ever
from?
seen that before.
Where did that come from? It just
it
appeared.
got lodged in her pad. Eventually it came out. Anyway, that'll be the end of the 20 overs. 110 for 5. Look, it's a fighting score for Czechia.
Yep.
But I had a feeling no matter whether they scored kind of 80 or 150, a lot of this game depends on if they can get the key wickets, and particularly that of Vukovitch in the second innings. Here we go.
Exactly
It
right.
started with a leave. There was one in the last over as well. It was the old Sandshoe crusher first up from Vukovitch. Croatia, having to play back for back, maybe back-to-back in day 2 play, maybe not quite as energetic as they were a little bit early on. That was a good catch, though, from Gigante early. And this was a tight one as well, wasn't it? But, I think when you look at it, I think Turko Koltsunova's contribution of a half century is invaluable, at least giving the host chance a shot at their first win in this series.
Absolutely, and congratulations to the skipper Turko Koltsunova with a fabulous 50, the first ever for the women's team in the Czech Republic. See that one getting through the field, it hit pretty well. That was the first boundary. She hit a few, mainly through the leg side. As you can see, gave herself a lot of space there, and batted very well, did Terka. And well, they saw off the thread of Erin Vukovitch early. It was a good bowling from Lydia as well. Apart from that, they fancied their chances against this Croatian bowling. This one went through Vukovitch with a bad bounce. She wasn't very happy about it. It was an unfortunate one for Katka Terzasikova, who got run out. It was a really good piece of fielding from Leko and also from the bowler Senjuk. But the story, I think, of this innings definitely was the 50 scored by Terka. And congratulations to her as a 16-year-old captain of this Czech team, leading by example. Fantastic effort. So in the end, she was dismissed. But that was a bit of a highlight there. The shot of Vukovitch by Jana Kominkova, playing her first weekend of cricket. Then, well, left one. She probably shouldn't have left.
Yeah, it was an interesting 4 and out. I don't think I've quite seen anything like it. But, you can see the building blocks are there for Jana. She certainly got a highlight to walk away from. But the next one, it was kind of like our broadcast sometimes, just got a bit frozen. Anyway, it was 52 or 51 for Turka Koltsunova, the first ever half century by a Czech women's player. And front of her, 20 before, she was strategically removed. I think that was to get Tessa Zhikova into the action, but unfortunately she was run out before she could make too much of an impact. Joshi with 9 made a few useful contributions, and in the end 5 down for 110. Vukovitch stand out once again. 4 overs, 1 made and 1 for 10. A wicket also for Leko, who was also tight. 1 for 17. Vukovitch doesn't take a wicket, but pretty economical as well. And congratulations to Seema Kuchuk-Suchu with her first wicket in international T20 cricket. We'll take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. We haven't had a successful chase in the series yet. Could this be the first one? 111 required for the Croats to keep their undefeated start to this series alive and almost have one hand on the trophy. Vinny sounding here, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hitchek. We'll take a break and see you shortly for more ECN Central Cup T20IW. Hello, welcome back. Last innings of the day then, and it's Croatia hoping to go 3-0 in the series as the Czech side, the hosts in this CE Cup, hoping to register their first victory. They've got some runs on the board, 110 to be precise, 111 the victory target for Croatia. Vinny Sandy brings to Maximo for ECN on a Super Saturday of cricket on the network. Joining me once again, Danny Hudacek, as well. There's one very, very key wicket I think that the Czechs would like to see the back of, and that's Aaron Vukovitch. You see it there. Batted beautifully earlier in the day. 148 runs, averaging 148 in the series. But I would say that what we saw from the Croatian batting earlier, if you can get those top wickets, it's a different ball game.
Yeah, they do have good batting up top, especially Vukovitch. And well, she hit 22 off the first over in the previous game against Gibraltar, against a very good bowler in Lizzie Ferrari. Let's see what she can do to Terka Koltsunova, who must be a little bit tired after hitting their 50, but I'm sure she's on top of the world.
Captain versus captain then.
It's a good start. Very good start from Terka. Very well watched onto the bat by, respectfully, by Aaron.
If you bowl badly to her, you're going to get hurt. You're going to get hurt badly. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure, I suppose, for the fielding side. A lot of pressure, though, on Vukovitch, I'm sure, as well. Knows the importance of her wicket.
It's going to be wide. I think it's going to go through the keeper as well. First couple of runs for Croatia. So I don't think it's a, as far as the runs goes, I think it's just the fact that if they get Vukovitch out early, then I think it'll be enough runs for the Czechs, even though they do have some good batting in their lineup, Croatia. And this one's turned around the corner by Leko. No run. Feel very tight, actually. There's everyone in the circle really attacking this Croatian batting lineup.
This strategy, they've got Katka kind of lurking at a deep mid-wicket position, but yeah, really trying to put the squeeze on Leko, not let her get off strike too easily. But yeah, a different sort of bowling attack, the Czech attack. I think the Gibraltar attack probably had a bit more pace on the ball for Vukovitch to work with. There's Terka, very proud moment for her, I'm sure, registering the first ever half century by a Czech player in T20IWs.
One's going to be called a wide again. Again, that's a little bit like she bowled yesterday afternoon, where she just feels looks a bit stiff.
Yeah, just she's dragged a few down essentially. You know, I think the key is, I know she's an opening bowler, but she can still afford to give it a bit of air, I think, because you can see even if this is online, it's quite a readable kind of height. You get a good look at how high it's bounced after the first bounce. So yeah, I just think you'd want to kind of draw these batters forward and potentially into an error, and you've got all those fielders around for that kind of pop-up catch.
Yeah,
so you can get it right here.
Got a bit of strapping on her arm too. It's a better delivery.
Yeah, and that's more like the length I'm talking about, where you kind of draw them forward. You can even go probably a little bit more even.
So there's been a couple of wides here from Terka. This one's a better ball. Came in, or a bit of an appeal, a bit high, I think. And really, that's a much better line and length. Came in a bit in the air. Have a look at this. Came in late, and Helen trying to get it away. Hit on the hip. Optimistic appeal.
Yeah, probably straight enough, but I think it was going well over the top.
It's Leko's not the tallest, but still over hip height. This one's tucked around the corner. It's going to go towards the boundary. The chase is on. I'll come back for 2, I think, and might even look for 3. Well, yeah, they'll get 3 as well.
Good running, good heads-up play from Vukovitch. Just saw the throw coming back, and it was taking forever and a day to get back to the centre of the field. So it does steal the strike back with the ball remaining in this first over. Still think we'll see it. Might say 4-all run at some point. If you get a couple of quick batters out there, you can hit it into enough space.
Maybe.
Or maybe a subpar throwback. Perfect storm.
It's a nice shot and well fielded. Got it on the end of the fingers. The fielder just be a dot ball. It's Sharka out there. Koltsunova, the sister of Terka, copped on right at the end of the fingers. Should be
Thanks, sis.
okay.
End of the over 8 without loss. Shrug's got a question. I wonder if there's been anyone who played against international team 1 week and then umpired them the next week. I don't know. But in Europe, it would happen more often than you'd think. Just because a lot of the umpires do also play. Obviously, it's kind of because it's a slightly smaller community, I suppose. You do tend to get. I know it happens here a lot in Czechia as well. A lot of the umpires do play as well, and
We'll see Venki Margashayam umpiring, who is a Czech national representative. I don't think he'll play at the weekend in the international games. I'm not sure if he's been selected. Shaka is the bowler.
just copped it on the finger last ball as well when she was in the field as well, didn't she? So they go.
There you go, sis, have the ball.
Yeah, they go. The sister opening attack. They're behind the stumps. That's Suska Franova. Could see her back out there, showing no signs of that blow on the foot earlier.
It's tucked around the corner. A bit of confusion in the field.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, that is Helen's call, and Erin wasn't believing it, so basically sent her back. At least she gave her the message quickly.
It's yeah, I think there was a run there. And Shaka dragging that one down again. She was the Academy Bowler of the Year, both in the boys and girls. It was Shaka, still very young, but a very good bowler. And I'm sure she'll show it and mature as the years go on. And she's got a job to do here. It's quite nicely by Leko, good fielding. And gets the ball in, just a single.
Excellent fielding there. Really good work. That's Kuntseva. Dives away to her left. Now they kind of spread the field a bit more. That makes sense. I think that obviously you need a mixture of attacking fielders and defensive fielders here. So think about how she got out before. She got caught at cover driving on the up. So that's it for me. One position you've got to have. They don't really have it at the moment.
Well, there's a ring of fielders out there in the covers, and this one's going to be called a wide. I think one thing that Erin does really well is keeps the ball on the ground generally. Offers very few chances. Doesn't try to hit over the top. Just hits through the field. And this field's pretty quick, so that's where she's got the majority of her runs, just along the ground, but in all parts of the ground as well. But they're two in the covers. Hit down the ground. She'll take the run, knock down. I'll come back for a second. It's
I was really slow to take off, so they won't actually get a second there in the end. She kind of stayed put, the non-strikers, in a long time. It was a great effort, actually, at mid-off to at least get a hand on that.
I think it was a hand or a foot. She's limping around a bit.
I thought it was a hand. She's ringing the hand as well.
Well, she's limping and it is the hand. That's dragged down leg side. Good stop by the keeper, Franova. So Shaka's not quite got a line right. Neither bowler has really. That's what they need to do, just keep it really tight, keep the pressure on the batting. Shaka comes in again. This one's down leg side again. So it's easy runs there, getting the scoreboard ticking over. 15 already.
This is one thing I'll just kind of give my honest opinion. Is that the pitch is a long way to bowl if you're starting out, and in your early teens. I mean, she just turned 15, Shaka. So I mean, it's the extra power required. I mean, that's well bowled, but you can see that at the level this would be in a lot of countries, they'd still be playing on a slightly shorter pitch, and then kind of as you grow, as you get stronger, it becomes a bit longer. So I just feel like that's kind of playing into it a little bit as well. And also, obviously, if you're batting on a shorter pitch, you can attempt more runs as well, because you'll be safe. Something that's come up a couple of times. There's this one. Sneaks past the keeper. I think this will be 2 wides, I imagine. One for the wide and one for the run. But on the other side, I suppose you've got someone like a Vukovitch who obviously has that kind of extra experience at a high level. So obviously when you'd hate to face her on anything less than the full 22 yards. But Yeah, also, and if you did have a shorter pitch, then she'd be able to use things like a bouncer and things like that a bit more if she wanted to. You don't really see it in the women's game. So not this level anyway. As Vukovitch will push, get another single. So, I mean, the Czechs kind of hanging in there, but they've been their own worst enemy with the extras so far. Obviously, it's something that they wouldn't want to give too much of. With this kind of moderate total on the board, it's a defendable total if they can bowl well and pick up these top order wickets. But at the moment, haven't been able to create a chance.
It's been a cautious start from the Croatians, which is interesting. As far as playing shots, they've been poking the ball around. I saw Vukovitch before. It was on the leg side. Normally she slams that towards the boundary. She literally poked it to the player there. That's Kova. It's interesting. It's the end of the over. Another good one there for Croatia. 11 from it, mainly through wides. So 19 for no loss after 2. So you hear the table. Croatia 2 from 2 after a really good win against Gibraltar this morning.
Thing is, if Croatia to win this game and win it well, when you consider they've got that net run rate advantage as well over Gibraltar, that would essentially mean that for Gibraltar to then win the trophy, they'd have to win well against Croatia and then win well again over Czechia tomorrow. So it becomes quite difficult, but not impossible for Gibraltar to overhaul Croatia.
So it'll be Tadka to continue. And it's going to be called a wide again. Well, who's she going to turn to? I don't think she'll bowl Shaka again for the moment. And
they did change things up pretty well yesterday, didn't they? When things weren't working, just to try and find someone that could bowl it over and keep things tight. Well fielded there, good backup. So keeping it in the ring. Leko, she loves to pull. I mean, she's not too tall. She loves to hit across the ball. So I think you're deliberately trying to keep it up. Otherwise, that's kind of in her zone. I suppose they do have a couple of fielders there to make the stop. But that looks like her main way she's going to score. So essentially, if I'm bowling to her here, I'm trying to keep it pitched up so that she can't really hit across it comfortably.
That's good. Well, nice shot. That'll be 4, I think. Really nice shot. And it swung in late. Just got a bit too straight from Terka. The first boundary there for Croatia. Leko moves on to 9.
Yeah, well, I wonder who had Leko on 9 while Vukovitch was on 2 at the start of this innings. But yeah, this exactly kind of the opposite of what Terka wanted, I think. Shorten down the leg side. And that's right in Leko's wheelhouse. Lovely shot.
There we go. Back on the boundary now on the leg side.
By doing that, it means there's an easy single out there again, which is probably Leko's primary role, you'd imagine, in this opening partnership.
Yeah, it's called a wide again. It's not been the greatest start from the Czech bowlers. So, Terka has to try to drag this back in. It's a bit of delivery. Straight to the fielder, no run.
Some good fielding in this over as well, to be fair. I think they've blocked pretty well in that kind of square leg middle wicket region. Saved a few runs. We have a look at the rate required. It's down under 5 and over.
Again, nicely fielded. That's Shaka in the covers.
You're more able to protect runs that way.
Yeah.
I think, you've got that offside field. It's not going to be easy to drive powerfully through it.
As you mentioned, Helen does like to hit through that leg side. Well, that's another easy one. Just turned around the corner. Didn't get much of it. And just be a single. And Leko will keep the strike. Vukovitch still there at the other end.
She hasn't too much of the strike at all. Although,
that's it.
Maybe still want to go in the over.
Is there? Don't know. I'm not sure what the call is.
It definitely hit something. Not sure if it was called wide originally, but it will be the end of the over. Okay, so I think originally it might have been called a wide, but definitely hit something on the way through. I think it might have been given a run in the end, so it'll be 26 without loss after 3, with Leko to face up in the 4th over.
Yeah, 14 wide so far from the Czechs in the first 3 overs. As well, needs to improve. Let's see if she turns to Shaka, or it won't be. It'll be. Looks like it's Joshy coming in. We are bowling. Didn't see her yesterday.
Yeah, you mentioned that they might change the bowler, so I think makes sense. Joshy getting an opportunity here. Thought she batted pretty well. Yeah, no real signs of nerves.
She'll be bowling to Helen Lekos on 10. Vukovitch not had much of the strike, just on 2. And maybe Vukovitch is just sort of hanging in there, just to be there as security as Joshy gets that one wrong. It's called a no ball.
Yeah,
just looking.
Bowling's a different kettle of fish, though. I think at this level, you're always going to be a bit nervous. I think before you first ball you bowl.
Just looking at the Czech team, because I think they might be down a couple of bowlers. I know that Ulmanova's not there. This is hit pretty firmly through the leg side by Leko. It's going to go towards a boundary. Should make it. It's another boundary there for Leko. Nice shot. So we had, I know that we had Ulmanova bowl last time, who's, I guess Joshy's come in as a direct replacement for her in the bowling lineup. It was outside off stump, but it gave Leko enough time to move across and hit it on that favoured leg side. And a similar hit to the fielder this time. It's Terka who'll do the fielding.
Yeah, good stop that.
It's a good line and length there from Joshy. Just starting to bring it back a little bit after a bit of a dodgy start. This is a bit short, hit firmly. Again, good fielding by Terka. Bit of a mix-up. It's on at the bowler's end, at the keeper's end, sorry. But just a dot ball. Again, foot fielding from Terka. Does that quite often, really.
That's true. We have seen it.
Yeah, she's rubbing her foot.
Not surprised.
This one's gone a bit wrong. Going to be called a no ball. Because if it's off the pitch, it's a no ball rather than being a wide. I know that Vicky, that Vinny disagrees with that rule, but I think it's a pretty good one. A free hit now for Leko. And this has given plenty of flight, and well, it's been hit in the air. It'll be no run.
Yeah, it's just about the length as well. I mean, that's a good length. I think at this pace that you're forcing the batter to generate all the power in the shot. Just got to get it straight enough. Just kind of, I think for a lot of it's just getting that body angle right on the way through. This one's called wide down the leg side. So, again, trying Joshy, seeing how she goes. Obviously, she hasn't quite been able to get too many where she's wanted them so far.
It's better. Used the foot well. Oh, I could have gone down actually. That
could have actually run out Vukovitch.
That would have been a big one. Oh, they're going to take another one as well.
They will. But I mean, this is a drop catch. It's a tough one. But just have a look. I think it hits the back foot of Joshy and then almost pulls off a run out. So sometimes you need a bit of act of God. This would have been it, I think. Look there. And she was standing a metre outside her crease.
That would have been an absolute sensation for the Czechs. I mean, unlucky for Vukovitch, though.
I mean, great captaincy. Anyway, Joshy gets out of the over in the end, 9 off it. So, hey, not the worst over in the end. 35 without loss after 4.
Yeah, it's haven't taken that wicket yet. The Czechs, they need it. It's Leko who's scoring though. Vukovitch hardly had any of the strikes. She'll face the first ball from. We'll see who is going to be bowling from this end. I think Terka's going to save a couple of overs. As you can see, the difference in the scores. It was a slow start from the Czechs. They ended up the reasonable total, but big start from Croatia.
See that acceleration though from overs. It was about 4 to 14. Well, Terka really moved things along, brought a certain energy to it. Vukovitch only faced 4 balls in 4 overs. She's facing up now to Anushree Kshirosagar. I think this is a good bowling change.
I think so. Sit down the ground. And, well, there's no one there. Katka's coming around, and really well done. made a lot of ground, just be 2. She's a good field around the boundary is Katka.
Good placement though, I think, from Erin as well. Spotted there was no real mid on, and there's a wide, long on, more of a deep mid wicket there. That was Katka Tashikova, who puts in the big strides to make sure it doesn't go all the way to the boundary.
Bowler comes in again and gives it plenty of flight down leg side, called a wide.
I like the way Shirisaga's put together. I like her bowling. I think there's a lot to work with there. Again, just mainly the accuracy is such a tough skill to master.
Or on line, hit down the ground. Katka tries to use her feet again. Katka will come around and just be a single, well, a bit of a fumble. Just be a single there. Throws coming in.
I think that was Helen's call, coming back to the bowlers and the danger end, and he didn't really get the greatest jump, so Erin doesn't want to be involved in another run out with her opening batting partner, so I think they're extra careful to avoid it at the moment.
They've got a pretty good start. They don't need to do anything too silly. They know they can accelerate the scoring as well. So someone's tucked around the corner. So player back there. I'll look for 2, I think. Good pick up.
Plays it shot so well though, Leko, doesn't she? I mean, kind of gloss over it a bit, but she's kind of unassuming in her technique, but she watches the ball really closely and she's not trying to hit it too hard. Uses the pace well.
Yeah, absolutely. Brings Erin back on strike. She's 5 off 6, but you know she can accelerate at any stage. But I tell you what, if the Czechs can get her wicket, psychologically, how will it harm the Croatians? Well, good bowling, really good bowling. Watched onto the bat by Erin.
Yeah, they do have Lydia to come in next. Lydia Kamaric, who scored half a century yesterday, but she's coming off a duck this morning, so she'll probably have a few nerves.
At the same time, look, the thing with Erin is that she's the linchpin of this team. Just hit around the corner and good fielding out there. They'll look for 2. They'll get it, I think. Good running there from Erin. Sometimes when you've got you're kind of reliant on one player, even though there's good support around. If that player's out, then it puts a different type of pressure on the batters that come in.
Yeah.
So again, it's got to do with just the presence of Erin Vukovitch, whether they can get her early, and we'll see. She doesn't hit many in the air though.
That's right. She doesn't take too many unnecessary risks. Probably she made one false shot really, I think, earlier. She chipped one in the air, drove on the up and found the fielder.
It's down the leg side, called a wide.
Shirisaga wearing the #1 shirt. I believe the last time Czechs were playing on ECN, that was worn by Delante Ionetti, who I know is watching. And Delante lives in Brno. Unfortunately not able to play this weekend, but Delante, I know you're watching, so hello to you as well. That last ball, the 5th over here.
It's a pretty good one. Just tucked around the corner by Erin. I'll look for 2. Well, Leko didn't run that first one very hard at all. Erin turned around and started running, and Leko was still trying to make her ground at the other end. So
maybe a blessing in disguise. She'll return. She'll keep the strike. Then it's 44 without loss after 5. Come out tomorrow, of course, in Cyprus. We have day 2 and the final day of the ECI and ECIW over there. So the men play 3 times tomorrow. The women play twice. Gotta say, Cyprus playing some pretty good cricket over there on home soil. First time we've had cricket from Happy Valley on the island. And so you can join Rico and Nish. I think they start an hour before us at 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India.
Yeah, it's well, the ground looks very nice out there. And so, results, what's been happening? I know the women won the first game. How did the
the women are 2-0 up, and I think the third game is just about to get going. Yeah, the women won 105 to 52 in game 1, and 102 to 57 game 2. So yeah, Estonia with a bit of catching up to do there. As far as the men, in the first game, Cyprus won 167 to 141, and right now they're halfway through the second game, 105 Cyprus put on the board. So a real chance there, I think, for Estonia to square that series. And there's still a game to go.
It's Erika Kuntsova who is bowling. Started off with a couple of wides, which has been a bit of the story of this this bowling by the Czechs at the moment. Just not getting the line right. Kuntsova bowled pretty well yesterday, though. So coming again. This is more on line. Just defended down there by Aaron.
That's well bowled. Yeah, I think you need someone that can try and keep these two quiet and build enough pressure, maybe create a chance. Hopefully it's taken. Yeah, Kuntsova bowls that really well. Good length, good line. Vukovitch, 8 off 10. Slow start by her standards. Oh, chance, she picks it up. Oh, never went to throw. Maybe should have made it anyway there, Aaron, but you're not going to get too many chances. And Kuntsova got across quickly to cut it off, picks it up cleanly. But in the end, it'll go down as a single.
Yeah, it was, I think, a little bit of a risky one, but well taken in the end. This one's hit to Terka, no run to Leko.
It's been a good over so far. Maybe the missing link here. Kuntsova.
So I think she bowled pretty well yesterday.
Yeah.
So apart from those couple of little wides.
Missing from this match, I meant, so far.
Yeah.
But, right on cue. She gives us a bit of a loose one, but...
Why does that happen, Vinny? What's the commentator's curse?
I don't know. Scientists are still trying to work that out.
Right, so Kuntsova comes in, bowling into Leko, who's, well, she's lost that one a bit. That's called a wide as well. Leko's been batting pretty well here, 17 off 24. And Vukovitch just taking your time. You can know she can accelerate at any time as well. So
you look at the rate required, 5.5 and over, and they're going at kind of more like 9 and over at the moment. So Erin will know as long as she's there for an extended period of time, they'll win the game.
Vinny's 26 off the bat. There's 49 as the score. So at this stage of the innings, it's far too many extras. But it could be just over the keeper. Good bowling from Kuntsova. Maybe a little lucky to get away with that, Leko.
Gets the accuracy back at a good time. Just looped over the keeper. Who's on the front of her. 50's up in the 50 partnership, but as you say, 23 of those are extras. It's the top scorer at the moment. Vukovitch faces up last ball, the 6th.
Not a bad ball. It's in the air, just over the fielder. And a bit of a sketchy shot there from Aaron. They'll look for 2, will they? They won't.
Yeah, respect the arm of Turkey there. But I mean, it was not really a chance, but it's a bit of an iffy shot. You know, it was in a good spot. It wasn't quite out of the middle from Vukovitch, but she will retain the strike. And it's the end of the over. It's 51 without loss after 6.
Yeah, it is a good start, I think, for Croatia on the scoreboard. I think it's just the tightness of the bowling. I think it's with those wides, just a little bit of ill discipline there from the Czechs. But it's about learning, improving, getting things better, looking back at it for all these sides. I think, and you can see. Well, Vinny mentioned that the improvement of the cricket in Gibraltar and the players, how much work they've done. So,
because that's the other thing. It's one thing to want to do the work, but it's another thing to kind of have the facilities to be able to do the work.
Yeah,
so you heard everyone talking about the fact they've done a lot of indoor training over the winter. Yeah, obviously sometimes travel's a factor. You can work by yourself to an extent, I suppose, as well. Anyway, Turka's going to come back to bowl over number 3, trying to break this partnership. First one gets through the fielder for a single.
I think it's a pretty good move, actually, to bring herself back. She's probably the most likely to get a wicket out of the Czech bowlers. I did like the work of Kuntsova on the last over. So she's bowling now to Leko. They need to break this partnership. It's a pretty good ball, tucked around the corner again. Likes that shot.
Yeah, it's a productive shot for her. I think Leko's a real important kind of part of the the cocktail, if you like, for Croatia.
Mhm.
And it allows them to bat Lydia at 3. She's just busy early on, and obviously, 19 off 27, probably not going to set too many records, but you think about, she's overseen so many runs as well that haven't come off the bat.
Mhm.
It's been quite judicious.
It's firmly hit through the leg side. Should be cut off. Good fielding there by Katka again, who throws back to the stumps off her knees.
Great fielding. I mean, she's got a bit of a Tortuga there, but she did everything right. Got the body behind it. Again, just a fraction short, and Vukovitch has been so strong in that region today.
Yeah, really good piece of fielding. This one's going to be called a wide. So 56 now needed, 55 on the board, so pretty much halfway there for Croatia.
You're only about a third of the way through the innings as well. That's the thing.
Again, another wide. So just not happening. Well, they'll take another one as well.
It reminds me a little bit of yesterday with the Czechs. They just can't quite find a way to get that breakthrough.
Yeah, exactly right. It's a bit of the same as yesterday, as you said. But still quite a bit left in this game. As Terka comes in again. This just hit down the leg side. It should be stopped. Gets the body behind it. Good piece of fielding there out on the boundary. That was Vlasta Volfova.
Yeah, it's great fielding actually. Again, smothering any potential bad bounces. But again, Vukovitch by now, she's kind of worked out okay. I know she's got the ball down there, but I think I can beat the throw back. She's had a good look at the throwing arms. Takes one on the throw.
It's just punched down the ground. It's going to get past the fielders. And don't know if Katka will get there. She tries very hard, dives, but can't make it. So 4 runs, just well placed from Vukovitch.
I can think they haven't quite got the angles right in that leg side. I mean, because Erin can pretty much put this where she wants it. She gets a good look at the bounce. She decides to hit to that vacant mid-on region, and Katka had a lot to do. So you see the mid-on in the circle is probably a bit too wide. They already had that angle covered. So, yeah, the straight one wasn't covered. Fantastic effort, though, I will say, by Tessa Zhikova to try and keep it in, but she couldn't quite.
Just turn around the corner. Work to do if the fielder gets down well, and they'll get a comfortable 2 on the arm. Good fielding, though.
Good stopping. And that'll be the end of the over as well. So at 65 without loss after 7. Koltunova brings herself back but can't quite get that breakthrough.
I'll tell you what though, Vinny, I really like this ground this year. We've seen a couple of bounces, sort of Tortugas around the edge of the boundary, but apart from that, it's nice. It's the best I've ever seen it, and it is rolling quite nicely. Quite a quick outfield. So I'm looking forward to the ECS starting on Monday.
Yeah, I don't mind it raining at night, a reasonable amount if it keeps the grass looking green, but hopefully the rain stays away during the day while we're here over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. So, change of bowler. Looks like it's Shaka coming back on. Again, another good move, I think. Just rotating the bowlers a bit. See if they can make something happen. Bowling to Leko.
Going back to the Shaka attack.
Down leg side, and they'll take another one as well. So it's again,
that's a frustrating one at the moment, isn't it? Because obviously one of the keys is trying to keep Vukovitch at the other end and essentially give a couple away, or give a couple of runs away for free, and you do allow it to take that strike back.
Yeah, Leko's been going pretty well though. Vukovitch is just with that boundary, just taken. It's gone past the score of Leko, but it's a good partnership, and it's going to be difficult now for the Czechs to get this win that they want. Nice shot from Vukovitch, just past the fielder, just a single. Again, no risk cricket there from Erin. Knows what she's doing, doesn't have to take any risks. The run rate required now just under about 3.5 and over, so got plenty of time to do this, and no wickets down as well. Shaka comes in. Not a bad ball, tucked around the corner by Leko. Nice shot, chases on. They should get to, well, maybe not. Leko's coming back. It could be a run out, actually, and it is. Well, Leko's gone. Good fielding there, a bit of hesitation, wasn't real fast, and well done there by the fielder and also the keeper, Zuzka Franova. So it was a bit of a chat between the batters, maybe a bit of a sorry, but the run was definitely on.
Just a lot of time thinking. In the end, probably just not the right decision to come back. You could see when she's running there, she kind of turns, I think, says yes, but she didn't really have a good sense of where the ball was.
Well, that, I think it was definitely her. Well, I'm not sure about her call, but she was still running.
Yeah.
And Erin was already on the way back.
Because Erin had already made it easily because she had a backup. But again, you can see that Helen she did a lot of thinking while she wasn't moving. I think that was the biggest problem there. See here, she's not looking at the ball any of that time. So she's too busy looking at the line. And then, yeah, I mean, if she'd gone straight away, might have had a chance. But I think you've got to give credit also to Czechia for finishing the dismissal. So that's Erika Kuncheva who gets it back. And that is going to be the first wicket down. And the score is 68 for 1.
It's a breakthrough. So, but there's some good batting here.
Top 3 important, one of them gone. Think of it that way.
Oh, it's in the air, just going to fall in front of the fielder. It's gone past as well. Just be a single.
They won't actually get a run there. I think they turn it down in the end.
They did too. Why didn't they take a run there?
I don't know if Erin takes her eyes off the ball. See, puts the big stop sign up,
Well,
and then
strange, isn't it?
Just thought it got fielded. It didn't.
Oh, good bowling from Shaka. Just getting it online now. It's been a much better over here from Shaka, and that wicket, I think it's buoyed the Czechs a little bit.
This is the thing. I mean, if you can get these two, let's say even before they get to 75 or 80, okay, 12 overs left. If you can get on top of those extras, you just might have a chance of pulling off a miracle. But this isn't going to help. Another wide down the leg side.
It's a big if, but there is an if. As we saw, they struggled a little bit to get runs. The Croatians after Vukovitch got out in the match against Gibraltar. I think Gibraltar got a stronger bowling attack. Nice shot through the leg side there, though, from Lydia. Look for 2. They'll get it comfortably, I think. Let's hit the stumps. And, well, they'll get another one as well. So good awareness from Erin, and that's been rifling at the stumps.
Yeah, it's excellent awareness. Have a look at the direct hit here. We can see safely home, and then good communication with these two. They had a brilliant partnership. Yes, 131, wasn't it? As right now, they're only just beginning, but they're within 40 of the win now. 72 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. I think again, the bowling. There's been too many wides, I think, from the Czechs, and it's just free runs for the Croatians. I don't think Erin's really batting like she can. She's in second gear at the moment. But with Lydia,
she's tried to eliminate almost all risk out of her game. There's only one kind of uppish shot that just crept over Taka Kotsunova at mid wicket.
But I don't think she bats with risk as well. Even she's
that's
hitting
true.
the ball well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I think maybe thinking low total and I'll just cruise it.
So I think she hasn't had a lot of the strike to deal with.
That's true.
Vukovitch is up and ticking now. Got 4 runs to her name already.
Interesting with Vukovitch. I don't know if it's every time she runs, but she swings the bat around. Let's have a look if she does it again next time. She's just swinging the bat like like she's wielding a sword. Have another look. It might not happen. It might just be a one-off, but we'll see.
There's been a few interesting grips of the bat while running. Kaminkova when she was batting for Czechia. Tended to hold the handle in quite a unique way.
In a stabbing motion.
Almost like a, what's the word? Like, you know, like when you're skiing.
Yeah.
Like skiing, like a skiing pole.
Yeah, yeah. So, bowler continue. Bit of a pause. Bowling to Vukovitch is on 21. It's well pitched. Just turn around the corner again. Just wrist free. Doesn't try to overhit it.
Well bowled though. I think she's really good at identifying, you know, how good the delivery is that she's seeing, and whether it's worth going after or not.
Yeah.
The other thing that's really set her apart from a lot of the rest has been her ability to like time balls from on the stumps and clip them to the leg side, and she's never really looked like missing so far. And yeah, it's a shot that does have a degree of risk if you think about it, but she's so good at making sure that she hits it with the bat and it opens up all those scoring opportunities on the leg side.
So 75 for 1 at the moment. Into the 9th. Not a bad ball. Turned around the corner just in front of the fielder. And yeah, she is swinging the bat around as she runs. It's quite odd. Have a look at it in a minute, Vinny. It's so she runs and then have a look. She's swinging the bat quite weirdly.
I love it. It's almost like
a propeller.
Yeah, maybe it's aerodynamic.
That's a good ball.
Exactly what I was saying there, though. I mean, that's on the stumps, but instead of being kind of defensive, just playing with the straight bat, she's able to turn it into a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a very good cricketer playing well. So, Czechs need a wicket. I think Shiosaga's bowled pretty well, though. Got her in the right areas. Just good batting that's kept it out and got the runs ticking over. She's coming again for the last ball of her second spell, bowling to Vukovitch. It's a good ball. Could be close, that, you know. Not out, says the umpire. It was a pretty good shout from where I could see it.
Is it slipping past the leg stump or not? There's a little bit of left to right on it. I reckon it's really close.
Oh,
If it's missing, it's only just missing.
Yeah, well, we've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter. That was a good appeal.
It's a call that could have easily gone the other way, put it that way. But anyway, it will be the end of the 9th over, and it's walking sticks. 77 for 1.
So, yeah, it's as you can see, 26 wides. I think it's something that the Czechs will work on. It's it's a learning stage for all of these players, and we'll see I don't know if we saw the finished article, but we'll see definitely stronger teams by the end of the year and next year with all three of these sides. Gibraltar, I think, the most balanced of the sides, but then of course you've got Vukovitch and a few other players in the Croatian side that really help their cause. And talking about Vukovitch, she's well, as I said, a plane go past. She'll be facing Shaka again. And
I don't know if we can still see that plane. I'm a bit concerned about the registration number on that plane. It was OK War. Not really what you want to see. OK WAR.
So, well, let's open up the leg side a bit for Erin. Oh, it's down leg side. Turned around the corner. That should get past the fielder. Does. Good effort from Kaminkova. But that's 4 runs. Just straight down leg side did Shaka. And just turned around in the corner. What I like about Erin's batting is she plays good shots. Never tries to hit the ball too hard. Still gets the result though, as you can see there. Just helped it along the way.
Yeah, basically gets a free swing. I like the effort there from Kaminkova in the circle, but it was all in vain. And really, if Vukovitch gets going, this could be over pretty quickly, I think, as well.
It's should be called a wide again, has been. And it's yeah, it's something to work on for the Czechs.
Yeah, look, and I think when they look back and reflect on this, this series. I know they've still got another game to go tomorrow, Czechia, but they'll have a good look at the balls that worked well and just realise they didn't bowl enough of them. I think as a proportion of the total deliveries bowled. And of course, you're not going to be perfect, but at least they know what they're aspiring to.
It's a better ball. Nice shot though. There's a fielder out there. Well picked up and just be a single. We'll bring Vukovitch on strike. But a better ball from Shaka. You've got to remember though, I mean, look, we've got a 16-year-old captain. Her sister's 15, just turned 15, who's bowling from the other end, and they've opened the bowling for the Czechs. It's a very young side and quite inexperienced, but they're well led by Terka. Good ball in the air, could be gone, and puts it down.
Oh, it almost bounced into the stumps, and it would have been an extraordinary run out. Talk me through this one, but it was catchable. There's a little bit of sister to sister, wasn't it? But
she's not looking at her though. There's no eye contact between the sisters. Have a look at this. It's a full shot.
Yeah.
And just,
It's probably a couple of metres from the stumps in the end, but if it had bounced into the stumps, it would have been something unlike anything I'd ever seen before.
Spoons hit firmly on the leg side again. Same fielder out there. Good arm. That's Kishaga. So, but look at for all of these players. It is a learning experience. It's really just building up to something greater. This one's been hit through the gap. It's going towards a boundary. I think it'll get there as well. Or will it just stop in front? Well done. I'm not sure if he stepped on the rope or not, but I think it's good work.
I think it's okay, but obviously something to be conscious of. It wasn't a bad ball. I actually think it's been a pretty good over from Shaka. I know a couple of exceptions. This is a thick edge that runs away, and the ball actually stops of its own volition, if you like. But we'll just watch this foot.
I think it's all right.
Never saw the rope move, so
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I didn't see anything either. That'll be the end of the over, and it'll be 188, I should say, for 1 after 10. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo in the cube here. And Danny Hood check with me. Just very light rain, which is falling. But like you said, it's going to be hotting up during the week. The ECS starting on Monday, of course, and they're looking forward to seeing 11 teams for the region. All across Czechia, Czechia actually, including Austria for the first time. Obviously, Brno come up as well. Can anyone break the spell that Prague CC have, though, on the European Cricket Series?
I think it's going to be a tighter series than has been in the past. They're missing Naeem Lala, who was instrumental for them. They've got some good players, though, but maybe some not in form. The Beast, I'm not sure how he's going to go.
Katiwala is also another question, whether he can get on the park for PCC as well. If you want to go back to the last time an ECN trophy was won by a team that wasn't Prague CC on the network, you'd have to go back to
Bohemians in the first season.
Czech Super Series.
Yep, absolutely.
I knew you'd get that one.
Well, look, Brno were close last year. United almost beat them as well, but the problem is, and it's been the same throughout the years with PCC. I mean, they're a good club, but then I used to play for Barbarians, and quite a few times we had PCC in trouble. We'd have them 4 or 5 or 6 down, and then they'd bring in a couple of national team players at the back end of the innings. It just kept on batting. And I think that's part of the thing with PCC is they've got very good depth where some other clubs might not. But I think what we'll see in this series is that the depth of some of the traditional clubs, like Bohemians, like Barbarians, who are killing it at the moment in the leagues, and also Brno, maybe Vinorati to a point as well, who have new players. I think you'll see the depth of those teams improve. And then there are new sides. United also have picked up some good pickups. Tigers are always competitive, and then we'll see the new clubs as well.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing is more clubs. I know we've got 3 tiers of the senior men's competition now as well. I think, which is a really great sign that cricket's on the rise, and that there's more. I suppose, not often actually you get countries playing different levels of cricket, even in the men's at this stage. So
Yep.
yeah, looking forward to that. Let's go back out to the middle where it looks like the Czech team are just kind of making their final preparations to get ready. But yeah, do have some news as well with Vlasta Volfova. She's looked really bothered by that foot, and it's nice to see some of the Croatian players giving her a hand as well, obviously at this level. But this is one thing I will say, the foot fielding, it's a bit of an instinct. Yeah, I suppose maybe if the ball's hit along the ground, you think your foot's there, but there has been a lot of foot fielding, and I think probably most likely that's been the incident there a little bit earlier on. I've just noticed her fielding in a mid-off position. That the more she's been moving around in it, she seems in more discomfort. So yeah, hopefully she's okay, and there's nothing too serious about that. So it means that
Zuzka Flamikova has come onto the field to help out. He's there at a mid-on.
Yep. And looks like Joshi is going to get another go here. So 23 required for victory for Croatia. Do seem to be cruising at the moment. He's over number 11.
It's been hit firmly. Good feeling by Terka. Gets the ball back in though, backing up though, and they'll take a single. No.
In fact, they might even get more than one here. Maybe not. Just settle for the one. But yeah, Joshi, at least that's straight. And I suppose that was one of her issues in the first over. But yeah, Vukovitch, what a day for her. I mean, what's her average up to? 177 now in T20 international cricket. And just the way she started the day, she's owned the day, hasn't she? With the 5 boundaries in the first over off Ferrari, Gibraltar. She's never really looked back.
Yeah, definitely been one of the highlights of the day. Another highlight also, the 50 by Terka Koltunova in this game. And that's a nice shot, weighted on it, through past cover. It's nicely picked up there by Kuntsova. So, but a lot of highlights in the tournament. I think it's been really good. 3 pretty even sides. I think though that Croatia are top of the ladder. Can be difficult to beat.
Yeah, I mean, really, they can sew it up with a win tomorrow morning, and then it'll be Gibraltar taking on Czechia in the second match. But Gibraltar, they need to win. They need to win well. But they're good enough to do it. I think Croatia. A lot of people might have ranked them third out of the 3 coming into the tournament, but they've been working quietly on their skills, and certainly have gotten themselves to a level that they've demonstrated is pretty competent here in this series.
Nice shot that. Takes some feeling. Good effort out there.
And the thing is, it's not just Erin. Erin gives a lot of the players confidence around her, but when you look at their bowling attack this morning, for example, I think Erin might have been the most expensive of the bowlers, but they found 5 bowlers at least that can do a job and can put the ball in dangerous areas more often than not.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, that as I say, we'll see big improvement from all these sides, as not only is there more experience, this is tucked around the corner, 4 runs, lovely shot. So we'll see improvement, but we'll also see new players coming in. I know with the Czechs there are quite a few youngsters who can't play in this tournament because they're too young to play, and we've got 2 opening bowlers, and the captain and the main run getter for the Czechs. The 15 and 16, the Koltunova sisters, and plus we have Josephine Sochekova, who'll come in as well, who's also 14. But with that, there's a few players will be eligible, so that's called a wide, eligible for the Czech team coming up soon as well. We'll see what happens at the end of the year. See what kind of team they put together for the women's ECC. But they'll be competitive over the next couple of years, the Czechs. So I don't look at this tournament as a one-off and think that they're a bit outgunned. As Katka does well, but well, it just goes over the boundary. Unfortunately, another nice shot there from Lydia, who's moved on to 23.
She scored at such a great rate in this series, hasn't she? I know she missed out this morning, but again, she's really quick to kind of get in position, basically predicting where that ball's going to end up when it reaches her, and she realised it was probably pullable, gets in good pulling position, and finds the boundary. That's the end of 11 overs, and the 100's up as well for Croatia. 101 for one, just 10 required now for victory.
Yeah, it'll be another good win. And, well, the Czechs, I'll be having nightmares about these two. They've scored quite a few runs together.
Exactly. Well, I mean,
131.
that's now, they scored 131 in the corresponding fixture yesterday. Today they put on 33 pretty quickly. So what's that, 164 in 2 days. Shaka is going to bowl over number 12 with just 10 required for victory.
The other thing is that, as with the networks, it's a good ball, really good area there. So, but we're going to see the improvement in women's cricket in Europe in real time as there's more tournaments covered over the years. Then we'll see how good these teams get, and it'll be a big improvement. And we've seen it with the men's, with the T10s, the difference in tactics and the difference in hitting and the difference in the scores in the 10 over game is, I mean, now you get a score of 160 and it's sort of
Might not
pretty
be safe.
gettable.
We had a 177 golden ball a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Depends on conditions. That was a really good ball by Shaka, by the way.
Another good ball.
Yeah. Bowling's such a confidence game. You can see one good ball breeds another. And Shaka, and she's only going to get stronger. She's only going to, I suppose, know her game a little bit better. I mean, think about the way that Erin's able to run in and bowl, right? And I can see a Shaka with more and more games under her belt, more years under her belt. You know, when she's the same age, maybe doing something similar.
Yep, absolutely.
She's got great mechanics.
It's a good ball. Just chipped over the top. Could be a run out. Well, unlucky. It's the substitute fielder who could still be a run out, you know. Oh, so I've taken 2. That's Flamikova. He did well to stop it in the first place.
I mean, it's 3 really good balls in a row that are got good shape, got a bit of zip on them. To beat Vukovitch outside the off stump, it's not something we've seen a lot in this tournament. 7 to win now.
It's in the air.
Again, she's in the zone at the moment. Shaka, I suppose the hardest thing is when you're not in the zone, how do you turn it around? You know, at this level, it's not an easy one, but the better you're bowling, the easier it is to keep reproducing it.
Shrug with a comment about the Czech men are not good because Prague says he dominated domestically. Look, it's one of those things. I think there's a rebuilding period in Czech cricket. In 2019, it was a bit of a different story. I think it was the team was on the up and up. Some good players coming through, but some players like Sudesh are probably on their way out for the Czechs, and they're looking for new players. This is a chance of a run out, and well, I don't know. I don't think it. I think the keeper took the stumps.
Yeah, I don't think the ball hits the wicket. Or if it does, I think the keeper's already knocked them over with the gloves.
I'll have another look at it. Tucked around the corner, and then a bit of confusion with the running, and the keeper. Let's have a look.
I think the stumps go.
Yeah, no, she didn't have the ball.
Yeah, definitely didn't have the ball. And then the question is, well, did the ball hit the stumps? But even if it did, I think that the keeper had already knocked stumps over. So, yeah, just probably rushing that one a little bit too much. So they just can't seem to break this pair, can they? The Czechs, that's the end of the over. The score 106 for 1 after 12. As we look forward to tomorrow and a Super Sunday of cricket with international cricket across 2 venues on ECN here in the Central Europe Cup. It's going to be day 3 with Croatia taking on Gibraltar. And I think what will be kind of the deciding match of this this tournament ultimately. So you can join us 8 o'clock AM GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 PM in India. Don't forget, we'll see the Czechs taking on Gibraltar in the afternoon. We'll finish the series the way it started. Turka, last roll of the dice here for Czechia. Nice little punch off the back foot from Aaron brings one. It means that just 4 runs required now for Croatia.
Yeah, going back to Shrug. Yeah, look, I think the Czechs have got a decent 20-over team. I think 10 overs is just a different. It's a different animal now when you look at how it's being played. I don't think the Czechs have adapted. That's a nice shot, and just going to fall in front of the fielder. It does well.
What fielding?
Very good fielding.
Really well fielded. Yeah, but I think it's a fair point. I think some people do have that opinion. If you have a lot of your national team concentrated in 1 or 2 teams, you're not playing enough competitive matches at the level often enough. And that's a fair opinion, I think. I'm not saying that it's a huge... The other thing is that practically they do tend to kind of go after good players from other sides.
I do
times.
tend to agree with you, but I think you'll see in the next couple of weeks that things have evened up a little bit.
Yeah.
There are still some really good players coming into PCC, but there are also good players in other clubs, and it's been dispersed quite well throughout the system. I think Brno, you'll see. I mean, you've got guys like Riaz Afridi and Dylan Stain, who are in that side, who are as good as anyone in the country. So this is down leg side. It's hit nicely. It's going to get through the fielder, I think, and that's 4 runs, and that's the end of the game. A good win for Croatia again, undefeated in this tournament. Czechs winless. Good effort from them, though, with a pretty decent score on the board, but I think the bowling for the Czechs, just a few too many wides, not enough pressure put on the Croatian batting.
I just think that Croatia, they've prepared well. Obviously they've got a player they can build around, but I think that everyone's risen to the occasion. They find themselves 3-0, a dream start to their series, and they're 1 win away from sewing up this trophy tomorrow morning. And you can see how much it means to them as well. Obviously, the first time they've played T20 international cricket, a lot of work's gone in to get them where they are. And they're flying at the moment. There's Vedran Zanko, the coach. And look, you've got to feel for Czechia as well. I mean, they're still kind of searching for a couple of the pieces, I think, to make them a real competitive side, even at the level that they're in right now. But I mean, Croatia, rightly so, they're excited because they're creating history, on the verge of some more history. Again, what a day by the captain, Aaron Vukovitch. Good support there at the end from Vukovitch. Got to say that Helen Leko was also really instrumental today. With some important runs, building a good partnership for the first wicket, and some handy bowling as well. But let's go back and have a look. 110 to defend it, which was something on the board, wasn't it? But Czechia just pretty loose, I think. Far too many extras meant that this total was never going to be nearly enough.
Yeah, look, it was some good batting. To be fair, Leko at the top did very, very well. Aaron taking a bit of a junior role in this chase, and I think hitting away the bad balls, like, well, that wasn't a terrible ball. It's just not taking any risks there and not really going full throttle. But I'll tell you what, the Lydia Karic and also Helen Lenko did their job very, very well in this run chase, and Aaron there just providing good support. Here was the run out of Leko. It was unfortunate. It was a bit of a blind run as she turned around and ran her batting partner. It's already halfway down. A little upset with herself, I think, Aaron.
Yeah, at least that was something to celebrate. I mean, there were a couple of other chances that were created, and we'll see those a little bit later. But I think some positive there. You've got to look for positives, I suppose. I think that Shaka, I think that, she went through a phase where you really saw a bit more what she was capable of. There was this drop opportunity, Turk not able to hold on to it. But, she did kind of put the ball in some dangerous areas. Even this, which I know ends up kind of flying away for runs. But, the signs were there. And then an interesting one where the foot came pretty close to the rope. Maybe didn't quite hit. But, yeah, towards the end, we had another run-out opportunity, I suppose, at one point. That was the only other time it kind of looked like this partnership might be broken. So for Czechia, again, it's kind of back to the drawing board. They don't have to feel any pressure, I think, when they take on Gibraltar tomorrow.
Sure.
To see if they can pick up a win. I think this was that one late in the piece where Vukovitch kind of overcommitted The keeper just broke the stumps without the ball. And then, last roll of the dice, Turkey comes back. But, credit to Croatia. I mean, they've done the work. They're coming here. They get to put it into practice. They're really relishing, I think, playing some games. And they're enjoying playing as a group. That's something that's really, really clear. And the team spirit's there. And, of course, they forced Vedran to join in as well in their celebrations. Rightly so, because they're having a dream series so far. 3 wins, no losses, and a chance to sew up the series tomorrow morning. Top 3 all contributing for Croatia in this one. Vukovitch ends up top scoring with 34 not out. Had plenty of help. And this time you actually see more runs off the bat from non-Vukovitch players rather than her. A bit unlike this morning. The other thing, I suppose, 31 extras, not helping the cause at all. 31 in about, let's say, 13 overs. So, it's quite a lot more than 2 per over, which is obviously something Czechia will know that they have to work on throughout this year. Bowling-wise, no wickets went to the bowlers. The one was due to a run out. But I've got to say that Kshirosaga, she continues to impress me. I think she's asking the right questions. I mentioned Chaka as well. I mean, the figures don't tell you too much there. But just watching her and her kind of natural movement and rhythm, you've got to realise she's still so young at this level. She's only 15. There's a lot to work with there. But nicely, Joshy getting a bowl for the first time in the series as well. And ultimately, Czechia find themselves 0-3. They do have one more opportunity to impress tomorrow. Let's welcome you back into the Cube one more time then. And I want to say thanks to everyone for sticking with us. I know there's still cricket happening in Cyprus right now. And it looks like the Cyprus men, they're in the box seat. They might have already done it to square the series 1-1 heading into tomorrow. So that's pretty exciting. And obviously we'll see the Estonian women on the park one more time. So there's still another game to go there, starting in about 10 minutes. So it's been a long day of cricket on ECN. Dan, it's been great here. But Croatia, they're the story of this CE Cup so far. They've
been fantastic, and they've been improving as well. You look at their efforts yesterday, and they were good. But it was good against the Czechs. But I think against Gibraltar this morning, they really improved, and it was mainly to do with the tight bowling. So and also the batting of Aaron, but you saw here that they have a lot more to give rather than just that one player.
Definitely. They'll be on the park tomorrow, and Gibraltar, they have to do the double tomorrow. Join us 8 a.m. GMT, 10 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Don't want to miss that one. And even before that, you can get some cricket with the Cyprus-Estonia ECIs starting 1 hour before that. I want to remind everyone, if you're watching in the chat, to like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And finally, the home of European Cricket is EuropeanCricket.com. You can go on there and you can actually check the squads, if you like, for the ECS, which starts here on Monday. 11 clubs doing some... they're doing some homework on each other right now, I'm sure. But you can do your homework by going to EuropeanCricket.com. All right, we're going to leave it there. And on behalf of everyone here at ECN, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek, stay happy, I should say. Stay safe and enjoy your Saturday night. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here in the CE Cup T20IW. Here's some of the best bits of day number 2. For now, hasta mañana.
See ya.